call this meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the City of Southfield for Monday, September the 26th, 7 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Ms. Garrison, present. Mr. Perkiasi.
Here.
Mr. Lamb. Here. Mr. Stiver.
Here.
Ms. Taylor. Here. Ms. Seymour. Here. Mr. Frazier.
Here.
You have 7 members present.
Thank you. Would you all please rise?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm going to change the agenda a little bit without any objection from the council. On the Lawrence Tech public hearings, I'm going to also move the site plan so that we talk about all of them at the same time. Okay? I'm going to move it up so that we can talk about all 3 of them.
Separate.
Are we keeping it separate? No, I'm moving it up. I'm moving the site plan up with the public hearing. Why? So we talk about all of them at the same time.
Separate issue.
Normally, we wouldn't have a public hearing, any public comment on site plan, anyhow. But I'm going to move it up so that it gets moved. Talk about it together. Okay. First item on the agenda is a presentation, and it's a joint resolution to Lawrence Tech in recognition of the homecoming.
Good evening. Council President is joining me at the microphone. Council President Myron Frazier. Tonight, together we are here today to ask if a representative from Lawrence Tech is here. Louis Walker. Here. Please join us at the mic, please. We're excited today to do something a little different in our city, and it's something we're very excited about. The council and the mayor, in a joint resolution, are very proud tonight to present a joint resolution for Lawrence Technological University 2011 Homecoming Day. Many of you know LTU was founded in 1932 as a college of engineering with only a few hundred students and a handful of faculty. Today it offers over 60 programs in 4 colleges with a total enrollment of nearly 5,000 students and over 400 full-time, part-time staff. They've experienced enormous growth, expansion, and improvement of its curriculum and facilities over the years. And they acquired the acreage that we now know as their home in Southfield in 1955 and have grown to more than 100 acres and 12 major buildings. Whereas LTU is reviving the tradition of Homecoming Day with a full slate of activities on Saturday, October 1st, including a men's varsity soccer game against the University of Michigan Dearborn and a men's varsity hockey game against Grand Valley State University. Some of the many highlights of the Homecoming Day festivities include a disc golf tournament, homecoming tailgate party, an auto show, soccer game, and the dedication of the renovated Life Sciences Research Lab, Sports Hall of Fame, inaugural induction ceremony, varsity soccer game, and many, many other activities. So be it resolved that we, the mayor and the City Council of Southfield, County County of Oakland, State of Michigan, do hereby recognize and congratulate you as you celebrate your renewed homecoming week beginning Monday, September 26th, that will go through the homecoming day celebration, which will be on Saturday, October 1st, 2011. And we encourage the city to join in the celebration. We convey our collective thanks and appreciation to the faculty, students, staff, and alumni of Lawrence Tech, and we wish you to continue to excel as one of the nation's leading universities. Thank you so much.
Thank you to everyone. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I also join with the mayor in wishing you the best of luck in your homecoming. When I was a kid, I grew up in Kalamazoo, and Western Michigan University was pretty small. It was college back then, now it's a university. But on Saturday, during this time of the year, it was really nice to see people flocking into Waldo Stadium to participate in the football game, and with all the hype and they were getting broken. But I can see, as years go by, some of the same things happening here in Southfield as Lawrence Tech becomes more active in the sporting arena. So, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'll just say quickly, we have a long legacy of athletics at Lawrence Tech that really started in 1930 and went off through the mid-1950s. We have players on our basketball team that were chosen by men professional teams in the early 1950s, and some of those folks will be inducting into our Hall of Fame. And so we're really bringing something back as a continuation of a legacy that was interrupted at Lawrence Tech. So thank you very much. We appreciate this, and we'll prominently display it. Thank you.
Thank you. I always say in a very tongue-in-cheek, it's not often that when you're elected mayor of the city, they name a university after you. I'll be proudly wearing my Lawrence Tech shirt on October 1st. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, with the President's Council approval, I would like to present to you and ask Mr. William Luke to please join me at the podium. As you know, we have the Cornerstone Development Committee or authority that we appoint to serve our Cornerstone District. We have been working very hard under the directorship of Alan Stevens to really pick the right people for that board. It is very important with the challenges we have in front of us that we appoint the right people. And I'm proud to say again today I would bring to you for approval Mr. William Luke. He currently works as a VP of Sales for our industrial sector and senior state executive for IBM in Michigan. He has a long years of service with IBM, over 30 years. He was educated in the Wright University. He's a graduate of Michigan State, go Green. He has, IBM is a major presence in the Cornerstone, and we are very grateful that he has accepted the opportunity to serve on our board. As you know, the guidelines say that you must work or live in that district, and as we work on our economic development, we feel that he has the skills and experience to add value to that process. So you have a copy of his application in your package, and Mr. President, I would like to present for the approval of council this appointment. If the body so chooses, his term will run through September 2015.
Mr. President, I would move the appointment of William Luce to the Downtown Development Authority.
Do I have support?
Support.
The motion's been made by Mr. Seibert, supported by Ms. Taylor, that we appoint William Luce to the DDA. Is there any discussion? We prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Now, if you'll have him wait, we have another appointment to make, and we can have them sworn in. Okay. The next item on our agenda is an appointment to the Zoning Board of Appeals. And, Ms. Taylor, would you like to make that presentation?
Yes. Ms. Mia, would you please? Thank you. The Board of Commission would like to present to you, the council and the members here. On the Board of Commissions is myself, Ken Cyber, and Don Scott. And we had an opportunity to interview Ms. Erica Mia the other day, and we welcomed her, and we were very happy to see that she was willing to serve us. Ms. Mia has a bachelor's degree of science in construction management, and just recently completed a master's of science degree in construction management from Eastern Michigan University. She is currently a facilities maintenance manager and has much experience with reading blueprints and reviewing documents, construction materials, design, and engineering procedures for consistency and compliance with building codes and quality control. Ms. Mia desires to use her experience to help her community. If approved by this honorable body, her tenure of service will be effective as indicated through September 25th, 2014.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Move the appointment of Erica Mia to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Support. It's been moved by Mr. Cyber, supported by Mr. Scott, that we approve the appointment to the Zoning Board of Appeals of Ms. Erica Mia. Is there any discussion? Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Madam Clerk, would you please requests for communications. And the first one is Pamela Gerald. If you would come to the microphone, give your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, residents. Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is area code 248-352-9188, and I welcome your call. Remember when I told you guys that the city officials, as well as the newspaper, said that passing that millage was very important and accepting the SAFER grant was depending on that. Here's an article from the Southfield Sun dated March the 3rd. The article says 2 million fire department grant depends on the millage. Now, when I came up here and said that you, Mr. Myers-Frazier, said on April 25th at that meeting that there was a $2.2 million SAFER grant on the line, you outright told me that I was fabricating. Now, if this is not true, why did you not ask the Southfield Sun to retract that statement? It boldly says right here that that grant depended on whether or not the millage passed. That's why I said that this city bamboozled the people. Now, the fire department pretty much paid, and maybe the police department added a little bit, I don't know, and they're here and they can say for sure whether or not it happened. You guys bamboozled the people. You basically sold that millage on a fear tactic. Why? Because you needed that $11 million to balance the budget so that there would not be an emergency financial manager to come in. So people, I want you to see, you were bamboozled. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the advertisements. Please listen to the news. And it basically says here that the city intentionally misled you on that SAFER grant and that millage. The city intentionally used fear tactics to sell you on that millage. The city also had that grant approved in February, and you still used that millage to pass it to say that if you didn't get the millage, they would not accept the grant. Now, we have the grant. The millage passed. What are you going to do now? Once again, people, you were lied to. Don't believe the hype. You were bamboozled, and they sold you again on fear tactics. They told you that 49 firefighters would be laid off and 97 police officers if that millage did not pass. The millage passed. And you say right here on your literature, you're still going to lay them off, whether the millage passed or not. So residents never ever approve a millage unless the millage is specific and residents tell you that it's a good millage. This was not a good millage. This was a millage to cover some of your inappropriate financial decisions that you made that were not in the best interest of the people. People, you will also see tonight how they changed zoning to accommodate projects and not what's in the best interest of the residents. Once again, they were bamboozled. Now, it tells you right here, you have your millage. Are you going to accept the grant? I spoke to you, Mr. Prokowski. I spoke to you, Mr. Frazier. You keep touting about the criteria and how it changes. Now, you can call me a fabricator, and I can accept it because I know otherwise. I don't get up here and say something unless I have the proof. Now, why don't you explain to me, all of these people out here and the voters that are watching, because there is an election coming up in November, tell them what the criteria is. Tell them why you do not want to accept the grant. Remember what Mr. Bassett said? We lack communication. So you have an option, both of you, or anybody on council, with the exception of Mr. Lamb, because he's been in favor of accepting that grant. He supports the firefighters, and it's been that way from day one. Tell us what the criteria is and why you don't want to accept it. Now, how much time do I have? Because I'm going to yield some of my time for you to answer that question if you have the nerve to. And I want to let you know, Mr. Frazier, a lot of people that watch these council meetings said you need to practice what you preach. You talk about this is a business meeting and proper decorum, as I told you at the COW. Latin, decorum. That means proper. So when you want to be proper and you want people to act proper at a decorum, you have to be proper yourself. You have to practice what you preach. And, Madam Clerk, according to Ms. Lori in the mayor's office, they said that this would be your concern. I hope that you guys sign a joint resolution to give to the fire department, because they are the true first responders. And every single special we saw on the 911, when they spoke about first responders, they showed firefighters.
Your 5 minutes are up.
If I could just correct the record, please. I have no idea what Ms. Lori told you, but like I said, for the record, she was incorrect, and we can discuss it at a later date. The city clerk does not have the right to make the decision for the council, Ms. Gerald.
Well, that's
Thank
part
you.
of the problem. You have one department.
Your 5 minutes are up.
You have
Your
another
5 minutes are up.
And the two departments are not together.
Your 5 minutes are up.
They need to observe the standards and get in sync and be about.
I will have you removed from the microphone. Your 5 minutes are up.
You're not gonna have me removed from the microphone, because I'm gonna leave the microphone when I get finished. Thank you very much.
Also, we will not have any demonstration.
Not a demonstration, kind of appreciation.
The one thing that I can say about what just went on is everyone has entitlement to their opinion, but there's only one set of facts.
Well, set the record
And we did
straight.
not hear the facts tonight.
Set the record straight.
The next item, the next person that asked for recognition, Mr. Keeler has asked that we defer his remarks until we have the Lawrence text. So I'm moving to item C, and a request for recognition from Mark Zacks. If you come to the microphone, give your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Zacks, President of the Southfield Police Officers Association. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, through the chair, on September 13th, you were sent an email from myself, and I will summarize this email in attempting so the citizens can understand. This letter was addressed, first of all, 2 specific points regarding retirees from our department. Most of all, at the points of there was approximately there was 5 officers who retired, including Officer Uriel Vincent. Officer Uriel Vincent put in over 21 years as a police officer with the city of Southfield. All the officers were presented on that date with their retirement badges and identification cards in accordance with policy PR 5.01, which states retirement badges shall be issued, not may, but shall be issued. This is a fact presented in our policies. This was changed by Deputy Chief Brian Gerald, who decided at his discretion, and his discretion only, not to issue Officer Uriel Vincent a badge or an ID card due to the reason of Officer Vincent did not turn in his flashlight in a timely manner. Officer Vincent's flashlight was purchased out of his clothing allowance for contractual items. This has been done in the past on numerous occasions and has never had a problem. No officer in the history of the Southfield Police Department has ever been denied a ID badge or an ID card or retirement badge. This is a direct policy violation of our department. As always, in connection with the policy violation, the department conducts an investigation and corrective action is taken. The Southfield Police Officers Association has requested, as in the email that I sent to you, that since we have no chief of police and no one to control Deputy Chief Zero's action, that the City Council appoint or direct an internal investigation and it be completed. Secondly, this is from the Mayor and the City Council, an ongoing unfair labor practice that's occurring in the police department. As you are aware, we are in contract negotiations and have been for some time. As recently as September 16th, Acting Chief Gerald approached 2 members of our bargaining unit and stated, "You should take the deal the city is offering you. It's not going to get any better than this." This action by a member of the City of Southfield management team is not only unacceptable, but a complete disregard for the collective bargaining process. This is not the first time that Acting Chief Gerald has stated these things to our members of the bargaining unit. Ship representatives have documented 2 previous times when comments such as this have been made. It's gotten to the point where our association has contacted our parent association, Police Officers Association of Michigan, and the legal staff has been notified. Action not be taken immediately. A complaint will be lodged with the Michigan Employment Relations Commission. This letter was sent to all of you on September 13th, 2011, and I received no response until 8 days later, on September 21st. On September 21st at 8:30 a.m., I submitted a notice that I wanted to be heard at this council meeting. And miraculously, at 4:45 p.m., I received a one-line response to that, stating that it would be investigated. Only after I served notice on this board that I was going to be here at this meeting, did I receive a one-line response from Mr. Shred. On September 23rd, it was agreed that Officer Vincent would receive his retirement ID badge and identification. There was no mention in this email of the unfair labor practice being investigated, no mention of any investigation of policy violation, no mention of anything of the letters. I received no response from anybody on this board. There was no mention of the harassment, no mention of any type of unfair labor practice. Additionally, there's also a letter that I will present through the chair to the council, and copies of the council. If I may approach.
Take this to the clerk.
This letter was sent to Mr. Shred on September 12th, 2011, regarding Officer Cameron Eggleston, that we have a last step acknowledgement of a grievance procedure going to arbitration. Once again, Deputy Chief Gerald has decided arbitrarily he's going to move Cameron Eggleston out of the Detective Bureau. We notified Mr. Shred of the Step 3 process and offered 3 arbitrators in order to avoid joining the Arbitration Association. Still, we have received no response. Once again, no response from the city, no response on investigation, no response from the city, no response to me. I have not appeared in front of this board in 10 years. I've been the president of the Police Officers Association for approximately 14 and a half years. I haven't been here in 10 years. I can't believe that I would have to write a letter to get some type of response from anybody on this board, for somebody to at least talk to me, tell me what's going on. I can't believe that a 21-year veteran of this department should be robbed of his badge and identification card. I can't
Your
believe
5 minutes are up.
Excuse me, sir.
Your 5 minutes
I
are up.
understand my 5 minutes are up, and I will sit down, but I can't believe that we can take more time to learn things.
Well, your 5 minutes are up.
Talk to the officers in this department.
Your 5 minutes are up.
You have 15 to 20 members. You're really going to make me sit down?
Yes. Your 5 minutes are up. You're
That's right.
tonight.
That's right. Go ahead, Mr. Mack.
This is our
Go ahead, Mr. Mack. That's right.
We're talking about officers here.
Is this agreeable item yours? And you're the president of the union. Is this agreeable item?
I'm not talking about
It's an agreeable item.
I am not speaking about the grievance.
It's an agreeable item.
He is retired now, so it is not agreeable
Agreeable
item.
item?
It is not agreeable item, sir. He is retired now. I cannot represent an individual who is now retired. I'm not here representing him on behalf of a grievance. I am here representing him as a police officer for the city of Southfield, as the president of the union, not as a police officer, as the president of the association. Let me clarify that. I am here as the Police Officers Association president, and I'm here to tell you that our department right now is under the worst morale we've ever been in. An officer has never been deprived of this, and I'm here to against the council.
Your 5 minutes are up. Your 5 minutes are up. I will take a polling of the head.
You've given people more
The,
time.
Mr. Steinberg? 5 minutes are up. Mr.
You
Evans?
have got to be kidding me.
Yes, you can speak 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm going to give him a couple more minutes. Mr. President, not to undermine you, but this is the first time that we've had this kind of a overture to council, especially when the stories have said that we received letters which we did not. And we did not receive any communications from this at all. And I'd like to have a copy that came to me if you have one. Well, I just want to clear things up. And those are our copies back and yelling. This is a respectable, structural business. We are running a council meeting, and all those clapping and screaming and yelling really don't do us much good. We really don't listen to it. And we want respect when you come into these chambers, as much as anybody else. We give the respect back to you. And you want to holler, go out the street, cause a disturbance, I get you arrested. Right?
Ms. Seymour? Mr. Lane? Sure.
Well, I want to say something. This is not something just to be brought up to the window of people. When people sign up to appear under the communications portion of the agenda, they are told that they will have 5 minutes. And while I respect Mr. Jackson and known him for a long time, we can't just allow different people because they need more time. They really are told they have 5 minutes. So we can make an exception, but then people that come in and say 5 minutes isn't enough, and they want to continue, they've made an agreement when they signed up. So I'm going to make...
Madam, Mr. Chairman, let me just, after looking at this, it's not addressed to me. If my name is on it, it's not addressed to me. It's not addressed to my email. And those are the 2 ways in which you can communicate to me, or in person.
And I have not seen the letter at all.
It was addressed to all the council people and all the elected officials in the city.
Where was it
Mr.
sent?
Shred.
Where was it sent?
It should be in the top line.
Was it sent to me?
All right. Mr. Lance?
Okay. I would allow him 5 minutes
Third person.
for the simple reason.
My email was in there one time. Where's the email? How did you get it? I don't get that. When is mayor one time? Mr. Speaker, let me speak.
Now, can I say something?
Mr. Lance?
I would give them 5 minutes. These are our police officers, our police department. They didn't get their grievance settled otherwise, and we're the last function for them to get their grievance settled.
Actually, it's, Mr. Surratt is where it should be going. The issue should, and that's what I intended to do.
All right.
After his 5 minutes was refer to Mr. Surratt to resolve.
This is not something that 7 people sat at a council meeting and tried to resolve. No, he's not trying to resolve it. He's
Well,
giving us more information.
That's right.
And we can help resolve it.
That's right.
So you wanted to have more time?
Yes.
That's right.
Ms. Pierce?
Okay, a couple of things. First, I did receive the letter, because I did read it, but I did not contact, you, because as a council, we come together and we talk about it, and then we get back with you. I did read the letter. I was expecting that we, as a council, would have some discussion, and then we get back with you. So, that's that. No, I don't agree that you should have additional time at this time, because we have procedures and policy, and we talk about this all the time. Our residents come here in 5 minutes to 5 minutes. Our police are important, our residents are important, our children, our business, everybody is important. But it is 5 minutes. I'm a union person. I have been in your shoes. What you knew when you came here, there was 5 minutes. But what we do owe you, we owe you us addressing your issues. I don't think that should be right now. I think it is a mistake. If we make exceptions at this time, I think that we can get back with you. Let us discuss it. I got your letter. I read it. So I don't know about anybody else, but I got it. So that's what I would say. I would say no to a different time, but let us get back with you, and not a month from now, but soon. And that's it.
Mr. Sever?
I'd like to address Mr. Sever. I got your email. I have never gotten involved in employee issues not that I'm, and certainly Uriel Benson I have worked directly with for last 5, 10 years, whatever his service was at Southfield High School. On the surface, I think he deserves his badge, but it's not my place to get involved in that. There's a standard procedure for how things are addressed. To me, this was a grievable issue. I did not realize until you just told me that you can't represent him because he's crossed over into retirement. But I hope that Mr. Charette will give you an answer.
Through the chair, if I may, I'd like to agree with Officer Sachs on a couple of points. Number one, I did meet with retired Officer Uriel Benson, and in light of the fact that he has served this community with distinction for 21 years, including the fact that he was a school liaison officer, which is an extremely important, sensitive position, and therefore I did meet with retired Officer Benson. We had a couple of hour discussion this week, and I did then have that badge returned, and so that matter has been resolved. The contacts that were made, we do not believe with regard to the contracts and discussions, we do not believe they rise to an unfair labor practice. Nonetheless, they are not desirable communication, and the person involved, the officer, has voluntarily agreed that there will be no more contacts of that nature, that people will be directed to their appropriate union representatives. So in that regard, we've addressed that matter as well.
The policy violation also, Mr. Shred, that was addressed in the letter, if I may, through the chair, to Mr. Shred, any of our officers that violate a policy, immediately there's a process that takes place. An informational is directed. In other words, an officer initiates a written report. This is demanded by policy also. The policy, as I stated, states a department member shall receive a badge and an identification card. The policy was violated. There has been no investigation. There has been no internal investigation. There has been nothing done as far as any disciplinary action for violation of policy. Now, if this was one of my members of my association, immediately an investigation would have been done, and should there have been disciplinary action, we have 5 levels of discipline. First being a written verbal warning, which is reduced to writing, which is the lowest level of discipline. My question to you is, sir, is if our officers are subject to discipline on the road, why would a deputy chief not be subject to the same discipline for policy violations?
Through the chair, if I may. Sure. We will consult with the appropriate persons, and we will do what should be done under the circumstances.
Additionally, the final issue that I have left before you is the final last letter regarding the arbitration procedure with Detective Eggleston being arbitrarily reduced to back to the rank patrolman with a 6% pay loss. We've sent a letter off to you dated on the date that you have in front of you. I do have a copy. Dated September 12th regarding the picking of an arbitrator. Nobody's been back to us. Time limits have been violated. We need to move on with this. This individual's life is basically being put on hold because of the fact of the matter is that it rests in your hands, sir. And I hate to bring these things to attention, but nobody seems to want to listen to me until I get on my council agenda. And if I have to do this from now on every month or every other 2 weeks to get somebody's attention, that's what I have to do. I have been a president, as I said, 14 years, ladies and gentlemen, honorable chair and mayor. And like I said, I've been here one time in 14 years, and that was a long, long time ago. But right now, our department is in a place where we need some direction. The individual who is providing this misdirection needs to be dealt with. We have some issues that need to be resolved in the department, and we need to take care of some issues that are currently going on. Hawaiian flag that says an all-American city, it's one of the most proud moments of an officer's life.
We've extended your time beyond the 2 minutes.
Whatever you want, whatever you
We've
want to
heard your
do.
case.
Whatever you want to do.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a request for recognition from Fred Bunker. If you come to the microphone, give your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes.
Fred Bunker, 24201 Garner. I was met with a variety of, I felt a little bit like verbal abuse when
Get closer to the microphone.
when I appeared here last, when I was brought back to the podium several times to be commented to, and Mr. Lance took a particularly hard stand describing a little history here as he started and talked about how the Indians came and cut down trees and turned my house, my home, into worthless in the middle of a sewer. My house is not worthless, Mr. Lance. It's priceless. It's my home. You turned it into a sewer. Were you part of a council that voted to install sewers on Garner? Yes or no? For the permanent record, for the unabbreviated minutes through the chair.
Mr. Bunker, you want to make your
Answer my question. Yes or no?
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm asking if you voted to install sewers on Garner in 2002 to enable a charter school to be built.
But don't question me, Mr.
I am questioning
I'm
you.
your friend.
You're not my friend. You call my house worthless?
I'm going to take your medication.
Can you, is there anybody here who can recommend this man not insult me personally? While I come to defend my home, Mayor Lawrence, can you ask this man not to attack my mental health?
Would you please make your comments through the chair? Mr. Lance, would you make your comments through the chair? Would you both please try to be professional and courteous to each other?
I moved to Southfield to a 2-acre bowling alley lot. My wife and I worked the property. We reestablished an organic garden. We had a 2-acre Eden, an ideal, an altruistic idea of how people could live on 2 acres. And then this city, meticulously, and one Mr. Cyber, after another Mr. Frazier, after another Mr. Lance, council members voted to install a sewer system. Not a storm sewer, as Nick Banda promised would save the Rouge, but a sewer system that would allow construction of a very, very large charter school. There's no way a charter school could ever have been built on Garner without the sewer system you voted to install. For the permanent record, you voted to install a sewer system the charter school couldn't have been built without.
Let's make things in order. Let's make things in order.
Why was the sewer system?
Sewer system west of Telegraph, which cost us $7 million, and I objected to it.
You voted for it.
No.
It was a 7-0 approval.
It was west of Telegraph. We didn't know where it
Garner
was
Street.
but west of Telegraph.
Mr. President, the rule that was adopted by this body was that during a public hearing, there would be 5 minutes for the public to address the council.
Keeps interrupting.
Just a minute, and then after that 5 minutes is up, the council could respond to that. I think it would add order if you would direct your remarks to the council president.
The chair.
And Mr. Lance will have his time, once you complete, to make your remarks.
For the permanent record, for the unabbreviated minutes, through the chair, Mr. Frazier, did you vote to install a sewer system on Garner capable of handling the sewage created by a charter school? Yes or no?
I can't answer that question because I haven't seen the minutes. If I see the minutes, I will.
Where did the charter school hook up for the sewers when they built the sewers?
I don't know because.
You don't know? You don't
I'm
live
not
a block away.
I'm not in the public.
I live in a house overlooking the building location.
You're running out of time.
I am, so I'm saying as much as I can, so you can refute the factual information I'm providing about what this city did to turn my property worthless. You're
no respect at all did you show me. And then you told me how it's gonna be. And how then you voted down the Beechwoods Hamlet zoning, could have cleared that whole area, and we all would have left there with money in our pockets, not this grubbing that we have to live with, these thousands of Wayne County, by the way, users of Oakland County subsidized sewers. It's all Wayne County children using these sewers. Who in Oakland County is benefiting from the sewer installation that was approved when Nick Banda, like that?
Mr. Lance?
The true story now is this. When Mr. Volkinich was the head of the building department in the city of Southfield, he came to us, the council, and said, let's install a sewer system and water, city water on west of Telegraph, which meant the whole area west of Telegraph, not only his home, every business, everybody. Those who wanted to check in and tap in, it would cost $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, whatever, because the wells were failing. So we had to build a sewer system, and the council went along with it. Not particularly his home, everybody. Now the gentleman comes in and attacks me. Sure, I voted to put the sewer system in for the people to get city water and not contaminated the well water. Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a request for recognition from Richard Meltzer. If you'd come to the microphone, give your name and address for the record, you have 5 minutes.
Before you start the clock, Mr. Frazier, I suggest you go take a deep breath.
pricing where the cost of electricity increases during peak hours. This will affect the elderly, sick, retired, and unemployed who are home at that time. Now let's remember asbestos, pesticide, DDT, lead in gasoline and paint, cigarettes, and many more. These are presumed to be unquestionably safe for many years. We don't want to make a similar mistake now. In Southfield, our next step is to take up the topic of smart meters at the next legislative committee meeting. Once a resolution is crafted, it is hoped the council will fully support it and have Southfield join the growing list of other concerned communities that are adhering to the precautionary principle by taking a slow, cautious approach to what has been shown to be an at-risk technology. I thank the council and city officials for their attention to this matter, and if I have just a moment, I would like to add for people who may be viewing and have not yet had their meters switched, that they can try to abate that at their homes by calling BTE subcontractor Utility Partners of America, and their phone number is 877-241-4922. Thank you again.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a request for recognition by Stephanie English. You come to the microphone, give your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Stephanie English, 28735 San Carlos, Southfield, Michigan, 48076. I actually had a longer, and this probably won't take 5 minutes. I am actually coming up to speak in terms of the decorum that is held at these meetings. I am concerned because I've been council watching since 2008, and I have to admit that I do observe and witness rude and marginalizing and condescending behavior from certain council members, our president, the current and past, if it seems that the meetings are not going precisely as they wanted to go. This is going to be a rare occurrence, but I cite the conflict between the current council president and Pam Gerald as a major distraction that isn't being handled at the highest level of diplomacy or emotional intelligence that it should be handled. I know that it is hard to handle difficult citizens and customers of Southfield who come to the mic. You need to be quiet and learn here. I'm going to speak in your behalf if you need to be quiet. Even though she may not handle the mic time appropriately, I believe Ms. Gerald is being marginalized in person and marginalized behind her back to department heads, city employees, and others. This type of marginalization and discrimination shouldn't be done overtly or covertly to any citizen. When the behavior is done by council members, some department heads may also feel it's okay to marginalize citizens or ignore their concerns. I have to admit that even though I try to act professional, I try to contribute viable, cost-contained, time-contained recommendations and suggestions here at the mic, I do feel that sometimes I'm not liked or regarded by certain council people currently serving council. So it doesn't matter if I come correct. This evening was a good example, and I'm going off of my letter that I intentionally had, of who sometimes gets the waiver in favor when they come to the mic. Councilwoman Garrison was correct in trying to hold down the rules. Our Mayor Lawrence was very eloquent in trying to be diplomatic to just tame the beast that we have to always know is going to come around with this conflict. My recommendation to the council is that you be intelligent, just like what's happening in Washington between Obama and the Republicans. They take their stuff behind closed doors. Obama will take Bonner out to play golf. He'll do whatever he needs to do to make sure that the business gets handled. My recommendation here to avoid these distractions is to take Ms. Gerald in closed chambers, hear her concerns, have high emotional intelligence, high diplomacy, and figure out what it is so that it can tame her. I'm asking Ms. Gerald for the same courtesy that she actually accept any invitation for diplomacy, call it a daytime, call it whatever peacemaking action that has to be made so that this is cleared up. It's been going on too long. I do believe it is a manageable opportunity to get it all handled, to get it settled behind closed doors so that this distraction is completely completely eradicated. Because the trickle-down theory does work in management. If you marginalize her, you can marginalize me. You can marginalize any other person that comes with a diverse or opposing opinion here at the mic. So I'm asking for the highest emotional intelligence, the highest diplomacy, and I believe that it should be a trickle-down theory here. That the best example that I'm looking for as a resident to eradicate these distractions is for you guys to invite her in, hear her concern, and perhaps this will be tamed. I'm just asking for it to be a consideration. I believe that it can work, and I'm asking Ms. Gerald to be open-minded, to be fair, and not combative, intentionally combative, so that this can be eradicated and go away.
I agree.
The next item on the agenda is a request for recognition from Uriel Vinson.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor, City Administrator James Surratt. Uriel Benson, 24464 Bird Road. First of all, I'm here, I'm the police officer that you're talking about. This is real emotional for me because
That's all right.
I've been a resident of the city of Southfield since 1982. Went to school here, graduated here, and been on the police department since for 21 and a half years. On August 24th, I retired, and I was told the following week that I would not be given my retirement badge and identification. This has caused a great emotional strain for me, for my family, and also has affected me financially. As some of you might not know, as a retired police officer, you can go and work, you can get a CPL so you can work, and you have the same exemptions as law enforcement officers. Due to the fact that I had not received that at that time, I was unable to take some of these opportunities. I would like to say, I want to thank Mr. Surratt. I did meet with him for 2 hours on Thursday, and he has rectified this matter at this time. But the reason I'm here today is not for me. I'm retired. I'm still a resident of the city, and I'm going to be for years to come. The problem I have with this whole situation is, on one of the proudest days of my life, when I decided to become a police officer, and I was sworn in here in front of this council, that opportunity of the second proudest day of my life was denied to me. And it's very emotional. Now, a lot of people are afraid to come in front of council, and I just want to make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else.
That's all right. We're behind you. We're behind you.
All I can say is that, please, someone, this decision was made by one of our acting deputy chiefs, and it has been rectified, but I just want to make sure this doesn't happen again. Thank you for your time. Thanks for allowing me to speak on the record.
When this was brought to my attention, Mr. Surratt and I have talked about this, and the whole policy is going to be reviewed by the Police Department Policy Review Committee, so that we will clear up any misunderstandings so that things like this don't happen in the future. So it's unfortunate, and I apologize that it did happen to you, but we're going to try and take care of it. Sometimes you find a weakness in the system at the worst possible time, and this may have been the worst possible time, but we're going to review that policy and strengthen it so it doesn't happen. Thank you.
Before you leave,
Yes.
Mr. President, I want to personally acknowledge, as we have, other officers. And one of the things that happened that was extremely, it's just a side effect,
him as a person. As it is a tradition, the badge is presented at the retirement celebration and family attendance. He has not been given that honor. I would ask this city and this administration to allow him the opportunity to have a retirement celebration like everyone else. His family can attend and it be presented to him. And I want to personally say, on behalf of your service and all the other police officers who have served our city and retired, that I do honor you and respect you. And thank you for standing up and letting us know that.
I work closely with your and he's been a fine officer. He did a great job at Southfield High School, and I agree with the mayor that he should be afforded his moment with his family and friends and colleagues, and conferring his retirement badge. He's been a good officer.
Absolutely, and I would work with the retired officer, Vincent, to do this the way you want it done, where you want it done, how you want it done. I appreciate the fact you took 2 hours. I know it's painful to explain it all to me, but you were effective, and I understood it, and that's why we took the action we took. Thank you very much.
About an apology.
Thank you.
About an apology.
Next item on our agenda is our consent agenda. And I will go through, we have consent agenda items.
Mr. President, before we move to the presentation, ladies and gentlemen who are here in this body, there are certain expectations, and I've heard it tonight, of how this council conducts themselves. We are seeing displays of lack of stability in our federal government all the way down. We are elected, we're human beings. If it wasn't for an election, we would be sitting in the same seat you're in. And it is important, and I will say this again, that we work together. It does not solve the issue when it's us against them. Sitting here, I am a resident of the city. Every decision that's made or policy that is made here affects me as well. But I'm elected by you to sit here as your mayor. These are your elected officials. And we must, and I'm pleading, that we have the ability to have a meeting without jeering, without shouts being made out. It does not yield to democracy. You coming to this mic and having an opportunity, which is your right, to address this council is truly your right, and I will fight for that right. But when there's yelling from the audience and jeering and shouting, that doesn't yield to the process. And I fight hard to be, and it's not easy getting beat up sometimes, but sometimes I need to hear. But I try to be respectful. I think it's very hard for you to find anyone that I'm disrespectful to intentionally. And if I do it, and I find out that you're offended, I try to apologize for that. But we have a lot of business to take care of, and we must work together. And I'm asking for the professionalism in this building. And please come to the mic. If you have something to say, catch us when we can't leaving out. You can write us, email us, call us, come to this meeting, however you want to do it. And if it's not right, come tell us, so that, we can hear you, because that council has to make decisions. But I'm really asking, and I am pleading with this public body, when you come here, let's conduct ourselves as Southfield residents. And if you are shouting out, what does that add, except for it creates an environment of hostility? It puts people on the defense instead of us working together. And I'm proud to be a Southfield resident, and I want to continue to be proud of that. And if our children are watching this, and they're sitting in a meeting, are we telling them that they should yell out and talk out of turn and not follow the rules? I don't think so. So I'm just asking that, and if you want to talk to me about what I'm saying, I feel free, I'm open to hearing that. But I'm saying this out of respect to you, and out of taking on my role as a public servant and being your elected official. Let's get the business done. Let's deal with those tough issues, so let's do it in a professional, thoughtful manner. Thank you very much. And that goes to our council as well.
Thank you,
I'm
Mayor.
not talking to all of us.
The next item on our agenda is our consent agenda. First of all, are there any items that anyone wants to have removed? Mr. Lance? CAC. Okay. Is there any other item that we wish to have removed before I read the text of what we're going to talk about? Hearing no other suggestions. Item A is authorization for the mayor, city clerk, and the emergency management director to sign the necessary documents to renew the annual operations grant from the Department of Homeland Security in the amount of $17,253, which funds approximately 1/3 of the emergency management budget. This item was reviewed at the September 19th committee of the whole meeting. Item B is extension of a contract with Motor City Electric Technologies through December 31st, 2011, to complete the installation and staff training related to the SCADA system, which monitors the pumps, motors, and generators to provide instant notification to public works staff of any malfunction within the city sewer system. This extension does not involve additional funding, it simply gives us more time to get the job done. This matter was reviewed at the September 19th committee of the whole meeting. Funds are provided for this purpose in the water and sewer appropriation. Item D is the bid award of Johnson Lithograph of Romulus, Michigan, in the amount of $27,310.50 for printing of the 2011 annual report and 2012 city calendar. The city annual report calendar has won several awards over the years, including a first place award for our 2011 report calendar from the City, County Communications, and Marketing Association. Funds are provided in the 2011-2012 Community Relations budget for this purpose.
Chairman?
Mr. Perkowski?
Chairman, I move the consent agenda with the exception of CAC.
Support. It's been moved by Mr. Perkowski and supported by Ms. Seymour that we approve consent agenda items A, B, and D. Is there any other discussion? Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Mr. Lance, you asked that item C be pulled. Would you like to, read it? Sure, I'll read it. Item C is authorization for major repairs to the police indoor firearms training facility, with recommended contractor being Action Target of Provo, Utah, in the not to exceed amount of $61,600 to complete the entire project. Said project is to be under the superintendent control of the Southfield Building Authority. Funds are available with the police department budget for this purpose. This matter was reviewed at the September 12th committee of the whole meeting.
All right, I'll take it.
Okay?
I have some concerns about the firearms training facility that we have in our city on our property. We have this firing range here ever since the city started, I'm assuming, right?
I don't know. We haven't always had it here, but
Along comes a private company about 4 or 5 years ago.
2001. Oh, are you referring to the
new firearm, the new facility on Beach and 8 Mile.
Okay, that is a company with the same name, but it has no relationship to this.
No, I know, that's the reason. I know. What I'm concerned about, I find, well, the training facility here cannot be used for training. And I want to know how long it has been out of use. Does anybody know the answer?
It's the
we also have to provide instruction. And the majority of these locations require, under their rules for different cities, that we provide several instructors, whether it be the officers and the supervisor, 2 officers and the supervisor, but there are requirements that they have for them, which is an additional cost as well.
Who pays for that?
The city pays for that, sir.
It does?
Yes.
And we couldn't use the facility we have for everything that you just stated, that we use outside?
If our facility is up and running, that would be our absolute plan,
All right.
to utilize it for that.
All right, it was out of use now for 4 or 5 months, you
That's
said?
correct.
Before that it was used.
That's correct.
So why did they still go out to the private firearm company?
I don't understand the question. As far as are different officers going to different locations, or?
Why do our officers use the outside companies to practice and not our facility here?
Right now, they're not able to utilize our facility.
I know.
I know. That's the question you asked.
Did they use it before?
Pardon me, sir?
Did they use it before?
Use our facility?
Yeah.
Yes, they have.
So
Absolutely.
why did I always see that at the Beach and Eight facility? And who paid for that?
We're not training anybody at the beach facility right now, sir. We don't utilize that right now for training.
You don't train there?
No, sir, we do not.
And I've been seeing Keystone Cops there.
I don't know what you've been seeing, sir, but I can tell you 100%.
I was there, I saw myself.
They may be there shopping, that's one of our vendors we use for our clothing allowance purchases, but we are not currently now, nor have we in the past, utilized that facility for training.
And I don't know what I'm talking about.
I didn't say that, sir. I'm just answering the question that you asked.
I was there.
I'm not debating that. Mr. Lance, I'm not debating if you were at that location. You asked me directly, if I'm right now, in charge of any training. I can tell you, I do know. I answered, I said, we're not utilizing that facility for any training, sir.
Let me ask this question.
Yes, sir.
Has the city paid for any training at the location that Mr. Lance is talking
To
about?
my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay, so if the police officers are there, they're on their own time or spending their own money for being there, other than if they're there for selecting clothing, did you say it was?
That's correct, sir. That's one of the preferred vendors in the city that we do use.
For clothing?
That's correct. Okay. Holsters, that type of thing, equipment.
But they didn't train there.
No, sir.
I must have been seeing the cloud.
I'm not saying you did see it, sir. I'm just telling you, we have not had a training there at all.
All right. That answers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Mr. Cassie,
no objection, I'll move CAC.
do I have a support? Support. It's been moved by Mr. Cassie, supported by Ms. Seymour, that we approve item CAC. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next item on our agenda is our public hearings. And, Mr. Crowe, if you would like to work us through those.
Through the chair, as you recall, on August 22nd, this council held a public hearing on the amendment to the future land use map with regard to changing from moderate density single family to medical education institution. Part and parcel to that request, tonight we're holding a public hearing on ZR 1310, which is a rezoning request of UHS on behalf of the Illinois Technical University to rezone from R4 single family residential to ERO Education Research Office. If that rezoning is approved by this council, we are also considering a site plan SP 1283 for a proposed 151 room dorm and a 51,614 gross square foot two-story building. For the sake of discussion, I'd like to respectfully request that we do a presentation on all three items. A brief video presentation, then there will be an introduction from representatives of Lawrence Tech, and we have a PowerPoint presentation for their professionals to go through the projects, and then we can hold a public hearing and respond to questions.
Okay.
Section 5.59, Comprehensive Master Plan Procedure, Chapter 45, Zoning Ordinance, for moderate density single-family, medical, or educational institutions to plan for future expansion of Lawrence Technological University. The property is located at 21222 West 10 Mile Road, east of Circle Drive, and north of 10 Mile Road between Northwestern Highway and Circle Drive in Section 22 of the city. The subject parcels, as well as the parcels to the west, are shown as moderate density single-family residential on the future land use map. The properties to the north, east, and south are shown as medical educational institutions. The site contains 16.5 acres of land with 585 feet of frontage on 10 Mile Road and a depth of 1,705 feet. Issues considered by the Planning Department during the review of the Master Plan Amendment request were: the amendment has been thoroughly studied by the Planning Commission at their Planning Commission study meetings. The amendment will serve to guide and coordinate decisions on new development and redevelopment, will assist in the review of development proposals to confirm they meet the goals and strategies of the plan, and provide a basis for amendments to the zoning ordinance and the zoning map. The amendment will provide for any future expansion of Lawrence Technological University. Rezoning request of UHS on behalf of the owner, Lawrence Technological University, to rezone property from R4 single-family residential to ERO Education Research Office. The property is located at 21222 West 10 Mile Road, east of Circle Drive, and north of 10 Mile Road between Northwestern Highway and Circle Drive in Section 22 of the city. The subject properties, as well as the properties to the west, are zoned R4 single-family residential. The properties to the north, east, and south are zoned ERO Education Research Office. With regard to the existing land uses, the subject properties, as well as the properties to the west, are vacant or developed with single-family homes fronting on Circle Drive. The properties to the north, east, and south are developed with various buildings associated with the Lawrence Technological University campus. The total acreage of the properties proposed for rezoning to ERO Education Research Office is 9.92 acres of land. The rezoning will allow for the future redevelopment of the property by LTU. The property contains 67.5 feet of frontage along 10 Mile Road and 955.3 feet of frontage along Circle Drive. Issues considered by the Planning Department during the review of the rezoning were: the proposed rezoning to ERO Education Research Office will allow the petitioner to redevelop the property with new land uses compatible with the abutting existing development. The proposed rezoning will not have adverse effects upon any of the adjoining zonings or land uses. Owner, Lawrence Technological University, for the construction of a new student dormitory. The property is located at 21222 West 10 Mile Road, east of Circle Drive, and north of 10 Mile Road between Northwestern Highway and Circle Drive in Section 22 of the city. The subject properties, as well as the properties to the west, are zoned R4 single-family residential. The properties to the north, east, and south are zoned ERO Education Research Office. With regard to the existing land uses, the subject properties, as well as the properties to the west, are vacant or developed single-family homes fronting Circle Drive. The properties to the north, east, and south are developed with various buildings associated with the Lawrence Technological University campus. The site contains a total of 5.73 acres of land, with 615.42 feet of frontage on Circle Drive, and depth ranging from 250 to 449 feet. Issues considered by the Planning Department during the review of the site plan were: landscape and setback requirements of the ERO Education Research Office zoning district. The petitioner is to combine lots 23 through 25 of Supervisor's Plat of M.J. Murphy Orchard Estate with the parent LTU parcel through application with the assessor Assessing Department. The petitioner is to implement the recommendations made by the Southfield Police Department's Crime Prevention Bureau regarding site security.
At this time, I'd like to invite the representatives of Lawrence Tech to make a brief introduction, and then we will pull up the PowerPoint presentation for the audience and viewing audience on cable.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Louis Walker, and I'm president of Lawrence Technological University, and I will speak first. And I just want to say that we have a long heritage of progress in working with the city of Southfield since we came to Southfield in the mid-1950s. We've been partners in economic development and cooperation since that time in 1955. And our students have been active in this community from day one, building relationships with Southfield children, helping citizens, retailers, businesses, and professional organizations. In 1958, our College of Architecture and Design helped the city officials design the City of Southfield corporate seal, which we see right here in front of us. In the 1950s, Lawrence Tech helped the city develop zoning areas to improve economic development and house headquarters such as Bendix and Eaton. And I like to think that we were a part from the very beginning of that transition from rural agricultural roots to a thriving suburban dynamic enterprise that Southfield is today. In the 1980s, our College of Management did a study and it found that Lawrence Tech students, faculty, and staff spent more than $11 million on goods and services in Southfield. In today's dollars, with over 600 full-time and part-time faculty, staff and administrators, and 4,500 students, that translates to well over $33 million annually, or $635,000 per week, and we think that is a conservative estimate. Since 2003, we've brought in nearly $21 million in research funds, mostly from the federal government, that have been spent here in Southfield. We have 1,250 alums living and or working in Southfield. 650 of those live and partially work in Southfield. And now we have students from 43 different countries on our campus and 30 states at this time. Nearly 650 international students are there. We need to expand and grow, and we have plans to attract more students from out of state, and internationally. And this brings more young professionals into the city of Southfield who will live and spend money here. It is good for business, it's good for Southfield. And we need to expand our housing now to make that happen, and that's why these requests are being made. So, thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else from?
Hi, my name is Kevin Finn, Senior Student at Lawrence Technological University, and I wanted to report back on items we discussed at the last meeting that I attended over a few weeks ago. It was for the mayor and the council's request that we bring our residents, our students who live on Circle Drive, to have a barbecue and meet the residents on Circle Drive who are not Lawrence Tech students. And we did accomplish that last Thursday. I, over the last week, took both Saturday and Wednesday to go to each house, drop off an invitation, talk to the residents who wanted to speak with me at that point. They also got a chance last Thursday, those who were in attendance, the residents were able to make it, and to meet our president, our architect, Joe Reiser, myself, as well as our students. And it was a very good evening. I know there were some residents there that maybe see the issues a little differently than how we do. However, there was good dialogue, and I think the one thing that I was very proud of was the way our students represented themselves. We had every student that lived on Circle Drive in attendance with the exception of one who had an exam that night. So it was a pretty good excuse. And we will continue that. My own reflection was some dialogue that we need to continue no matter what happens here tonight. And we will continue to make sure that our neighbors who live on Circle Drive continue to interact with our students, but also become more of a part of the different things that are happening, the exciting things that are happening on our campus. I also want you to know, since student behaviors were brought up, I want you to know that I have met with those students who live on Circle Drive now on 3 different occasions since
we work in 25-year increments in doing our master planning. And that's an ambitious 25, because it's a 25 that doesn't always match what our pocketbook says we can do. So it's an ongoing change and evolution in the thinking process. It's a difference in the funding process. So it's a 25-year plan that just keeps moving forward, forward, forward over time. And anyone who has seen the properties that we own would recognize that in acquiring 18 over all of these years, that our effort is to eventually someday own all the properties that we today call Southfield. So with that, we want to know also that we've done everything we could to try to be attentive to the needs of the community. We've tried to be good neighbors, always in the past, and are continuing even with the project that you're seeing tonight. So with that, we come back to Mr. Crowley, and then the consultant that we have, JPRA, will come forward and present the project.
Thank you. Through the chair, we going to bring the screen down for the PowerPoint presentation. Just going to, again, do a brief introduction of what's being considered tonight and then turn it over to the professional staff. One of the items that came up at our last public hearing was a question of what properties that Lawrence Tech currently owns. And all the properties that are shown in blue have been identified as being owned by Lawrence Tech University. The area that we're considering tonight for a master plan amendment from moderate density, single-family residential to medical educational institution is highlighted by the solid red line here. The dashed red line just indicates very loosely Lawrence Tech's 25-year plan in the future for possible expansion. But for tonight's purposes, we're only considering what we could call a phase 1 amendment to the master plan. Also tonight, public hearing specifically being held is for a rezoning request from R4 single family to ERO Education Research Office. Again, the property that's being considered for the rezoning is indicated in red. I'm sorry, this is the master plan amendment. This is the rezoning request, which is slightly smaller than the master plan because these three properties are currently zoned ERO, but the property that's being considered for rezoning is shown here. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Newman, who will take us through the rest of the presentation. And at the conclusion of the presentation, we turn it back over to the chair for opening of the public hearing.
Good evening. My name is Sue Newman with JPRA Architects, and I will walk you through a brief description of the siting of the building, and then turn it over to my colleagues to discuss the site amenities and the design of the building. To orient you on the campus, the campus is bounded at the south by 10 Mile Road, on the east by the Northwestern Service Drive, and then the north by Civic Center Drive. There are two existing housing buildings on the campus. One called Student Housing South, which is at the south side of 10 Mile, and the second one is Student Housing North, which is adjacent to what I'll refer to as Central Campus. Central Campus consists of the majority of the academic buildings that the students use for classes. In siting this building, we thought it was important to build some connectivity to Central Campus, which is right here, where all the classrooms are, to the North Housing Building, so that we can promote shared open space for recreational uses between the two housing buildings. And thirdly, to promote connectivity to the community with an extension of a pedestrian walkway up to a bike path that will be built with this project that will connect to the Gateway Project, the Community Gateway Project. In the future, there will be an extension to that bike path that will take you down along the service drive all the way to 10 Mile Road. Additionally, it was important to site the building so that it had connectivity to the parking area, so that students, if there are any students that will be driving, this is primarily a freshman dorm. Most students will not have a car, but if they live within a certain radius of the campus, they will be allowed to drive a car to the university. So we've conveniently located the building adjacent to C Lot, which is the area that I'm circling with the red dot. And we've purposely faced the building towards Central Campus to promote ease of access for the students from the proposed student building to the north building and again to the classrooms on the Central Campus. To give you a little more detail on the siting of the building, we've also provided a drop-off zone for move-ins and move-outs and any guests that are being dropped off that will conveniently come to the front door of the building. We've also provided pedestrian walkways that promote the connectivity to and from the proposed housing building and the north housing building, and again to Central Campus. Once again to the north to the community bike path. We were required to have a setback off of the Circle Drive property line of 63 feet. We've exceeded that, 68 feet. We've exceeded that setback and set the building back 85 feet. In addition, we have a setback of 93 feet off of the north-south property line, and we've more than doubled that by setting the building back to approximately 210 feet. And lastly, we had a required setback along the north property line of 75 feet. We've exceeded that setback and set the building at 83 feet. And now I'll turn it over to Mark Russell, who will walk through the site amenities.
Thanks, Sue. Again, my name is Mark Russell with Russell Design for Landscape Architects on the project. Just to step back a little bit, Sue mentioned in citing the building and a couple of issues or a couple of concerns that not only the university had with on-site circulation and connectivity to the proposed bike path and then the future gateway at Civic Center Drive and Northwestern. But it's very important to point out as well, there are a great deal of mature trees on site that we wanted to try to preserve. And along with that, again, these are shown as existing large trees that we wanted to try to preserve. So a couple of issues arose while we were developing the site plan for the project and working with the project civil engineer. One of those was making sure that we preserved as much vegetation as we possibly could to the north portion of the site for screening and buffering of adjacent uses. Sue has already touched a little bit on the site setbacks that we've accomplished, and they quite honestly exceeded some of those requirements. Another thing, working closely with the civil engineer on the project, we've located the detention basin here with a required 2-foot wet bottom to the southern portion of this particular parcel, adjacent to an existing wetland area here, so that we could preserve some trees. And you can see that we took great pains in trying to articulate the contouring as well as incorporating a space, which is shown in this green coloring, kind of meandering its way adjacent to the detention pond. The area to the north of the building and surrounding the building, we might point out that what we try to do is blend a landscape treatment into the existing landscape as quickly as we could, so that it could mature beyond the construction of this site and be compatible with the adjacent landscape, and then hopefully encouraging some wildlife that might be disrupted during the construction of this project to come back and reside here on campus as they do presently. The site drainage is accomplished by a bioswale, which would be a vegetated swale through here that will filter water, spilling into rain gardens here, another rain garden located here, so that it would be a cleansing effect of the surface drainage, not only from the building, but also from the site, to cleanse that water before it is then collected and piped to the detention basin, where it then eventually will discharge into the existing wetland, so that the discharge can be as clean as possible before it does enter into that existing ecosystem. The large area here, again, what Sue mentioned a little bit, we wanted to maintain as much open space as possible. The housing department has encouraged us to do that during the development of this site plan, so that we can cater to the students in developing outdoor activity areas for them, such as the barbecue that just happened within the community. Perhaps there could be additional civic events held in this location. We've also listened to the Planning Commission and provided a vegetative buffer here that will be comprised of, Terry, did you get a slide in there? And, well, we'll go back here. This is a better looking picture anyway. This is going to be a vegetative buffer, which will be accomplished by deciduous and evergreen trees and shrubbery material, so that we can not only provide a buffer for the students to pass through, to prevent the students from passing through, but also provide what's required by the city as an opacity requirement of 80 to 90%. This can be accomplished with deciduous and evergreen plant material, so that we'll use those. They'll be native plant material that will be flowering throughout the season, so it would not only provide a visual aesthetic interest, but also and also an interest for wildlife to reside, but also maintain that visual and physical buffer. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mark, and he's going to walk you through the building.
Thank you, Mark. My name is Mark Von Werder. I'm an architect with JPRA Architects. I'd like to give you just a brief overview of what's happening inside of the building. The building footprint, as you've seen on the previous slides, is rather unique, and there's a very specific reason for that. These students who will be staying here in this building are freshmen. It's very important to the university that these freshmen become part of a community of other students. And so the way that we've approached this is we've developed in the floor plan 5 separate, what we refer to as pods. They have approximately 30 students in each. They're on 2 levels, the first level and the second level. Each of these pods has a common kitchenette area in it, a common living area with a fireplace, a large screen television. The sleeping rooms are on 2 levels, and the sides of each of those, there are common toilet rooms as well. And it's important to give each of the students views to the exterior, but also to have them really have a lot of opportunities to come out of their rooms, interact with each other in these smaller groups, but also to interact with each other as the group of 150 or 151 students that are in the building itself. And there are common areas that are developed for the students. Of course, we all love to do laundry, so there are 4 laundry rooms. But there's also a cafe which would have coffee available for the students also upstairs. Some community rooms for larger projects that students may be working on together. The down the scale of this building, really it is a two-story residential building. And by breaking it into the 5 pods, we're able to really take the mass of this building and make it much more palatable to the neighbors. You can see the view on the top, the view on the top is the main entrance to the building, and Sue referred to it facing, facing C lot, but more importantly facing the other housing building, which is just to the left on that view, and then beyond that to the campus itself and the buildings where the students will be learning. And the view on the bottom is the view on the back of the building that faces into the existing wooded area. You can see the choice for exterior materials, a lot of masonry, mostly brick masonry you see here in a lot of these locations. There's a burnished stone, a burnished block masonry in a large format at the entry, and a smaller format as an accent masonry at some of these stairways. We've also introduced, as sort of a nod to the wooded area here, some wood veneer panels at these corners of the building to help break down some of the mass of the building and really blend it in more. The roof, all roofs, there's very little flat roof area on this. Almost all of this roof is a pitched roof, and again, reacting back to a lot of the more recent projects that have been built over the years. It's a standing seam metal roof there. So you can see some of the materials here, the brick and the burnished block, and then some of the wood panels, and you can see some of the selections that have been made for site lighting, and site furniture.
Through the chair, at this time it might be appropriate to open the public hearing, and then after the public hearing's been closed, the consultants and representatives of LTU, as well as myself, will be here and available to answer any questions that the council may have.
Okay. We have already had the public hearing for the amendment to the land use. So, and we held that on August 22nd, 2011. So the public hearing is for ZR 1310. If there's anyone that wants to, first one, Mr. Gregory Keeler, he gave up his time during the comment time so that he could speak on this, so I'm calling him first. So Mr. Keeler, if you would come to the microphone.
And it's 2 separate hearings, A and B.
You give your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Greg Keeler, 25170 Circle Drive. One of the things, we haven't seen the master plan. When they put this dormitory in, is there going to be a new sewer system put in? And will we be forced to pay for this? The students and beer bottles in my front yard have had problems with that. I've had problems with the renters that they've had there, where the police have come out at least 10 or 12 times because dogs have gone after me, my wife, and some of my neighbors. It shouldn't be an incident. Only reason the dog got stopped was the police officer was on my porch, and the dog went after the police officer. This has all been since then. I've been there 17 years. This is the first year I've been up there or invited to LTU for anything. So if we're good neighbors, why has it been 17 years? I know the rest of them met with the rest of them on my block. And we all have the same problems. There's no parking sign that was brought up. I would not like to see that on my street because we don't have a problem. We only have a problem when they have their parties and stuff going on our street. Otherwise, we don't have this problem. The rezoning, I do not want to see that happen because me and my wife both work at home, so that construction and everything else will cause a problem. In the meeting, one of the biggest things they've talked about is their students. But what about us residents? What about us that pay taxes? Why should we have to be going through all these other problems and everything else? I haven't heard anything about putting any more lights on the street for us. I haven't heard anything about putting a little blue light out there so it's a phone so we can call an emergency in case something happens on the street. Nothing for us at all. I've heard all these great things about the students, but not one about the residents. Do we count? Do they care? They came back to the second meeting, they did not address not one issue. When Mr. Flynn called and spoke to me, I told Mr. Flynn, my issue is, we brought up problems and you don't know not one of them. So why are you calling me if you don't know one issue? Just one. Now, the pictures I've given you, the first one shows a shot from their parking lot. If they articulate from their parking lot straight down the side, that you can see the new dormitory. There's already a sidewalk in place, there's already lights in place. So they do not have to do all these other things you were talking about. They do not have to turn this dormitory in towards our homes. The second page is a shot from the sky looking down into that area of the parking lot, which you see there are a lot of trees, which in the last one I showed you those trees had been deforested in that area. I'm thankful for the fact that they did show where the big trees were at on it. Now the next slide shows where the dormitory, if they took it and rotated towards their parking lot, that it would not come into Circle Drive, one. Two, it would not touch the big trees, since you pointed out where the big trees were at, because this would be higher than it, and it would give more than the buffer that we would like from Circle Drive, so there would be no reason for them to come through, cut through, walk through, to get to the frat houses that sit on our street. Our street is not a party street for them. Next off, the next picture I show is the dormitory that sits now on 10 Mile, and where it sits at 10 Mile. And then the next page after that shows if they were to stick a dormitory on 10 Mile, we would definitely have no problem. They could build it 4 stories, 10 stories, whatever. It wouldn't bother us at all, because it would no longer be in our backyard with students wandering or parading through our property. Next is property that is on sale that is off of Civic Center Road in Lash. That piece of property, which is 1 acre, which is the size of all of our property, is selling for $1,229 by Mr. Jonathan Bateman. So we have property. So to come and offer us $50,000 for our home, why don't you just come and ask us $10? What kind of crap is that? Nobody said they were selling, you don't come and ask for something? No. The next picture shows then property off of 12 Mile. 3 pieces of property, 2 acres, 2 acres, and 1 acre. All 3 can be bought for the price of $300,000. If they like, they can buy it and move us into a neighborhood comfortable to where we live at. We do not live in homes that are side by side. We all live on acre lots. We all live far apart from each other. My backyard is very wooded. I bought it because I wanted a nice wooded area for my family to have family reunions, for groups to come over. When I was a youth director, if I wanted the youth to come there and be in my backyard and be in the woods and everything else, I did not buy it so I can sit on top of another house. Nor do I want another house that's been vacant for 3 or 4 years that may have mold or something else growing in it. My house does not have any of these problems in it or anything else. I should not be pushed into buying something where I'm going to have to go in there and spend $20, $30, $40, $50,000 to bring it back up to where I live at.
You're 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing is open for CR 1310.
Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48037. My telephone number is 248-352-9188. At the last meeting, August 22nd, that lasted until 2 o'clock in the morning, nothing was decided on for A, because this council, since we always talk about decorum and proper protocol, you attempted, if you watch the tape, to combine A, B, along with the site plan. As you have it listed on this agenda, it's 2 separate hearings. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions about A. Now, Now, if you're lumping them together, then that would mean I get 10 minutes to speak. And since I don't get 10 minutes to speak, and I'm only gonna get 5, then I'm gonna be talking about public hearing A, because that was an unresolved issue. Mr. Lance, I think you were on to something when you asked the question. I pointed to him, but I'm looking at you.
Well.
Now, don't try to bully me now, because it's not gonna work.
I'm not trying to.
Now, you heard what Ms. English said. Let's try to be professional and appropriate. Don't treat me like your daughter. I'm a grown woman.
So is my daughter.
Okay.
Make
And
your
you're a little
comments
bit
through the
younger
chair,
than
please.
my dad.
Make your comments through the chair, please.
Okay, so, Mr. Lance was correct when he was attempting to ask a couple of questions and you all were distracting him. What I heard Mr. Lance attempting to ask, and he can correct me, he wanted to know, when you talked about the site, the master plan was approved, there's a couple of things going on. You approved for the company at $250,000 to do a master plan. So I think you voted on that. I don't recall that master plan ever coming back, being reviewed or discussed with the residents, nor do I think you guys have a copy of a $250,000 obsolete master plan. Then I think the third question was, when did council approve the master plan? So if you would like to set the record straight for public hearing A, and I want it noted on the official record, not the abbreviated record, when did you approve the master plan? When did you review the master plan? Do you have a copy of it? And are you speaking of the approval that you gave to authorize the $250,000 fee to be paid to do an obsolete master plan? So if you want to answer those questions real quickly.
Mr. Grover, I'm going to refer the question to you.
I can easily answer the one regarding the adoption of the master plan.
No, I want the other questions too now.
Public hearing was, through the chair, public hearing was held on April 13th, 2009. Council approved the master plan with a 4-to-1 vote on April 13th, 2009.
Okay. You want to see it?
Yes, I'd like to see a copy of the master plan.
Through the chair.
Show her what you just read.
No, show me what you just read and show me the master plan, the $250,000 obsolete master plan.
Every master plan is obsolete the minute that it's done, because time moves on. So, to refer to it as an obsolete master plan, every master plan is obsolete.
But we talked about how we are visionary in doing things before they're done and doing more with less. So how could you pay $250,000 for a plan that 6 months before it was even finished, and you guys approved it before it was finished?
First of all, I don't think it was $250,000.
It was $250,000. Check your records.
I think it was $200,000.
It was $250,000. Check your records.
It doesn't matter what.
But the master plan, would you show her the master plan? That is the master plan that we went through. And then we approved that.
Yeah, let me see the letter, because that was my next question.
Through the chair. I was reading from the official regular meeting minutes from April 13th, 2009, and the resolution which passed the master plan.
I thought we don't have official minutes, we have abbreviated minutes, right, Madam Clerk? Through the chair?
Go ahead and answer the question.
We have official minutes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Our minutes are more thorough than are required by Robert's rules.
Well, I wish we would do some other things like Robert's rules.
Harry, can I see that now?
And then I heard the mayor say at the August the 22nd meeting that it's important to deal with truth. So while they're pondering over that information, I just want to ask the question. Did you make a pledge to the field zone that has not been paid, but there's a rule
Would
with
you
a plaque
keep
in your
your
name?
comments to the...
I'd like some truth about that.
Would you keep your comments...
Well, while you guys are checking it out.
No one's checking it. Mr. Lance is looking at the minutes, but your 5 minutes is still running.
Okay,
And,
well, I just want to make sure, I want to make sure that this is public hearing A, that this is public hearing A about the master plan, which was not resolved. Then there is a separate hearing, ZR 1310, and you have site plans down here, which is not a public hearing. So if you're gonna be talking about site plans as it relates to a public hearing, then those are three separate hearings for the record.
Mr. Crowe, was public hearing A, the material for public hearing A, was that resolved?
No.
I'm talking to Mr. Crowe. Was that resolved on August the 22nd?
No.
Public hearing A was held. There was a lengthy discussion, close to 3 hours on
But
item A.
you combined them.
Would you
They
please
were not
be
separate.
courteous enough to listen to the answer?
The action by the council was postponed to a date certain, which was tonight, but the public hearing was concluded on August 22nd.
No, it was not.
So
He
we
was
had-
right about what he said, that you did a 3-hour discussion, purposely trying to distract these people to leave. You turned the air conditioner on full blast to make it cold with about 5 of us in here, using up electricity and running the air conditioning bill. That issue was not resolved because you attempted to combine A, B, and the site plan together. Now, we're talking about a decorum here and proper procedure and Robert's Rules of Order. And I did say something about it at the last meeting, that those are two separate issues. Public hearing A, public hearing B, and the site plan is just a discussion amongst you guys. It is not a take action kind of a thing.
Your 5 minutes are up.
So
Thank
can you
you.
answer that question?
The
If this
question-
is a separate hearing, so I'll be back to talk about B,
ZR 1310.
Public hearing
I'll be
A.
back to talk about B, ZR 1310, since they turned the microphone off. So I want to
The
be
public
clear that
hearing
I'm
was
speaking
held.
about public hearing A on the agenda. I'm speaking about A.
The material, you can leave the microphone, I can still tell you what it is. The public hearing for A was held, but no decision was made. We're gonna make the decision tonight. Public hearing A already has been held. It was held on August the 22nd with a decision delayed until tonight. So the fact that you, I opened up public hearing ZR 1310, you chose to use your 5 minutes to talk about public hearing A, your 5 minutes are up.
Then that's not proper procedure. You're not going by.
I opened up public hearing ZR 1310.
But you have on the paper public hearing A, and it was not resolved.
It was,
You postponed.
we had the public hearing.
But you can't, when you put them on the agenda separate according to Robert's Rules of Order, they're separate public hearings. You cannot combine two different subjects and make it one public hearing. Now, ask your city attorney according to the Robert's Rules of Order. You cannot do that.
The decision was delayed until tonight. The hearing was held on August 22nd.
So
For
why did you put it
1310
on the agenda for public hearing A? That's my question.
For the decision.
So it is a separate issue from B, zoning, ZR 1310, according to Robert's Rules of Order.
Apparently we're not getting any place. Mr. Attorney?
Why is the microphone off?
Why was it, I don't know.
Because they do that all the time. I don't need a microphone. I was a cheerleader. I can speak loud.
Mr. President, we would check and make sure that's on.
It's not on, see, it would be making a thump, 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 thump
You
sound.
unplug it?
Now it's on, see? When it makes this sound, it's on. When it doesn't, it's off. I heard it turn off.
Mr. Attorney, could you perhaps explain it better than I'm trying to? About public hearing A and B?
Mr. President, state law requires that one public hearing be held with regard to a proposed amendment to a master plan. That public hearing was held on August 22nd, and if you look on the agenda, that's specifically noted. It states after item A, in parentheses, public hearing held on August 22nd, 2011. So you have correctly ruled that although you're going to have to vote on item A tonight, you don't have to conduct a second public hearing with regard to that issue. And I would agree that you are now conducting the public hearing as required by law with regard to rezoning, which is item B.
Well, I'm not clear on this agenda because it's two separate public hearings on there.
Well, I'm sorry, you heard
So now,
the
since you're
your
going
5
to
minutes are
not
up.
be according to the agenda, which you
faithfully follow to the T on another subject matter I'm going to discuss for 2.5 minutes, B, and then the other 2.5 minutes for another issue.
No, you're out of order.
I'm going to change and
You're
spend my 5 minutes the way I
You're out of order, because
Are we gonna have public hearing B now?
you used your 5 minutes to talk
I was
about.
under the impression we were talking about A. All you said on there was that the public hearing was held.
No, I
You
didn't.
didn't arrive at anything. So this agenda was not clear to me.
When I opened the public hearing,
Why
I
was it
said,
on here if it was not going to be a public hearing is my question.
because we are going to make a decision on the
Why did you
issue,
even put it on here?
because we have to make a decision.
But you put it on here indicating that it is a public hearing.
Mr. President, that's why it was noted, as I pointed out, if you look at the agenda.
It should have been on the
It states
agenda.
specifically that the public hearing was already held on August 22nd. So the agenda is not misleading at all.
The
It's very
agenda is
clear.
very misleading. Anything that's on this agenda means that it will be discussed tonight.
Okay,
That's how it's always been.
you're way
from
over your 5
protocol.
minutes, and you've had the issue explained to you, and now it's becoming argumentative whether or not.
You're making it argumentative because you wanna do these insults and act like a bully. So hey, I'm standing here.
Would you please move away from the microphone, so that
I'll be
anyone
talking
else that
about
wants to
B
talk
and
about
C
ZR.
together. Thank you very much. I'll be talking about B and C together for my 5 minutes for the public hearing. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on ZR 1310? Come to the microphone, give your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes.
Stephanie English, 28735 San Carlos, Southfield 48076. Normally when I come to the mic on a hearing, I'm always in support of the big business development. I support a lot of the tax abatement programs. I actually support our education endeavors here in Southfield with having so many stellar universities. However, as a homeowner, I want to tell you that this could impact residents. This is a big issue. It is a college. You're talking about freshmen, and I can tell you just with the Bradford Academy issue, I can tell you as a resident that borders the Highland Park Baptist Church and Southfield Christian School, with that small entity for almost a dozen years, I've been impacted along with other neighbors. It's like putting on a suit jacket. You were wearing a 42 10 years ago, and now you want to flex because you got fat, and now you need a 48 jacket or a 50 jacket. When you stretch and flex, you stretch strings, you bust seams. This is the example that I have to present that this is what's going to happen to the residents. It all sounds very good right now. The promises, the attempts to have, a relationship building opportunity, that will get old. It will kind of be dismissed 2, 3, 4 years down the line. I believe that the Dean of Students will try to hold firm, but I have a 20-year-old son at Michigan State University. He is much more settled as a junior than he was as a freshman. A lot of times you cannot control the growth. The people that are making these presentations, the business side of the university's leadership that's here to present this, they go home to their homes, which is more of a sanctuary, when you don't have to deal with the impact of the university that could be forthcoming. I had made recommendations in other meetings for the Lawrence Tech University to be more proactive, not just the barbecue, but go to another system that has worked. Go to Lear, find out what they did to mend a lot of the adversarial conversations that were going on with those homeowners as the Lear project was being built. That has been successful. I don't know what tools they used or what diplomatic ways that they had, but evidently the result was such that there wasn't the encroachment onto the residents. But the example that I have is smaller, and I am impacted by it as a homeowner, by a very small school and a church, and the impact. I've had chicken bones in my yard from the baseball game. I have 36 balls that have come into my yard that I've collected. It sounds good in the beginning, but understand something. The people, the architects, the president, all of the department heads that are making this presentation, it's not in their backyard. And like I said, it's like getting fat. You stretch, you break the strings, all of that foliage and all of that garden material that is going to act as a barrier may be obsolete as more students come forward, maybe not this generation, not the first year freshmen, but as the incoming classes come, it can be impactful. You can't control it. The bigger entity is always pressing on the smaller entity, and I do hope that you will look at these kind of situations, that the residents, the homeowners, the taxpayers, their interests need to be protected, even though they're the smaller entity. Do not just listen to the bigger entity because they have all the suits here. And again, this is in contradiction to what I normally come to the podium about. I am the person and the citizen that actually supports any of the business expansions that you have. But I never saw those projects have the potential impact of pushing against neighbors in a negative, impacting way. And like I said, those making the presentations here, it's not in their backyard. They get to go home to their sanctuary. And I'm asking that my neighbors, I don't live near them, but they're my neighbors, that their sanctuary be protected also.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on public hearing ZR 1310? Come to the microphone. Give your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Terry Jackson, and I live at 25590 Circle Drive. I'm one of the people that live on Circle Drive that's been impacted by my mom's tax. I'm a senior citizen, and I live alone. Right now, I'm afraid because I live across the street from the Fred house. Now, mom's tax, I am not against progress, but what are they going to do about the rest of us? There's 2 frat houses across the street from me. Just like last night, there was a party at 2 o'clock in the morning. I was listening to someone shooting out firecrackers on a firework. So I'm really afraid for my life. I don't have anyone to come check on me. And I seldom see the police on that street. So what these ladies have said, they don't live on that street. But we are being impacted by Mom's Tech and more students coming on Circle Drive. So I've been there over 46 years, and since Mom's Tech have purchased property, my house has been broken into. So I am one of those persons that's been affected by what Mom's Tech is trying to do, bring more students to the area. And they are not looking at us about the pictures. We live there, and they are not concerned about the rest of us on that street. So I am very afraid for myself and my life. Thank you.
Anyone else? Please come to the microphone.
Michael Creighton, 25447 Circle Drive. I want to commend Lawrence Tate on a very good presentation. I think you did a good job with your presentation. We have a team here tonight, and this is what I said last time. This is the big fish eating up the little fish. This is what this is. Next to my house is a fraternity house. It was. I had to call the fire department because it was a big bonfire several times. And I had to call the city police officers. I had to call Lawrence State Security. And what these students do, they don't drive their cars. They walk to the party. And when the security comes, Lawrence State Security comes, and when we call it the city police, they run in the woods and remain quiet. And the police walks around the fire department, people walk around the house, they say, oh, it's okay. I'm looking out my window because it's next to me. I got to go to work the next day. And I'm looking out of my window, and all this commotion is going on. They don't care. Lawrence State invited us to a get-together Thursday. They never said one thing, sat down with us and said one thing about what they're trying to do. They invited us for hot dogs and beer. And what we're trying to do is get away from the beer. We want to keep kids away from the beer.
because we want to see positive things in Southfield. I've been here 20 years. I've been living in my home 20 years. And we want to see Lawrence Tech grow. But if you got this master plan, because other investors are saying, wait a minute, I want to build a dormitory over there also. If Lawrence Tech have a master plan, why don't you guys get together and sell me your property? So we can build dormitories in the future. They want to do that. They're asking us for that. As soon as they found out that Lawrence Tech want to do some of these things, they're saying, okay, well, we'll build also. But we're here for Lawrence Tech. But don't just eat us up and overpower us. Come to us and sit down with us. You know, if you're offered something very reasonable, we might say, Mr. President, fine, let's work with that. But you never said any. The argument came, why would you invite the residents to a hot dog get together? Why couldn't it be steaks? Prime time burritos. And you put beer in front of us. I'm a professional. I went to college. Most people on my block went to college. Our home is our biggest investment in our life. And you're going to go home, quiet neighborhood, everything smooth.
Would you
now, beg pardon? I live next door, and Mr. President, it was tough. I heard names were called, and this was 2 o'clock in the morning, because I'm next door and they knew that I called. And I wouldn't even repeat those things. I am not saying that we're not saying that we are against you guys, but you guys are just overpowering us. And that is not right. When we put you guys in office, so that we can have a voice for these things. Just think about yourself. Think about your kids. Think about your daughters. I get up, we have to walk and pick up milk cans. I had to do all of those kind of things, pay for it. That circle has been peaceful. I raised my kids there. And I must commend Lawrence Tech for this. They do have the security officers coming around. They do. And when we call about the grass, they kind of got on it. But we're in a situation now, and it's all about money now. It's all about money, you know. Why don't you just sit us down and say, let's try to work something out here. We have a 25-year plan, and we don't want someone else to come in and build a dormitory on our campus in 25 years because you sold your house to another investor. Why don't we sit down and say, what would make you comfortable? And let's work with you.
Here, 5 minutes, sir.
But I'd like to ask you a question.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes.
You made a comment that there were bonfires. Now,
correct.
Now, we've had several meetings, and you brought this up.
When meetings?
Yeah. You brought up before that there was a bonfire. My question to you is, was the bonfire since that meeting that we've had?
No, this was when the fraternities, they don't live there anymore. It was when they were there. They were there for 2.5 years. And it was hell.
Okay, what I'm trying to get at is, since we've been working on this and the neighbors have brought some concerns, we've tried to work with Lawrence Tech, and they have promised that they would be working on these, and we heard tonight about the thing. My question is the situation better now than it was when you came the first time?
Mr. President, the last time we met, it was about a month ago. Once anybody find out that, hey, you know, they looking at us, we got to clean up things. We got to call a meeting with the people who live in that house, and we got to let them know, hey, you got to get your act together. So Lawrence Tech had their students there with ties and dressed up and acting mild and meek. They had them there like that. They had them represented. Okay, but anybody can dress up for a day. But when you start turn into someone else.
I understand that. My question is, or the comment is, can we give Lawrence Tech an opportunity to make sure that that continues, and since they've already taken action and you've admitted that things are better now, can we give Lawrence Tech an opportunity to make sure they stay better?
Mr. President, you never heard me say better. I think what you need to hear is the opinion of the other residents. There are a lot of residents not here tonight that live closer to students now than I do now. Because those students who were living close to me, I complained to the dean of students. I called him on the phone. I went and talked to the chief of security. Okay? Other residents did too. And the only thing that actually got their attention is when the students were drunk one night and they started turning and messing with the mailboxes. And when I said that, then Lawrence Tech started doing something about that, because that could be a problem. And I'm not saying, and we're here tonight, not saying don't grow. We're here tonight, we're not saying that we're not concerned about Lawrence Tech growing, because we know that Lawrence Tech plays a major part in Southfield. We do know that. We just want Lawrence Tech to even act like they're interested in what we have to say, and not just eat us up because you are the big fish and we are the smaller one.
I think that we have their attention, and while you said that you were only here for one meeting, we've had a series of meetings through the Planning Commission and the Site Plan Committee, and we also gave Lawrence Tech the comments that we had heard from all the separate meetings. So there's been a number of opportunities for the people on Circle Drive to come before the Planning Commission. Mr. Crowe, how many meetings did you have with the Planning Commission?
We had at least 3 meetings, lengthy discussions.
3 meetings. Did you have residents from?
A considerable number of residents.
Okay, so there have been residents from Circle Drive that came to Planning Commission meetings, and I'm extended your time, but I've been asking you questions, so
thank you, sir.
I'm going to have to say
some more time. I would love to hear their stories, because you said you have had several meetings with Lawrence Tech. You didn't say residents. Okay, now at the Planning Commission, when the planners were talking about representatives from Lawrence Tech were at that meeting, and residents were there to express their concerns. Did you get a letter?
Excuse me. Lawrence Tech held an open house that I did attend. Everyone was invited, on Circle Drive included. Invitations were sent out. I don't think anyone from Circle Drive showed up at that meeting at Lawrence Tech.
Mr. President.
Yes.
You received the letter, right?
Well, let me received
the letter.
Let me not jump to a conclusion. Let me ask the people from Lawrence Tech where the letters went, where the invitations went. Mr. Reiser, if you could step away from the microphone so Mr. Reiser could answer the question. The open house, you stay right there.
The open house was extended to the community. It was published on our webpage. We delivered it to the city clerk's office with the understanding that they might be putting it on their webpage. I don't know if they did or not. And we did extend individual letters to all the members of the council. A lot of the city officials, I think we even sent them to the city attorney, we sent them to the city clerk's office, we sent one to Mr. Charette, we sent it to Mr. Crowe. We wanted as many to turn out to hear what anyone had to say, and including what we had to offer about what our plans were. So we did direct the letters to all of the city people. We did not address letters to individual members of the Circle Drive for that meeting. That was open to the...
I misunderstood.
Through the chair.
I misunderstood. I thought it went to everyone, including people on Circle Drive.
Through the chair.
Mr. Crowe.
Just as a clarification.
Yes.
the meeting was announced at the public hearing on August 22nd, that they were intending to have an open house by Mr. Verizon. And I'd like to ask the Dean of Students to reiterate his attempt to contact the homeowners since our last meeting. Because I think that's an important, just clarification for him to address.
Saturday would have been, a few Saturdays ago, I went into the neighborhood and went door to door. I also, went the following Wednesday as well. I just want to address a couple other things too. Mr. Craig, you've always been very polite. I only spoke to you once about a year ago with those pins at house. We did evict those pins 4 days later. We had to follow proper law, even though due to time to get out of there. So, I do apologize. Wouldn't want that to happen to any resident, but we did remove them within 4 days from that. Once I became aware of that, as well as our campus safety director, Mr. Butler. The second thing is that I would like to say is we didn't serve hot dogs, and I don't think you were there on Thursday. We served grilled chicken breast, cheeseburgers, macaroni and cheese, salads. We did do a little bit better than hot dogs. I mean, I agree, frying would be nice, but we did better than hot dogs.
Sir, hot dogs was the first thing that you agreed to do. And you changed it because the council said something about it.
Okay, all right.
It's over.
Okay, your time is up.
My time is up.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Mr. Wilson?
I've heard a lot of comments. We've heard of the Plan Commission, and we've heard them at the August 22nd meeting. I remember that night very, very well. Went long. We tried, even before those meetings started, to try to be responsive to the community and sensitive to them. I'll give you a couple of examples. The existing housing that we have on the campus is 4-story, and that's an efficient amount of floors to put in the building. You get above that, and the construction becomes more complex, and more costly. And below 4 floors, it's the least efficient. The building we're proposing here, we could have proposed 4 floors. We didn't do that. Number one, we teach design, we teach architecture, and we teach sensitivity to neighbors and people that we're responsible to. When we proposed 2-story buildings, because 2 reasons. One, it would have been overpowering and too much to try to sell you on 4-story in that area. It would have been the wrong thing for us to do. And as a result, I think you would have said no to it anyway. Okay. So we didn't even try that. We never talked about doing that. We never proposed that. We knew it was wrong to do. So we didn't do it. When we developed the site, we developed it as much as we could with the landscaping, planting over 170 trees that we planted on the site. Almost all of them on there, but we couldn't even fit any more on. Some number like 20 or whatever will be placed elsewhere on the campus. But we get all that we could on the site. Then we went to the Planning Commission, and we had an opportunity to respond to the neighbors and talk about more of a divider in landscaping or whatever. And we added landscaping. There was one drawing shown earlier by Mark that showed a separate line of trees along the right-of-way. We did that along with the trees and the shrubs, so that as it grows together, it precludes any amount of high traffic or anything for students trafficking back and forth. We responded to the community. We tried to be answerable to what their needs are. One other thing, and that's the manner in which you build a community on a campus, and that's to have housing that's clustered. As you look at our housing south, which is 9 stories and across 10 miles, that was on a 2-lane highway once upon a time, or 2-lane road. Now it's 4 plus a turn lane. I mean, it's quite a bit of traffic. If we had to do over, we would not be on the south side of 10 miles. We would want it on the north side. That's how you build a community, is have it closer together and clustered. This is geared toward that clustering on the north side of 10 miles. There is no land for us to use that's available close by. And moving it to remote You know that, I know that, the Plan Commission even spoke to that. They spoke and said yes to the residents there that said, yeah, it's a changing community. And in a way, that's better for it, because sooner or later, LPU's gonna need your property. And it's true. Someday, we're gonna need that property, and it'll be to their advantage, if it's when we need it and they're ready to sell. We care enough about the community to not try to pressure anyone into selling. We wait till they put it on the market and we're asking, or they come to us. So, I don't wanna take more of your time, but I just want you to know that we have legitimately and in good faith done everything we could to satisfy the neighbors, and willing to do more. We've agreed to have an extra passage of security go through there in the ninth slot. And if that turns out not to be enough, we'll do more than that. We're gonna have cameras on the outside of the building, not to watch the neighbors, but to watch around our building for security. So we'll be able to monitor students and coming and going and how they practice. I think I've taken up enough of your time, so I'll stop there, but hope you'll see fit to vote in favor of our project this evening.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would speak to ZR 1310? Come to the microphone, give your name and address for the record, please. You have 5 minutes.
Jonathan Banks, 25928 Acacia Street. I'm a lifelong resident of Southfield. This is my first time speaking at the podium, so bear with me. I'm also a student at Lawrence Tech. I came here voluntarily tonight to do some research for my senior design project. And upon seeing what Lawrence Tech proposed today, I got a lot of great insight for what I'm planning to use for my own project, as well as wanted to address the council and say I think it's a great idea for the enhancement of not only Lawrence Tech but for Southfield, for it to grow and to jumpstart our young professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in?
Good evening, Sam Jawad, 26595 Evergreen. Good evening, members of council and mayor. I just wanted to touch upon some of the key points of what I've heard about this proposal tonight. They may go in various different directions because it wasn't a pre-planned speech, but it's just kind of my take on what I've heard tonight. I'd like to say that being a business owner in Southfield for nearly 20 years and listening to both sides of the stories here, both LTU and the residents, that I couldn't agree with the residents more. But that also being said, that I'm also in favor of LTU's proposal for expanding their dormitories and their campus. President Walker stated that LTU's been actively involved in the community since 1950 and has been a partner with the city of Southfield. I think Lawrence Tech is synonymous with the city of Southfield. I think it's truly one of our gems. I think the economic impact that this type of development could have on the community is a positive thing, as well as the current 600 faculty members and 4,500 students that currently populate LTU. It's definitely a positive scenario. The mention of the barbecue and the get-together that came to be as this project was put before the residents, I think that Lawrence Tech really should look at, as opposed to waiting for something to be at stake, should always continue to look to maintain this relationship, not only in the past, but now and in the future as well, to ensure that this is a positive thing for everybody involved. I don't think that one entity is more important than the other, or one should hold a larger weight when it comes to these types of scenarios. Lawrence Tech has been here for a long time, but there's also residents who have been here for a long time as well. There's a number of other positive things that were brought to light, including the bike route, which will link to Civic Center as well as to 10 Mile, and then ultimately I hope in the future to see it linked to our city center area. This is definitely a positive scenario for the city. Taylor, who was he was a resident here for 17 years. I dormitories as well as the residents who do continue to live on Circle Drive. I think those are all things that should be looked at. So overall, I'd like to say I support this request and urge council to do the same. I think it's a good thing, but it needs to be mutually beneficial for all parties involved. And that, again, I urge LTU to reach out to the neighbors and the neighbors to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Give your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Phil Lucas. I am the student government president at Lawrence Tech, and I live at 21211 West Henlow. I've heard a lot of discussion tonight. I have not been scripted or anything like that. I just felt that I needed to go and express a little bit of how I feel. I'm from Monroe, Michigan. I attended Lawrence Tech and I'm attending Lawrence Tech because I heard about it from my brother. I would not have known about Southfield. I would not have known about this university. And I'm telling you that ever since I've gotten here, I love this town, and I think that I'm sorry, this is really yes, we're students, and we make mistakes, and that's part of college. And I think that it should be a testament to our type of students that they're in suits at a barbecue, because they develop as professionals. And every one of us who develops into a professional, and I'm sure all of you have developed in your professional lives, have all started somewhere. And for our students, it's at Lawrence Tech, it's at Southfield, and we dream and we make mistakes, but we strive to be like you. And as I'm sitting back here and hearing this discussion, I just want to say thanks for listening to everyone. And more importantly, I want to say that I personally know all of the residents that live on Circle Drive. I've also talked to the student residents that is. I've also talked to all the residents that came out that are not students that came to our barbecue, and I think that everyone has fantastic points. But I've personally talked to all of these student residents. They are all great men and women, and with that being said, a lot of these men and women are going to live in Southfield because of their experiences, because they love this place, because they love Lawrence Tech, and more importantly, because they volunteer in the community, they clean up our roads, they volunteer with the kids at the high schools, and that's just what it means to be a student in your community and work towards this college town that we all love. So with that, are there any questions, President? I'm done.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this? Come to the microphone, give your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Richard Bonner. I live at 25333 Circle Drive. I used to live in the city of Detroit, and I moved to Circle Drive because I was looking for a different place for my children to grow up. When I first moved on Circle Drive, got a nice deal on the house. It was real nice. In fact, when I moved into the house, there were 10 children living in the house. I believe the family name was Luderman. I believe maybe that's the weatherman that we see on Channel 7. When I first moved in the house, I needed to make some changes, so I started putting up lights, because when you come from the city of Detroit, you know, you're thinking about security. But my next door neighbor said, you don't want to do that. This is a nice place. Don't put up lights. You'll enjoy the country in the city. And that's what Circle Drive was known for. I come to raise my 2 children. One is a doctor. One is in the Marines. Almost lost him twice over in Iraq. Graduated from Southfield High School. I had a wonderful time raising my children on Southfield Drive. Brought the children from my church. Everybody loved the country in the city, as Circle Drive is called. We talked about harmonious living. I think my neighbors have made it clear there is no harmonious living. It's been quite evident. Many times we call the police. We've called services to come out and bring peace. Picking up garbage off our streets. It's supposed to be a peaceful place. Yes, I went to the barbecue. They had chicken and hamburgers. I was told the hamburgers wasn't that good, so I didn't eat any of that. I asked the student person, I believe it's Ken, I said, is the president here? He said, yes. I said, is he going to come to talk to us? president didn't come talk to us. I saw him eating on the deck, but he didn't come out and greet us and shake my hand or say, I want to talk to you. Harmonious living is still a question in my heart. What is the bottom line here? If we put that picture back up there on the screen, they have a master plan. The dotted line is what I saw. You want to take it over. How many movies have we seen about that taking over? We believe in improvement. We believe in what Lawrence Tech is doing, but the big picture is you do want to take our neighborhood. Maybe not today, but we know a 25-year plan, you're going to take it anyway. So what are we left with is the question. Harmonious living? I don't think it's going to happen. Evidence to that effect has shown this. But if you want to be fair with us, then come to the table like my neighbor said. Property values are going down, and we're going to suffer from that. Can they wait us out? They can afford to. Harmonious living? I don't think so.
Wishes to speak on this? Speak. Give your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Karen Spranger. I'm a visitor from the city of Warren. I'm proud to be here and I'm proud to be a neighbor. I travel in Southfield and I really love it. After hearing from both sides today, and as a visitor, it's sad to see the residents getting beaten up. Very badly. So badly, it appalls me that the law of the land still belongs to the residents who own it. I hear the ownership is going to the school. They're buying the property. Now they come to rezoning. The rezoning should never be done until the last property person is gone. That is the law of the land, our constitutional rights. Big business has money. The university, the schools, they have money. They buy out the little people, then squeeze out a little more and a little more. It's a sad day for me to hear, being a resident in the city of Warren, that Southfield has a beautiful neighborhood with a wonderful people that's being squeezed out. You're talking apples and you're talking oranges. The oranges are getting squeezed. You put them back on the shelf, they die. An apple, you make apple pie. Their side sounds really good, but it doesn't sell. People own the property. Think of the constitutional right that our forefathers fought to own land. Think of the Indians. We stole their land. We treated them badly. We fought wars. Now the big business is doing it to us, the homeowners. It's a sad day. Do the right thing. I hear it all the time. Do the right thing for the citizens. They do not have the money or the development. Coming to the planning committee, people can't come during the day. Writing letters might be an answer. I don't see a special meeting called from the council to get two people together, sit down and put it in writing, and really get to the issue. I hear the issue. I don't see a solution. The mayor brought up a good point. Communication. Communication is only as good as what's a written contract, written rules to obey by. A professional person speaks well from the heart, knows what to say. I'm speaking from the heart. I'm a visitor. Don't shut the citizens out. Uphold common sense. The law of the land belongs to the people who live there first. Thank you.
We've talked about this for a long time. What Lawrence Tech is asking is to rezone the property they already own. It's not any property that
squeezing anybody out, because they already own the property that they're going to rezone. Secondly, they aren't trying to force anybody by forcing them out of their homes. As they said before, what they're doing is they're waiting until the property goes for sale, or the people come to Lawrence Tech and say, I want to sell my property to you. So it's not like they're confiscating the land. They already own it, and that's what they've been doing for 25 years.
I think if you look at contracts and environmental law, it's called a nuisance. And when a school becomes a nuisance to the residents, that's a problem. So I'm saying, if you're going to live in harmony, you can come back to the table, both sides. You're the referee, you're the legislator. Put down in writing the problems. Look at the police report. Look at what the parties do to the residents' home. If you have a quiet neighborhood, keep it quiet. We don't need the nuisance. That's probably what I'm really getting at.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this issue? May I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Sharon Schmidt. I'm from Clinton Township, and I came here to listen and give an idea of what each city is doing. How many minutes? We have 6 minutes. You have 5. Warren has 3 minutes. Each city township has different minutes. So it's really interesting. So you learn the rules. You learn each place has different rules to follow. So after trying to get an education here and learning and watching other people speak, and believe me, it's an education. And I don't think how much education we have. I think the fact that attitude is everything in life. How you get along with one another, it doesn't matter where you live, who you are, what nationality. So attitude is everything. So I thought maybe I'll take an example like companion plants. Companion plants are very interesting. And the word companion means they get along. So if you put plants together that get along, they will survive. But if you put plants together that don't get along, they're going to die and fight one another. So you can do some research on that, which I thought was very interesting. So I apply the same thing to people. Look at people as how they get along. You can tell in 30 seconds if they're going to get along by the body language alone. It doesn't have to take how we talk to one another, if it's real nice and polite. If people could read each other's minds, we would be surprised what really people really think. Sometimes we're all good actors. We all behave, and then if somebody doesn't, to prove a point.
I hate to stop you,
okay.
But this is a public hearing
okay.
on this particular subject.
Right.
So
okay,
you need to tailor your remarks to this.
Okay, I'll get to the point. Do we really need building land to make big buildings to produce good students and become very good, productive people? I think that we're missing the boat. I think education has to go back to the very beginning. If you build good buildings, it does not mean you produce good students. Right. It's the teachers, it's the people, and everybody on this board. You get one bad apple in there, it affects the whole. So that's what I'm saying here. So you can fight all among yourselves, but there's no solution because nobody's looking at solutions. Everybody's fighting to get what they want. And this is what I see tonight. Everybody's fighting. They're spending 25 years, they want to get more land, build a school so they can have more students from all over the world. Oh, it's nice. But you know what? Reputation is everything, too. So if you can build a nice place, but you don't have a reputation to go with it, well, you're not going to attract the people to come. So you have a dilemma on your hands. So good luck in figuring this out. I hope everybody can sit down, put down something, and look at it as, okay, I want to live here. Why? Who's going to benefit here the most? The students, the people? Who's going to get the most out of this? We all should have something to say. I love this place first. I want to see everybody rushing here to live in Southfield. That's great. I don't see that. Looking at it, every place has its problem. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Petty, and I live in Southfield. I've been here for 30 years. I'm at 17203 Alta Vista, and I wasn't going to say anything until I hear people coming from other neighborhoods talking about community. I think my neighbors in Southfield and on Circle Drive has adequately stated their case, and there's issues that probably needs to be resolved. Okay? I've been on the board of trustees for Lawrence Tech for 19 years. I'm not speaking as a trustee because, like you folks, we only have power when we're in the group and we make decisions. Okay? But I would like to give you a view for 30,000 feet. Okay? Right now, we're in the process of putting together a university. Our intent is to have a student-centric, preeminent university, and one of the elements in our strategic plan is the student residence. Seems like a minor kind of thing. What Joe Verizon mentioned, the buildings themselves are very hospitable relative to residential. Now, there are issues from what I heard on Circle Drive that needs to be dealt with. But I didn't hear anything, quite frankly, that was relative to the buildings themselves. It seems as though those are quite reasonable as it relates to the residents, even on Circle Drive. And Circle Drive is a beautiful area. If you drive around Circle Drive, it's very pristine, and I think it will remain that way. And as a matter of fact, the buildings that we've put up on the campus hasn't been just to make things not any worse. It's actually to make things better environmentally. And I think that Southfield can attest to that. And Joe Verizon has told us, at least at the board meetings, that that's the case. And so we will do everything that we can. And again, when I meet as a board, to bring up some of the issues about the Circle Drive. But I think that what we're attempting to do here is make this whole area a college town that's better for all the residents of Southfield, of which I'm one, and including my friends and neighbors on Circle Drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this issue? Come to the microphone. Give your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Chris Mulroy. My address is 28500 Inkster Road, Southfield. I'm a Southfield voter, and I'm also a graduate of Lawrence Tech, and I live in student housing. And I get it. This is where these people live. They pick this property because it's nice and quiet. And this is their home. And there's a certain amount of sentimental value. But then I hear all those things about not being responsible. I don't know why. These wild going on and all this stuff. And then I come to find out that a lot of the things of interest were not responsible. Lawrence Tech was not responsible. Then I found out the fraternity was closed. I believe it was 2.5 years ago before this process even started. Then I started hearing that, yes, security is responsible. And I hear that a lot of issues did get addressed. So I'm hearing the residents saying, no one's responding, no one's listening. Then as I listen further and I hear people question them, I hear that Lawrence Tech is responding. So I think there's been a little bit of misinformation here. I mean, this fraternity was closed 2.5 years ago. So that said, I wonder what else is going on here. Frankly, I've heard 3 people indirectly ask for more money for the property. I was also a business property developer at one time. So I realize there's some sentimental value, but I also think there's something else going on here. And I think that this would be very good for the city. I know it would be good for the school. I think it would be great for the city and the overall community. And I urge the council to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Hi. My name is Vanessa in the East Lansing and where I graduated from Michigan State. But the whole reason why I decided to work for Lawrence Tech as well as go to school and pursue my graduate degree in technical and professional communication is because it is in the city of Southfield. I am within a quarter of a mile from visiting my cousins that are going to Southfield High. I'm within 2 miles of seeing my parents who have been, like I said, at our house for 23 years. I'm even 3 miles away from seeing my family, my sister and my 4-year-old niece and my 14-year-old nephew. So I'm very proud of what Lawrence Tech has done in the city of Southfield, and a lot of these people at Circle Drive look like my parents. So I take their concerns very seriously. I hope that their concerns in these future conversations that we had doesn't frown upon the decision to expand, because I think it will help the residents of Southfield. There will be future partnerships and things like that. There's tons of summer camps, and there's no place to put students in the summer camps because we're just growing too big. Everybody wants to chill and stay in our housing for a week. So we at least have that opportunity to do that, which will be greatly beneficial for the Arts and Science Academies at Southfield Lakewood High School, as well as business and engineering academies at Southfield High. Those things will greatly partnership. We need to look at Lawrence Tech as not as a separate entity, but as an auxiliary member of Southfield Public Schools. Because a lot of our students are from the city of Southfield and from the area, and they take great pride in the area. And I'm sorry that some of the residents feel that it happens, but the larger student body does feel that way. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue?
I just have a quick comment for the gentleman who spoke about the ulterior motive or whatever he was talking about.
Have your name and address.
My name is Sherry Bonner. I live at 2533 3 Circle Drive, Southfield, Michigan. My comment is, do you live on Circle Drive? I live on Circle Drive. I know what happens on Circle Drive. Yes, there have been problems on Circle Drive, and yes, they may have cleaned some up. But then children are going to be children, youth are going to be youth. We understand all that. But we live on Circle Drive. We know what happens on Circle Drive. And yes, there is sentimental value on Circle Drive for our homes. And we're asking that we do meet, and we do talk. We understand all that. But we live on Circle Drive. The gentleman does not live. If it was in his backyard, he probably would be doing the same thing. Thank you.
Come to the microphone. You have, give your name and address for the record.
My name is Charles Bednar. I own the home at 25215 Circle Drive, and I just want to support my fellow neighbors there, about the noise, the garbage, constantly picking up garbage in the yard as they're walking up and down the streets. It's gone on for a lot of years. And, I'm worried about the value of my house. If Lawrence Tech doesn't give me a fair deal on my house, how do I sell to somebody else if nobody else is going to want to come into the neighborhood and buy at a decent price if they know Lawrence Tech's trying to buy up the land? So I just think the value of the housing is just going to fall off the bottom. Thank you.
Could I ask you a question?
Sure.
You say that there's garbage and stuff up and down the street?
Yes.
Since we have started talking with Lawrence Tech, has that improved?
Not that I've noticed, no.
And where do you live on Circle Drive? So Lawrence Tech can make sure that if there are students that live in that area, they can get to those students? Do you live on the backbone of the P or on the Circle part?
Backbone of the P.
The backbone of the P?
The first house on the west side of Circle Drive that you come to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else that wishes to speak? If so, come to the microphone. You have 5 minutes. Seeing no one, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Mr. Lance?
I have a few questions for the gentleman from Lawrence Tech.
Which
Architect, yeah.
Mr. Perez?
Yeah. I think I heard you say you started buying property, how many years ago?
The mid-sixties.
Mid-sixties.
Early to mid-sixties that I.
Okay. Why, at that time, didn't you tell the residents that you were buying property to inform them for your future plans? Very possible they would have sold out then when the selling was better, and you would have had a free ride by today.
To answer your question, I have no idea why somebody didn't mention it to them back then. I just don't know.
Well, I just thought of the idea that, boy, you didn't say anything to anybody. That was a bad plan, because if you said something to them, they would have sold the houses when they could get the money that it was worth, and you would have had a free ride in the whole area, instead of now intruding upon the residents.
Well, I can't speak for why we did or didn't do anything.
Well, you represent Lawrence Tax now, I'm talking to you.
Well, I do
So
represent.
send me the right one who knows an answer.
The time that you're speaking of, I was going to Lawrence Tech, so I was different. Literally, I was. I'm a graduate from there. So I can tell you a lot about Lawrence Tech, but I can't tell you why we did or didn't do anything in the procurement of property back then. But I can tell you that it is very common knowledge, because people do come to us when they have their house up for sale. I know that they come to us most often first because they think they'll get the best price from us, and they probably will, or do. There have been people that have come to us offering their house for sale, and they've asked of us exorbitant number, and we said, thank you, but no thank you. We're not interested at that price. So they know we're at.
Any of these people who spoke tonight come to you?
I'm sorry?
Any of these people who were present tonight, did they come to you to sell the house, offer you that house?
Of those that spoke tonight, I know of only one that has approached. There may have been more, but I only know of one, and it was a couple of years ago, and it's hearsay. They did not approach me. They approached the vice president of finance.
Okay. Your president made a speech before, very eloquent, and he made a statement, what's good for Lawrence Tech is good for the city. I remember the president of General Motors about 40 years ago saying, what's good for General Motors is good for the country. Such arrogance. I don't think the people believe you. All right, number 3. The president said he's part of the community. It's doing good for the community. What are you doing for the people now? And part of the community, these people own those houses in your building right close to their property, with all the future problems and everything. What is he doing for the community?
Well, first of all, we're not real close to anyone that's residing there. We are close to 2 of the properties that are up at the top of the peak. Admittedly, we are close to those, and we are several properties away, even from them. Okay? So we are, when we build, we are still close to nearly all of the remainders, with the exception of those 2. Those are the closest to any of the other properties.
Close enough for the residents to complain, and what they're complaining about is true. It's not a made-up thing. Why should they be subjected to all the distress and strains of other people coming upon their property, and the noise and whatever else the young people do? Is that fair to those people?
No, I don't think
you want to expand. Now,
I wouldn't want that happening in my neighborhood, and it is something we should do something about. I would agree. I would also suggest that it may not have the frequency that was implied here tonight. Students do have busy times for their academic pursuit. Now, do they have time to park your property? Do they trespass? That's a whole nother story. And the answer was no, they don't. They go past the house. I feel uncomfortable when they go in a group of 4 or 5. The residents met these students, and yes, they came prepared and wore ties and looked decent. But they were also students that were able to brag and tell of the master program, the major program that they were a part of, that they were second and third year students, and that they had going for, in some cases, dual degrees in engineering and science. I'd like to answer another question that you started to bring up and kind of went off. I wasn't sure if it was a question coming or not, and it was about the value of LTU to the community. I think the issue is partly, what's the future of LTU if we don't have this kind of facility? We hired a consultant to tell us some things that we kind of knew, and one was that we can't keep looking at a 60-mile radius to populate our university forever. Those days are gone. Now, we have looked outstate in the past, and we have not had a very overt effort at doing that, but we have done some. Now we have been told that if we are to survive, we need to reach out outstate, out of state, and international. 60-mile radius isn't good enough anymore. We are competing with a lot of first-class institutions in the public sector who charge a lot more than us. And we need to reach out to those people and bring them in so that we can compete. Because other universities charge out-of-state resident rate. We charge the same. So we can compete.
That still doesn't solve the problem of the people who own these homes now. They'll be out in the cold.
Well, we're not forcing anybody out now. We're not forcing anybody out. We're not asking.
You don't have to force anybody out.
We're not even asking to rezone out to their property.
No, but if you build what you want to build, they will be forced to build.
No, they won't. There's no more.
Yes, they will. And another thing I just noticed this. You claim to be the owner of the dormitory. Basically, you're not the owner. You have a contractor building it and owning it, and you're going to lease that building. So, you don't have anything to do with the building but lease it. So you don't feel the pain or guilt. The guy who's building the dormitory, he doesn't give a damn, because he's in business, and he built a building, and he's happy to lease it to you. He's making money.
Well,
what control do you have over that building?
The reality is that it is developing it for our exclusive purpose. It is on a long-term lease that we have.
Right, but you still don't own it.
We own it at the end. It's a capital lease. It's just like you do. It's similar to your home. It's
the lease doesn't own the building unless you buy it.
We have options to buy it at periods along the way, and we may do that. That's a financial decision to be made at a future point in time, not now. The method of acquiring this building is being done on a lease-back basis, quite common in commercial real estate, where you don't have the capital dollars to invest on day one.
I know the process.
That's exactly why we're doing it, for no other reason. We will operate that building ourselves, just like we do housing north, just like we do housing south. Our director of housing will manage that building. Our facilities people will manage the maintenance and operation of the building.
You're still going to pay rent to the owner of the building.
Yes.
You don't own it. All right.
Oh,
you go back and forth. You
by
can
the
say
way,
whatever
they
you
are
want.
not.
Right.
They are not a not-for-profit entity. They are a for-profit entity, and they will pay taxes.
So your attitude, guilt will not be there. The other guy who owns the building who's doing the damage. Okay, now, this never came to the site plan. I'm on a site plan committee. I received the package, but I never went to a meeting. Okay, all right, so I didn't see it. There is a problem here. How do we solve it? Does Lawrence pick? Well, they must have money. They must have money to lose there.
couple of people a minute ago that I didn't know made a comment about not feeling there was something underlying. There may be a want for us to offer.
I don't mean $50,000 or $40,000. These people lose their church.
Well, I can't
Tie up.
We, you know, we do not have deep pockets, in spite of what anyone might think.
Well, you have an endowment, you must have money.
All right. At an earlier meeting, an issue came up, and I want to bring it on the table and talk about it. Okay?
Well,
if you don't mind.
It's a bad situation. Lawrence Tech, and I always helped Lawrence Tech. I was in favor of everything. I lost a lot of respect. Because you're the same as all of any corporation around here who come to us for tax abatement of $12,000 and they earn $4 billion. All the same. You're doing the same thing. Now, disagree on this whole process, you went downhill, in my estimation. You turned out to be cruel to the people. That's what's going to happen. You don't care. I see it. I see how they speak. I heard the president speak. Well, I don't know how to solve it. If I had the money Bill Gates has, I'd lend you the money. Or I'd give the people money to move. But you must do something, because if this council would most likely approve the rezoning, I won't touch it. Okay? But what are you going to do? You going to live with it? All right, live with it. Let the president live with it. I remember the two other presidents Lawrence Tech had, Chambers and Marburger. They were fabulous people. I bet they would have had an answer to this. I bet. Why not today? I've never seen so many people speak for one project as you are in this one. Well, what's the use of talking? Council is going to approve your rezoning. I'm not going to do it if I can sleep. I don't know if they can sleep too. Okay. But I'm not going to do it.
I think it's wrong to say, but I'll risk it anyway.
And I think Lawrence Tech lost it.
I will sleep tonight. I think
Me. Oh, you can sleep. You're getting paid. You know, it's all right. No, Mr. President.
I'll say that. Mr. Chairman? Is there anyone else?
Mr. Chairman?
Jesse?
Tell me, is this for the future land use map, is that what we first acting on?
Yeah, we need to, act on each one of them.
That's the first one, first order of the day.
Yes.
Let me just make a comment, I was raised in Southfield, and I've seen a lot of schools being built in the city, and I've seen what was built around the schools. We have two major high schools, one in Lathrop Village and one in Southfield. And right behind the stands, behind the ball field, you'll see homes, and they have not lost value. You look over at Southfield, Lathrop, and you have $500,000 homes that were built adjacent to the high school. You get down in my neighborhood where Leonard School is, and that is surrounded by a residential. Look at Cranbrook School. They're building $15, $20 million houses around that facility. I think the thing that we're really discussing tonight is not the encroachment of Lawrence Tech into a neighborhood. I think it's what is happening in the subdivision by students who go to Lawrence Tech. And I think we resolved that problem in the last couple of meetings that we've had, and we were assured that that would be addressed. And I have absolutely no problem with that involvement. I think that it's taken a lot of nature. It's protected the residents. I'm 89 feet away from Circle Drive. The building is only 2-story, which not only after you go through it hardly see the buildings. faces Lawrence Tech and does not have any access onto Circle Drive. And so, Mr. Chairman, I look at this, as I do a lot of things that appear in the city. I mean, it's not unusual for schools to expand. And you look at Stevenson School. I mean, they have synagogue next door to them. They have beautiful homes, Tanglewood, Twickenham. These houses are not evaluated. I understand the rural atmosphere you have, but I think that the real thing that I didn't hear from almost everybody is the fact that there is rubbish on the street, there is police and safety problems, and I think those things can be addressed, Mr. Chairman, and I am in favor for this development to take place.
Okay, so, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Danforth.
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm listening to both sides, and I'm hearing that everybody wants Lawrence Tech to progress and to do well, but not at the expense of the residents that's currently there. And I remember in one of the meetings that we had asked Lawrence Tech, and I have not heard a response back, or at least I don't remember hearing, that the housing that is on Circle Drive, which is what the residents are concerned about, the students that live in there, is there a way for you to have the housing be rented to your older students, not the young students? If you put 2, 3, or 4 18 to 20-year-olds in a house, you're going to have noise and disruption. But if you put a family in there, students that are older, that's more settled, have the partying so much out of their system, you won't have the same types of issues. And that was something that Lawrence Tech had said they were going to consider. And that would help the residents, because my concern is not only with Lawrence Tech, but it's also with the residents, because you're equal. You have to find a way to work and live together. And what they were asking is that their peace not be disturbed, and it's being disturbed by having people come into the community that have different, they want to live a little bit differently. I mean, 18-year-olds live differently than one that's 40-year-olds. I don't know the age range of your students there. I just know that if you consider putting families in those homes rather than 18-year-olds, that will make a difference. And these were some of the things that we were asking Lawrence Tech to take a look at, and they said that they would, but I have not heard how that is going to work out, or how, and I think Mr. Verizon, you told me that you were going to look at that was a good idea, because when you put 4 and 5 single adults into a home, you're going to have parties, you're going to have noise, you're going to have trash, and what kinds of things can Lawrence Tech do to help with the trash? I know you have security, but what about, regular, I don't know what else you could do other than explain to the youth that are there. All of the youth are very intelligent and they like clean living. Nobody wants to live in trash. And maybe those are the kinds of things we can continuously remind them of, and maybe have a cleanup day or something. I don't know. But come up with ways that, and I believe this is where talking with the residents will be helpful. They're not saying they do not want you to progress, because it's not only going to help the city, you and them. It's just that they want to continue to live in peace and harmony the way they've done before, and that is being disrupted. And if you bring more people from outside of the city that's not used to the same type of quietness, the neighborhood being the way it is, they're going to bring whatever they're used to that neighborhood. And that's going to cause even more problems. Is there some kind of thought? I didn't hear any feedback from you on that.
All right, let me cover both those items in the order that you presented.
Okay.
First, on the commitment to look into changing who we rent to. We are looking, and I'm not prepared to make the commitment right now, because we don't have a lot of demand for married housing. So to say that we would only do it to married housing or couples becomes a little bit of a problem for us, because we get
also that other colleges you can, rent based on their, years in school. Like you can have seniors or whatever, so that you, although you're not saying it by age, but you are saying it by maturity, more or less.
That's a possibility, and, I don't know unless the dean of students can help me out with that. We can do that. We will do that.
Because
We will do that.
what I'm trying to do is come to a common ground, so that everybody can at least live together. And right now, it's just not gonna work.
We will do that. We will, I don't know where we'll break it, I'll just say right now, probably a junior, senior, not a bottom. You know?
They all are juniors right now. I'm sorry. They are signed the lease, they're juniors right now.
They have to be junior level now.
Well, then maybe it should be senior level, so that they can not have 4 single people in one home, or something like that effect. Other than that, it's gonna cause a problem, and it's not gonna go away. And I can't support something that's not gonna go away.
I think they got your message. I think it's up to them to work it out so that it becomes harmonious within the neighborhood. Whether it's seniors or whether it's people who work on a master's degree or whatever. But, I think you understand what our concern is.
Yeah.
And it's my concern also.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, that's okay. I was just trying to make sure, because I didn't hear the residents say they did not want it. They said they just want, they want their neighborhood to remain the same. And that won't happen with.
You've had a second item about the trash collection.
Yes.
Let's comment on that.
Sure.
Until tonight, the issue of trash didn't come up. I mean, this is the 5th session, and it's the first time I've heard the trash issue. So I don't have an answer for that, except to say we will look into it and do something, okay? Number one. But number two, at the gathering last Thursday night, the students did offer of their own volition to be available to help with projects in the community. They did, and they were talking about cleanup, yard cleanup, and I think they meant things like leaves and raking and stuff. I don't know that they had trash in mind when they made the statement, but they did commit to doing those kinds of community projects in Circle Drive area. So turn that into a periodic trash day cleanup or whatever would not be a problem at all. Am I correct, the students?
You are very correct.
I am correct. I'm speaking for him in that case because he's the one that works with the students to create those kinds of activities that you're talking about.
I had also suggested, we talked about older students, but I'd also suggested, releasing to faculty or staff. I know a number of universities do that, and obviously I have no idea what your demand for that is, but that's a suggestion.
We do that now. We have at least one that I know of, one person in security that lives in the house. He spoke at one of the early planning commission sessions.
Okay.
And I don't know if we have any others right now, but we do offer that to faculty as well.
I'm extremely proud to have Lawrence Tech as a part of Southfield. And I've been here 40 years and seen all the wonderful things that Lawrence Tech has contributed to this community. I think on this issue, and I've had these discussions with a number of members of the administration of Lawrence Tech, I think on this issue, you have a learning curve. As you say, this is not your main function or purpose, and I think some mistakes have been made. But I also feel very satisfied that Lawrence Tech is committed to being a good neighbor. Just as you want to have quiet enjoyment of your campus and go about your daily business uninterrupted with distractions, certainly so do the people on Circle Drive. And since you are a major property owner on Circle Drive, then it's incumbent upon you to step up and be good neighbors. In talking with the Dean of Students today and to Public Affairs Director, Mr. Annette, and others, I feel very satisfied that you have and will continue to take corrective action. You can also have greater communication with the people on the street going forward. It's just something you didn't do, but now you will do, and I'm sure you will.
That is one of the things we've discussed among ourselves, that range, so to speak. If anything we can add amount, it's the manner in which we communicate and not communicate. An example was Saturday when the group of students was handing out the flyers a week ago Saturday, trying to introduce people to what we were doing and inviting them to the event on Thursday evening. And one woman was very upset when we came to the door and threatened to call. He looked more like a student to her. Okay. And as a result, she threatened to call Terry Valentine, the head of campus facilities. Our point of contact, our day-to-day is an issue of lawn cutting, maintenance, and campus facilities. And we know from this experience that that was not good enough, and that's going to change.
Thank you, Tim. Anyone else? Okay, I think we're ready. I need a motion to act on the future land use map.
Mr. Chairman,
Bessie?
I move that the future land use map, Southfield comprehensive plan be approved.
Support. Been moved by Mr. Percassi, supported by Mr. Seibert, that we approve the future land use map amendment. Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record show that it was 6 yeas, 1 nay. I need a resolution number.
An ordinance number?
What-
1586.
Well, it says resolution in there.
Through the chair, now.
Mr. President, through the chair, city planner and I discussed this. An amendment to the master plan can be done by resolution only. You don't have to adopt an ordinance. Item B should be decide to rezone the property. That must be done by resolution. Master plan amendment can be done by resolution.
Was my motion correct then?
Yes.
Okay, well, we need to create a resolution? Or is this the resolution?
The motion
is the
resolution.
Okay, all right. Because in our material.
I noticed that the planner said resolution numbers.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, now, we're going to act on ZR 1310.
Chairman, let me just clarify, was the vote taken on the resolution?
Yes.
Yes, we had both.
It was 6 to 1.
Mr.
Bless you.
Chairman,
Thank you.
the public hearing has been held and closed. I move that ZR 1310 be rezoned from R4 single family residential to ERO Education Research Office.
Support. It's been moved by Mr. Percassi and supported by Mr. Seibert. They would rezone the land from R4 to ERO. Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record show that it was the vote was 6 to 1. And now we have the site plan.
Mr. President, we need the ordinance.
Yes.
Now
we need an ordinance. Now we need an ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, the 1587 be introduced.
1587?
Is that what you said, Dan?
1586.
86.
86. It's been moved by Mr. Percassi and supported by Mr. Seibert that we introduce ordinance number 1586. Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record show that the vote was 6 to 1. And now we can do the site plan. Mr. Percassi.
I move that SP 1283 be approved.
Support. It's been moved by Mr. Percassi and supported by Mr. Seibert that we approve SP 1283. Are we prepared to vote? All those in
6001 9 Mile Road. They are requesting council approval of a gaming license for the purpose of raising funds to benefit the Southfield community. The organization will be holding its annual Friends Ball on May 5, 2012, and the Providence Golf Classic in 2012. The State of Michigan's Charitable Gaming Division required that council adopt a resolution recognizing the Providence Health Foundation as a nonprofit organization. All of the appropriate paperwork has been submitted, and it is requested that your honorable body adopt a resolution recognizing Providence Health Foundation as a nonprofit organization for the purposes of obtaining a gaming license. There are representatives here from the organization. The council will be here for that.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, is there anyone from Providence Hospital who would like to speak on it? I mean, you've put in your time, so you better come up and talk.
I don't want to make anyone behind me wait any longer, so I don't.
Could you give us your name and?
My name is Timothy Gutwald. I'm here on behalf of Providence Health Foundation.
And your address, please. Business address.
My business address is 16001 West 9 Mile Road.
Do you have any comments to make on this?
No, Mr. President.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Picassi?
It's attached to our agenda, our letter from St. John's with the articles of incorporation and those items that refer to the request, and I approve the request for a gaming license.
You make the motion, and is there a second? It's been moved by Mr. Picassi and supported by Ms. Seymour that we approve the request for a gaming license for St. John's Providence Health System Foundation. Is there any discussion? Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay, the next item on our agenda is ZR 1311. Mr. Crowe, if you would, please.
Through the chair, we have two items before the council tonight, ZR 1311, which is a rezoning request of George Martin Associates. On behalf of the owner, Corral of Tri-County Inc., to rezone from OS Office Service to B2 Planned Business. If the zoning amendment is approved by the council, you also have for consideration GP 1229, SP 1282, special use and site plan review. Now, these are two separate public hearings, but I'd like to make one presentation at this time.
Request of George Martin Associates on behalf of the owner, Corral of Tri-County Incorporated, to rezone the property from OS Office Service to B2 Planned Business. The property is located at 29350 Southfield Road on the east side of Southfield Road at Edwards Avenue in Section 12 of the city. The subject property, as well as the properties to the north and to the south across Edward Avenue, are zoned OS Office Service. The property to the west across Southfield Road is zoned OS Office Service and B1 Neighborhood Business. The properties to the east are zoned RE Single Family Residential. With regard to the existing land use, the subject property is vacant. The property to the north is developed with an office complex. The properties to the west across Southfield Road are developed with the Southfield County Shopping Center and an office building. The property to the south across Edwards Avenue is developed with the Comerica Bank. The properties to the east are developed with single-family homes fronting both Edwards Avenue and Lathrop Street. The total acreage of the two properties proposed for rezoning to B3 General Business is 2.77 acres of land. The rezoning will allow for the redevelopment of the property for mixed uses in accordance with the comprehensive master plan. There is 280.4 feet of frontage along the Southfield Road, and a depth of 431.7 feet. Issues considered by the planning department during the review of the rezoning were: the proposed rezoning will be in accordance with the Southfield Comprehensive Master Plan that indicates North Southfield Road subarea, local mixed uses for this parcel. The proposed rezoning to B2 planned business will allow the petitioner to redevelop the property with new land uses compatible with the abutting existing development and in accordance with the comprehensive master plan. The proposed rezoning will not have adverse effects upon any of the adjoining zoning or land uses. Special use and site plan review request of Associates on behalf of the owner, Corral of Tri-County Incorporated, for the construction of a Golden Corral restaurant. The property is located at 29350 Southfield Road on the east side of Southfield Road and Edwards Avenue in Section 12 of the city. The subject property, as well as the properties to the north and to the south across Edwards Avenue, are zoned OS office service, with the subject property being proposed for rezoning to B2 planned business per ZR 1311. The property to the west across Southfield Road is zoned OS office service and B1 neighborhood business. The property to the east is zoned RV single family residential. With regard to the existing land use, the subject property is vacant. The property to the north is developed with an office complex. The properties to the west across Southfield Road are developed with the Southfield Common Shopping Center and an office building. The property to the south across Edwards Avenue is developed with Comerica Bank. The properties to the east are developed with single-family homes fronting both Edwards Avenue and Lakeford Street. The site contains 2.77 acres of land with 280.4 feet of frontage on Southfield Road and a depth of 431.17 feet. The special use request is to allow a freestanding restaurant within the B2 planned business district. The submitted site plan reflects the construction of a 12,050 gross square foot Golden Corral restaurant with associated parking. The parking required for the development is 149 spaces with 177 provided on site. The landscape provided exceeds the requirements of the zoning ordinance. The elevation shows a mix of brick, horizontal lap siding, glass, and a metal roof. Issues considered by the planning department during the review of the special use and site plan were: the special use general standards and conditions of the B2 planned business district, pedestrian access from Edwards Avenue and Southfield Road. Proposal is in accordance with the Southfield Comprehensive Master Plan, noting North Southfield Road subarea, local mixed use for this parcel. On-site stormwater detention. Traffic impact. Landscape screening along rear of the property. The petitioner is to implement recommendations made by the Southfield Police Department's Crime Prevention Bureau regarding site security.
Good evening through the chair. Again, I'm just going to show the site location, which is Southfield running north-south, Edwards Ave running east-west, and the property for consideration tonight is the former office complex which burned down in the fall. Proposed zoning is from OS, which is highlighted in the light blue, to B2, which is similar to red here across the street. The master plan indicates the areas along Southfield Road as the North Southfield Road sub-area, and it's further indicated as local mixed-use potential redevelopment sites, this being Edwards Ave, this being Southwood,
site plan and special use. And at this time, I'm going to ask the representatives of Golden Corral to come up and do a brief presentation before you open your first public hearing.
Could you please give your name and address for the record?
Good evening, yes. Larry Weiland. Our corporate office is at 5151 Glenwood Avenue, Raleigh, North Carolina. I am the real estate director for Golden Corral. I handle the Midwest part of the country. If I can, let me just look at some photos here. I've never used one of these before, so bear with me here. This first slide here discusses one reason why we come to Southfield. This is a chart that we use in Golden Corral that we've instituted in our system for the last 5 years. This is only 5 years of what we do here. What we do here is we rate our restaurant. This chart shows in Southfield we have designated the population of what is there, and there at the bottom is Golden Corral daytime employment and median household income, that's 2-family working, and weighted households, which we consider to be Golden Corral customers. And this site is probably one of the strongest sites we've seen in our demos, I would say, in my 4.5 years doing this work. If you look at right here at the top, look at Southfield, that's our top 25 stores in the company, not counting tourist restaurants like, say, Disney and what have you. You can see traffic count 51 against the top 25. Daytime population 15,000, and just look across the board there. You can see underachievers. 2-mile daytime 39 for Southfield versus the rest of the other stores. You can see all the way across the board here that we score in Southfield. It's a great market for us, way above anything that would, it just surpasses all these other top 25% of our company. This shows the elevations of the building that we looked at earlier. This shows more of a color rendering of what brick we use or what shingles we use. You can see that our interior here, there's going to be some comments not about maybe a closed down restaurant or that's maybe happened in the last 10 years. We're a restaurant chain of 575 plus restaurants. We do $1.9 billion a year in sales as a company. And we change a lot. We're the only buffet concept in America that makes changes to keep up with the times. This is the inside look of our store in Westland. The store is 7 years old. That's a 7-year-old restaurant right there you're looking at. There's a picture of Westland again. That's pictures of Westland, 7-year-old restaurant. Shows the new bars, the new buffet, a different look than what happened 5 or 10 years ago. Now this is an enhanced. This one here. This is your store, Kurt, right here. Okay, this is your store. So this is the entrance to Southfield, to Westland. There's your landscaping pictures there. Okay, and there's our site plan there. So you can see that our inside look. We've only posted here pictures of what is in Westland, and our new store will look exactly the same with some more updates. It's kind of like Walmart. At one time Walmart had small buildings, and they're all closed because y'all went to superstores, bigger stores. Our stores were 5,000 square feet, and now they're 11,000, 12,000 square feet because we know that we need that kind of size building to do what we need to do in a community. So that kind of catches up with that a little bit. One thing that we're going to try to do tonight is we're going to present facts, not could be, should be, would be, but just facts about Golden Corral. I've been at Golden Corral for 34 years, since I'm 21 years old. So I've been there. I was a franchise in Indianapolis for 8 years, and I'm on the real estate side now for about 4 years over. Why do we want to come to Southfield? First of all, the property meets our criteria for location. We have the right amount of land, we have the right traffic, we have the retail near us, office development near us for lunchtime. Our 5-mile odd population is way above what we need. The demographic, employment, and traffic statistics of this location were analyzed and compared to the 10 benchmark criteria for the top 25 non-tourist Golden Corral stores. The results, as I showed you before, this location above average in all 10 site criteria. It's within the approved franchise market area number 7 that Kirk Patel owns. He has 2 other restaurants and the ability to build 3 more in the Metro Detroit area. So we ask ourselves, why do we want to come to Southfield? I thought about that a lot, and I thought about this meeting a lot. I don't live here, but I've been here for the last 5 weeks and really trying to put my arms around why here. So if it's okay with the chair, I'd like to just hand out a little thing that we did. First of all, we will hire 175 employees in this restaurant. That's our normal hiring process for new stores. Wages, when the jobs created, will be $1.5 million each year over 5 years. That's $7.5 million wages will be circulating in this community. Payroll taxes will be $200,000 a year over 5 years. It's $1 million. So it's multiplied times 5 if you like. Investment to build this restaurant. Right now, we're at $4.5 million to build the restaurant. That's property, building, furniture and fixtures of $800,000, site work. Property tax paid to the city of Southfield, $50,000, $100,000 a year over 5 years. That's $250,000 and $500,000. Sales tax in the state of Michigan, $300,000 over a year over 5 years, $1.5 million. Sales tax revenue is close to $300,000 a year over 5 years, $1.5 million. Annual sales close to $5 million over 5 years, $20 to $25 million will be circulated locally, currently locally. Golden Corral is a restaurant destination. Many of our guests come from miles around and shop after they eat. Estimations are the average Golden Corral destination dinner spends 4 times as much as any other business they do at a Golden Corral. That was a significant impact on local retail, grocery, gas stations, thousands of dollars streaming to your city through Golden Corral Diner. 25 or more local vendors will provide products and services to this restaurant. All the concerns, and I was at every city planning meeting, all the concerns that were brought up outlined in this report on cooking odors, rotting food in the dumpsters, rodent control, hours of operation, site lighting, noise control, traffic control, which we'll talk about later. All the concerns that were brought up in all those meetings someone said to me one time, this is a no-brainer. This is what Detroit needs. It needs jobs. It needs people to work. We are a family restaurant. 2 questions came up in the meeting was, well, you're the same. We're not the same. We're not fast food. We don't have a drive-thru. We eat on real plates, real silverware. Servers take care of customers. As I think about Southfield, I've been driving all up and down today. Where can I go with a church group after church and walk in a restaurant on Southfield Road with 75 people and have a dinner or a family dinner and still be open? Where can I bring a ball team when a soccer field comes to the community and they want to enjoy a group atmosphere? So these are some of the questions we talked about. So what can we bring to Southfield? Diversity as far as food, a family environment where people can eat for $10 for dinner, $7, $8 for lunch, have a buffet all you can eat, where the kids can enjoy their time and the parents can get a break. We are a family restaurant. We're not a high-end restaurant. We're not fancy like, let's say, Cheesecake Factory, but we're meat and potatoes. We are what people want, and we're here to stay. You know, we're not going anywhere. I guess I'll just sum up and say I really believe that we are really all what 270,000 people that are in this 5-mile radius would enjoy eating at a Golden Corral. They'd come eat, they'd come shop. You would be happy with us in your community. We do stuff with the Veterans Association, the Children's Network, schools, churches raise money, senior programs in the afternoon. Some of my stores play bingo. We do all kinds of things. People that eat at Golden Corral, we will help other restaurants and bring people to town. We are just an asset for you, and I think that as you look at the facts, and you look at the numbers, you look at the pictures, you can tell that we are not what we were 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. We are constantly changing. What you see today, next year, like now in our stores, we're putting in chocolate fountains, cotton candy machines, cotton candy chocolate fountain, something new in the stores now. Hand-dipped ice cream is going in now. It's an addition to what we do, because we know that there's nobody out there in the restaurant business that can do what we can do in the buffet business. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate your working this late for a cause to help your community. I really, really believe with all my heart, one thing is we're telling you facts. We're here to play games. That the $5 million or $4.5 million, whatever it takes to get this restaurant built, it will help your community. It will bring people here. It'll hire people here, pay taxes here. And everything we've done to try to help the neighbors and make that whole back, you know, with the lighting and the fencing and the trees and all the stuff we'll talk about later. We've done all that to make everyone, just to make you guys happy. So I appreciate your time, and I hope that any questions you may have that we can get them answered in a way that will help you make the right choices. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the petitioner that would like to speak? If you give your name and address for the record.
My name is Sam Dorchin. I'm with Dorchin Martin Associates. My office is at 29895 Greenfield in Southfield, Michigan. My business has been in Southfield for 25 years, and I would like to say that it's been a pleasant experience all of that time, and I would value any business such as this moving in. My business is just about 1 mile east on Greenfield. One of the things that I'd like to point out, a little bit of history on how I evaluated this site when it came to me, is that the first thing I looked at was the use. We, generally what we do is we review the use and the site with the planners. First, we get departmental reviews. We do revisions all along the way. 4 planning commission meetings. And all during that time, we were involved with meetings where the public was involved and brought in all of their complaints, their concerns, and what we did was respond to each one of those. We obviously have to meet the zoning ordinance requirements, and so you'll see in that particular slide that the building is located, and we meet all of the side yard requirements, but it's located close to the Southfield right-of-way. When we first began, the building was back at least another 20 to 25 feet, and when the neighbors complained of the possibility of sound and disturbance and traffic, we moved the building closer to Southfield. Another thing that we did that we feel would remove the possibility of excess sound was install or design the retention pond, which is a rain garden type. Thank you. Rain garden type retention pond, which which collects the rainwater from the north property area, and it drains out into the 12-pound stormwater system. public and the adjacent residents were heard. One of the things that came up was that the planning commission found to be relevant was the sound, and if you'll notice, there is much more landscaping. The hours of the facility are, the facility is open until 9:30, 9 o'clock, 9:30 during the week, and that's Monday through Friday, and 11 o'clock. And this should be in your packet as well. Monday through Thursday, it's 11 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. Friday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday, 7:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Sunday, 7:30 to 9:30. So breakfast is served only on the weekends. The Planning Commission, in their after the 4 meetings, voted and it seemed very well satisfied with everything that we had done to respond to the neighbors. Voted 6-1 to approve the rezoning and unanimously to approve the site plan and the special use. I would hope that that has some impact on your consideration. We have done what we could to meet all of the requirements. There is a vacant site there now, and this will be a very attractive addition. We have responded to the adjacent neighbors, the business, as well as the residents, and have found a very positive response, which we will provide to you in a little bit later. And the traffic information, we have shown and we will show that there is a negligible impact based on this restaurant, even at peak hours. I'd like to make a comment about the discussion that I had with one of the council members who feels that small businesses will be driven out by this particular facility going into business as described by Mr. Weiland. It's been found through actual experience that more people come in to the area. Southfield is a busy street. As more people will recognize the value of the Golden Corral, more people come in and shop at the local businesses, and there's no documents to show that any businesses have been driven out by the Golden Corral. If you have any questions of us, there are we have some more presentations to make, but we'll have it come shortly.
Is there anyone else from the petitioner that wishes to speak on behalf of this?
Out of 7, 5 of them are here to show this report. The address 11660 has been in my family since 1989. I'm not one of the guys overnight developer. I'm here to say, where I live, I've been living since 1998. Built in the house, I'm still there. Going back to our 11660 address, and they're almost 22 years. I'll repeat myself, I'm not an overnight person. What will this Golden Corral bring? This Golden Corral will bring 175 real jobs. Property tax to the city, $50,000 to $100,000 a year. That is an investment of $4.5 million. Wages, annual wages, $1.5 million a year. Over 5 years, $7.5 million in wages in the community. Over 10 years, that is $15 million in wages. I'll repeat, $15 million in wages that is circulating in local economy. Sales tax of $300,000 a year to the state of Michigan. Over 5 years, $1.5. Over 10 years, $3 million to the state of Michigan. All these dollars are coming to the city of Southfield as this proposal gets rezoned, and to the state of Michigan. Which small business or who in this community, who is creating all these jobs? Our president saying, I believe you all believe that small businesses create jobs. Here is a small business that is going to create 175 jobs. This investment of $4.5 million is going to be by private dollars through banks, not through the city, not through no government agency, private dollars. I'm not asking for any tax abatement. I'm not asking for nothing from the city. I'm bringing my own money through the bank to make this investment.
Is there anyone else from the petitioner that wants to speak? If not, I will declare the public hearing open. This is for ZR 1311. Please give your name and address for the record.
Yes, I will. Thank you. My name is Diane Anderson, and I am speaking today on behalf of the Big Boy Restaurant on Southfield Road. The address is 29700 Southfield Road. It's been there for about 38 years. And because the gentleman from the Carolinas, North Carolina, I guess, doesn't know too much about the area, I'd like to give him a little history because I have a 60-year association with this area that is uninterrupted. Southfield and Lathrop, which is where my ties actually are, is one of the old inner ring suburbs that came about after World War II. It developed, its heyday of development was in the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. And during that time, zoning regulations were put in place to ensure a number of things. One of those was a proper balance between residential and commercial development. Another was to ensure a balance within areas zoned commercial to ensure that office space and retail space, and that includes standalone restaurants as opposed to restaurants and office blocks, didn't conflict within an area. And equally important was making sure that saturation coverage of any type of commercial development in any sector did not result in new businesses undermining the commercial viability of existing businesses. This area between 11 Mile and 13 Mile and Southfield, which is the area that will be immediately impacted by this restaurant, is currently served by 30 family
family restaurants. There are 10 restaurants in the Big Boy complex alone. There are 4 in Lathrop. And in addition to all of these restaurants, there is a plethora of family restaurants in Southfield. For example, just around the corner on 11 Mile in Greenfield, we have the Ponderosa restaurant that has been there certainly since I was in high school, and I graduated the class of '67 from Southfield High. So it's been there a long time. And then we are also very close to Berkeley, Royal Oak, and Birmingham that also have a plethora of family restaurants. Now, in case the gentleman isn't aware, we are currently in the worst economic crisis this country has faced since the Great Depression of 1929. We know that we are facing massive unemployment, consumer and corporate debt, the meltdown of real estate, both residential and commercial, the loss of jobs permanently overseas, the corresponding decline in wages and purchasing power for average Americans, and the loss of purchasing power for the dollar. With people making less and fearful for their jobs, there is unprecedented competition for the increasingly limited discretionary spending of the consumer dollar, and eating out is definitely discretionary spending. The loss in question, at one stage, as you have said, was an office. And offices provide customers for those 30 existing businesses in that 2-mile strip. This business is a behemoth that's going to come in and take customers away. There will be a net loss. In fact, I'm very glad that the gentleman brought up the Walmart analogy, because anyone that knows anything about Walmart knows it is a destroyer of jobs, a net destroyer. It comes into an area, it creates low-paying jobs, and it destroys many viable local businesses, some of which have been there for generations. The existing restaurants, particularly those like the Big Boy that has been there for 38 years, starting out on the RV site for many, many years over on the east side of Southfield now, have made financial commitments based upon the current zoning regulations. They never anticipated something the size of a Golden Corral would come in and take their business away. The city of Southfield actually has a declining population number, as we know from the last census, as do most of the areas in South Oakland County and South Macomb. It has also experienced the loss of some commercial properties, such as Blue Cross, going back to Detroit. In this economic climate, to allow another family restaurant into an area that already has saturation coverage is absolutely irresponsible. It would be a betrayal of those businesses that have been here for so many years. As I've said, the Golden Corral proposal is not a job creation scheme, it's a shell game. It's a trade-off. You're looking to get a new business into a site that's been vacant because the current people took their insurance money and ran and didn't redevelop the site. And you're prepared to sacrifice long-term businesses and their employees. A business like Big Boy that has served this community well for 38 years. To do that, I also would warn you, a little caveat emptor, sends a very dangerous message to other businesses in Southfield. It's not a state secret to know that throughout southern Macomb and Oakland counties, the long-established communities that were built up after World War II are losing population. Little towns like Romeo in Macomb County and Clarkston and Milford and New Hudson in northern Oakland County. These are the growth areas. This is where the population is. Country towns 25 years ago had huge, huge residential complexes now.
Your time's up.
Well,
and I give you a minute longer. I gave you 6 minutes to talk.
Will I be able to address the second, since it's 2 separate motions?
Sure.
Could I do it at once, or?
When we have the next public hearing, you can come back.
I'll take
up
where I left off.
Thank you.
Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-352-9188. Now, I just want to bring up a couple of points. All of you are Southfield residents. Imagine coming from 13 miles on Southfield Road and you're headed south. You cannot turn left. It is hard. Where this restaurant is going to be, it's relatively close to the gas station. Try turning into the gas station, making a left before you get to that light. It is utter chaos. She was right about the fact that there's 30 restaurants. Now, Edward Street is a residential area. I'm sure they don't want that. I hope that you guys are listening. There was a Golden Corral, and I'm sure it wasn't owned by this same gentleman, but it's a company name that was in the Flint Township. They had a problem with food not being in the proper temperature. The restaurant wasn't well kept. The parking lot wasn't well kept. Not to say that it would be the same for this guy, but they totally went out of business or was shut down. A lot of these restaurants are not maintaining their parking lot and their outside structure, but we don't have a checks and balance. No one goes to check. Now, we're talking about developing the Northland area. There are several restaurants like Country Buffet and others that are in mall areas. You've got a ton of parking at Northland. You've got a plethora of space at Northland. This restaurant should not be on Southfield Road. It should be in Northland Mall. Now, if they're going to do all that they said they're going to do on Southfield Road, do it in Northland Mall and redevelop that area. This is a prime business to go right in that mall. Now, 175 jobs at the expense of the other jobs on the Southfield Road strip. If you want to revitalize Northland, put these 175 jobs in the mall. Then those people in the mall working at Golden Corral would spend their would spend their money on their lunch break because they don't have to leave the store, so to speak, or to leave the complex. You are cluttering Southfield Road, and you're not redeveloping the Northland area. Then the last thing that I wanted to say, because it seems like my time is up. People come in and they use these keywords: churches, seniors, children, and community outreach. All of these restaurants here, the new ones that have not been here for 25, 30, or more years, they came in using those same keywords, and you guys gave them this restaurant. Go to some of these existing restaurants, like on that Northwestern Highway Strip, and look at how they're not being maintained. Look at the parking lot. Look at the restaurants that connect to some of the smaller hotels. You would be outraged. I'm asking that you do not put this location there, that you do not approve any rezoning, and put it in Northland Mall so you can revitalize the downtown area that you've been talking about. Is my time up? Oh, okay. Then the next point that I wanted to make, he talked about real plates and silverware. Let me tell you about the Golden Corral in Flint. You're right. You use plates, you use silverware. The plates are scratched. They're stained with the different colored gravies from the food. And if you look at how busy a Golden Corral is, the plates come out wet, and the silverware is not always clean. Why? Because you're not quite staffed, and you're doing more with less like everybody. So you always start off like the casinos with all these jobs and employing all the people in the area. Look at what they've done to the casinos. They're not manned by regular people anymore. Everything is automated. You don't go to a person to cash in your winnings. You stick it in an ATM machine-like device, and they give it to you. So it's good to use all these keywords, but I don't buy it. I think this project would be better in Northland Mall, and I think putting it on Southfield Road is going to hurt some of those businesses that have been there, that's been committed. You guys are cluttering these areas, and I agree with this young lady.
No, you're fine.
You want to quickly develop it because it hasn't been developed in a while, or since it burned down.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Come to the microphone. Give your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, good evening.
out to some of the neighbors along in Southfield and asked if they could give us their thoughts. And so I'm here to read some of the letters and provide a copy to Terry. From Comerica Bank at 29252 Southfield Road, from the desk of Donna Miles, Banking Center Manager. Dear interested parties, please be advised that I'm the Comerica Banking Center Manager, located at the corner of Southfield Road and Edwards. For the record, I would be extremely elated if the Golden Corral was located across from our banking center on Edwards. We find no negatives involved with this proposed location for the Golden Corral. If I may be of any further assistance, please feel free to give me a call. Thank you, Danelle Miles. To herself, there's a letter addressed to Mr. Crow. I'm the manager of the office building located at 29200 Southfield Road. This email is being written to indicate that I'm not opposed to the proposed use of property north of ours for a Golden Corral restaurant. It would be good to see this site developed, and tenants in our building might find the restaurant beneficial to them. Thank you for considering my views. Sincerely, Robert Citron, Citron Family, LLC. To the north, next door in the Woodfield Center, is Ariel Enterprises, and we have a letter from Ariel Enterprises. They addressed it to me. I believe the tenants at Woodfield Office Park would welcome the proposed Golden Corral as a convenient location for lunches. Best of luck with the rezoning effort. Sincerely, Ariel Enterprises. To my 5 minutes, and then I'll come back later with the rest. Southfield City Council, the honorable members of from the Chaldean American Chamber of Commerce. The honorable members of the Southfield City Council. I am writing to support a new business in Southfield, the Golden Corral Restaurant at Southfield Road and Edwards Avenue. As an organization that represents numerous businesses in Southfield, I'm personally excited about the addition of Golden Corral. It will be great for this area, expanding our dining options with quality food choices at affordable prices. Golden Corral's reputation is admirable. They offer a variety of homemade, fresh food in a family-friendly atmosphere. The restaurant is sure to become a benefit to Southfield and its surrounding neighbors. I am hopeful you will support and approve Golden Corral. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Martin Manna, Executive Director. Around the corner, we have from Himashanyu Patel at 29200 Southfield Road, Southfield Planning Department. I am writing this letter in support of the zoning request listed above. I work in Southfield close to the proposed site. I have always supported local businesses in Southfield and believe in their commitment to positive contributions to the city. In 2009, Restaurants and Institutions magazine ranked Golden Corral #1 in Consumer's Choice in cafeteria buffet chain. This is a brand new concept for the city of Southfield and the surrounding cities as well. We need to support local businesses who want to make the city of Southfield a destination for shopping and dining. I request the above zoning request be granted in support for more jobs, tax revenues, and investment in Southfield. Sincerely, Ismail Patel, CPA. And I'll let the other people speak, and I'll come back with the letters if you wish.
Pardon me?
I'll come back and read the other letters to give other people a chance to make their comments.
Still have a minute.
Well, thank you. I'll come back if that's all right.
Go ahead. Give your name and address for the record. Yeah,
my name is Rose Allen. I'll give you the address of the restaurant, 29700 Big Boy. It's a family restaurant. Since we're here seeing facts and the truth, I'm going to give you the facts and the truth. Okay. This restaurant's been there for 38 years. We already pay taxes to the city. We already hired more than 175 people. Give you a little bit background, because I'm from Michigan, but originally I'm a refugee, came from Lebanon, came here, worked hard. I was 14 years old, loved this country by choice, and when you love, it's a verb, it's an action, not just words. As Brenda knows, my mom and my family support the truth. And she even knows all about it, Brenda, and we don't go around bragging, telling anybody about it. We
guys that come into the restaurant on the weekends. So if you guys would like to come, you're welcome. And we do it for a cheaper price. So, and we pay franchise fee too on top of it, and taxes, okay? We donate one day out of the week that I take money and bake and send stuff to the troops in Iraq. You know, we have Marines. If I had enough time, I would have brought some units here. We have 8 units that we support, and each unit has 120 soldiers. I could have gotten letters from Afghanistan, Iraq, wherever you want. Besides that, we've been supporting the homeless in Detroit for 17 years. Matter of fact, we had a fundraiser last year. That gentleman was there. We closed the restaurant. All the employees worked for free. My mom paid for the food. We raised $6,500. If I had enough time, I would have brought you a busload of those homeless people that we take the food to them twice a week. We've been doing this for 17 years. The reason why it's so important to me and close to me, the restaurant that we have is easy to bake and cook the food in there to feed the homeless and military and not make a dime whatsoever. So it's a very easy for us in access. My family always supported the little people in everything. I'm not against Golden Corral. That I'm for it, but not next door. And he's been working on this for 5 weeks. If I'd have known something, I would have had more letters for you. I would have had everything you need, but I didn't have it. Nobody told me. The residents, they know about it, but we businesses, we pay taxes. How come we don't know? And we're competition? I don't understand it at all. And we support the churches, we support the military, we support the homeless. We're a family restaurant that knows all about us. You can go from the health department, you can go get any records you want. You can, my CEO of Big Boys was in my fundraiser. I got a personal letter. I didn't know nothing about this. I'll tell you exactly how I found out. There was a customer that had been coming into the restaurant for the last week, and every time he sat down, he would talk to somebody. One of my employees came up to me yesterday and said, listen, Rose, he's at it again. I'm like, what is he doing? He's talking to the customers again. I don't want to interrupt. I don't know what's going on. But what was he saying? Oh, I'm with Golden Corral, and guess what? We're going to come here, and we're going to close Big Boy down. I can't wait. So guess what? Then it got to my other employees. And then when that happened, what did my employees say to me? Say, Rose, we got to look for another job. Oh, wow. I don't get it. Hey, the truth and the fact, I have no problem with it. I will say it. But why didn't I have the opportunity to know about this? And Golden Corral, they can go anywhere in Southfield. Why does it have to be there? There's 30 restaurants. There's 10 restaurants in our plaza. We're all fighting for customers. We pay franchise fees, so it's even worse for us. All our employees, you have a copy of all our employees, you have a copy of all the restaurants that we have. They've been working with us minimum 10 years. These employees go with me and volunteer for the homeless. I don't even pay for them. And as far as the fact, we've hired already enough people, more than 175 for all these years. We have paid taxes. He's promising you that. I already did pay that. So,
Larry Wild, just a couple of notes here before. First of all, in our management team, we will not accept that. We have not been in that restaurant and talked to employees. The second question is this. Our largest franchisee is a Frisch's Big Boy out of Cincinnati. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Our largest franchisee is Frisch's out of Cincinnati. They have 38 Golden Corrals. They have built 7 Golden Corrals in Cincinnati. And they have, I don't know how many Frisch's there, probably 50. So our largest franchisee is Frisch's Big Boy. Now, we've not heard the Frisch's Big Boy chain out of Cincinnati. They have 38 Golden economy's bad, jobs are tough, people are short on money. This is where we are. We're a value-driven concept. We do well, just like Big Boy does, in the good times and the bad times, because our prices are set to make everyone want to eat out. But to hear the fact that we're going to hurt Big Boy, and that's who is talking here, we have look it up online. Our biggest franchisee is British Big Boy out of Cincinnati, 38 Golden Corral. Okay? That's the facts. And the facts are that we would not, like I told you, I'm straight, I'm honest, I don't tell the wrong story. We're not going to go in a restaurant and say that we don't want to close anybody down. So those are my facts on the comments that were made prior about Christians, about the economy, about who we are and what we do. And we do have checks and balances in our restaurants. We talk about Flint. Things are going to happen. Now it's an old restaurant. We have a franchise service consultant that comes by and visits the current store every month. We have inspectors that come by every quarter to inspections. We hire Tech to do outside health inspections. Over and above.
Excuse me, Mr. President, this is a public hearing, and shouldn't his comments come after the public hearing is closed?
Well, you tried to respond, and I'm going to shut it down pretty quick.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, Mayor.
You'll get your turn.
No, I just wasn't trying to follow up.
But he is the district. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? You come to the microphone, your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Diane C.C.A. Thompson. My address is 17041 Edwards Avenue, Southfield, 48076. I am a 17-year resident of the city of Southfield. And first, I'd like to at least give the council members some context about the neighborhood, Edwards Avenue. Edwards Avenue, I also moved there from Detroit. I enjoyed the large lots on Edwards Avenue. Everybody has an acre or more in that particular neighborhood. At the end of Edwards, it goes out into a one-way street that goes right behind the restaurant. People enjoy the tranquility, the quietness of the neighborhood. We have no sidewalks. We've had a growing traffic problem with the changing demographics of the neighborhood. When I moved to Edwards Avenue, pretty much all the original owners of the home lived there when I moved there. So as you can imagine, most of those residents are either elderly, have died, or have moved at this point. So now we have a very mixed neighborhood, a neighborhood with young children that walk, the streets, and elderly residents. I know the businesses had mentioned before, where are your residents that you talk to? We have a petition for residents, over 44 petitions of residents who have signed petitions in opposition of this particular restaurant in this location. And again, I've talked with many of the residents who don't necessarily oppose the Golden Corral coming to Southfield to build the economic development to the city, but we feel that it's incompatible with this particular site. It conflicts with the interests of the residents of Edwards Avenue. When do we enjoy our property? I like the theme of facts. When do we enjoy our property? When people leave their stressful jobs, you come home in the evening, you want to relax on your deck and look out in the greenness of your backyard, 4 to 7, 4 to 9 o'clock at night. That's the height of his restaurant hours. He identified that as a zoning meeting, and I've attended all of those meetings but one. Those are the height of his restaurant hours, evening hours, 4 to 7, 4 to 9 p.m. That's when we like to enjoy our property, the tranquility and the quietness of animals running around and just enjoying your greenery, not the smells of food, the increased traffic flow. The traffic study that was done, I find that insulting. Not many people frequent restaurants from Monday through Wednesday. You frequent restaurants Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The traffic study was not done during those days. It was not done during the time of the academic year. We have a school that's less than a block away. That is a lot of traffic that feeds through Edwards Avenue. The traffic study wasn't done during that time. So there's a lot of issues associated with this restaurant coming in this particular location. We've enjoyed the tranquility of medical office buildings in that area. Unfortunate that the building burned down, but what's to the north? That owner there, he came to the zoning meeting. He said, I oppose a restaurant that butts right up to my building. Why? Because they're business hours, 8 to 5. You have people coming in for diagnostic tests, pretty much after 5 o'clock, you don't see those people. The bank, same thing, business hours. It's a quiet setting that restaurant is incompatible with. They talked about tour buses. Tour buses bring lots of people. The success of that restaurant is predicated on going in complete contrast to the residents of Edwards Avenue in that particular neighborhood enjoying the tranquility and the continued tranquility and quietness of that particular neighborhood. It conflicts completely with why we bought our homes and why we want to continue living in that particular neighborhood. I think those are all the points I wanted to make. Thank you.
I think it's still good evening, isn't it? Or is it good morning? My name is Andrea. I'm one of the managers of the Big Boy. I've been there 33 years. Today, actually. Now it's at 20. I've seen it at a time when we were the only ones there. And like they said, there are 30 places between 13 miles and 11 miles to stop and eat. To add one more, it's too many. Like we said, we're not against Golden Corral. We're not against development in Southfield. I love Southfield. I lived in Southfield since 1962 until I lost my home in 2008. I would love to be back. I know what the economic value is now in Southfield. I was one of the ones that lost. To bring in another restaurant where there's already 30 places to eat is trying to take another piece of the pie. There's not that big a pie left. You have so many choices. That's just on one road. Like they said, we have Beverly Hills Cafe, which is the other side of 13 miles. There's McDonald's over there. Then you go on up. You've got Kentucky Fried. You've got Ponderosa. You've got Berkeley. There's so many in that one area. And to have 31 on Southfield Road alone is too much. And that's not counting what's on the other side of 696. That's not south of 11 miles. That's north of 11 miles to south of 13. There's 30 of us. So I hope you consider that, yes, the Golden Corral would be nice in Southfield. It would bring, economic growth in Southfield, but not on Southfield Road. The traffic at 4 o'clock, 4:15, 4:30, I'm telling you, to even make a left-hand or right-hand turn to get on to 696 takes you 45 minutes. It takes you 20 minutes to go from our mall to 12 miles. To add more, it's just unfathomable. So have a good day, and I have to go open, so I'll see you guys.
Can I ask you a question, please? You said that there were 30 restaurants, which I don't disagree with. One of the restaurants that you quoted, or you named, was Ponderosa. I thought that was on Greenfield.
No, I said besides the 30 that are just on Southfield Road, there's 30 places to eat on Southfield Road, 10 in the Southfield Plaza.
Okay, but Ponderosa's on Greenfield.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's more common.
I've been driving up down.
Oh, no.
Yeah, okay.
All right, we've got Berkeley, we've got,
Okay.
Hilton Hill, Thank you.
Good job.
Hi, my name is Billy Curry. My address is 17550 Edwards Avenue. And I've got several comments, but before I make them, I'd like to say that there were a number of residents who came out to give their opposition to the construction of Golden Corral. There were about at least 15 or 16. Right now, I would like for the ones that are still here to stand, because some of them might not want to talk. But
back there, you know, those are folks from both Edwards Avenue as well as the ones that left, by the way. So I hope this is not my time, but I want to just show you that because of the lateness, I had one lady that got sick back there, and her husband had to take her home. He said he might have to take her to the hospital. I had a couple where they had to go home because they're small kids. I had folks who had to go because they worked midnight. So I'm sorry, I've lost much of the response, so I've got to try to be the voice for those folks. Now, earlier you heard Diane say that there were 44 folks who signed a petition. Did you guys on the council get these petitions? But there were 44 residents, and these are the ones that, when did it come in? It was given to the planning commission on July the 20th. And they said they would have it, I talked to Terry Crowe, he said he would have it to you guys for this meeting. Apparently, we got it today, because nobody's seen it, so. But go ahead. All right. And so, there were 44 folks and more who wanted to sign it, but I had turned it in back in July. Okay? All along that strip between Southfield Road and Pierce, every neighbor I talk to is opposed to the construction of Golden Corral. Both the ones on Laker between 12 and Bedford Woods, and again Southfield Road and Pierce. I didn't talk to anybody beyond this. Okay? Now, I heard mention about the number of restaurants. There are 20 restaurants between 11 and 12 miles long. Sure, there are 30 all along or more along that strip, but between 11 and 12 miles long, there are 20 restaurant-type businesses. Actually, 21, soon to be 22, you know, with McDonald's, I think. So, we're saturated. But there are other things. I heard mention about the zoning for the area across from Edwards, where it's B1 and B2. And so we should approve a B2 for the corner of Edwards and Southfield. There's a major difference between those zone B1 and B2 on the west side of Southfield and the east side of Southfield, and that is Edwards Street, a residential street that comes through there. There are no residential streets where those other B1 and B2s are. So we have a residential street, and it is a feeder street where people drive through coming from Greenfield through to Southfield Road. At one time, Edwards was closed off just east of the Core American Bank. And then it was reopened, that was back in the 80s. It was reopened. The person who could tell you more about that had to leave. It was reopened because there was some concern about emergency vehicle access to get to the schools and everything else. But why was it closed in the 80s? It was closed because of the heavy volume of traffic along that street, and the neighbors were very concerned. Now, I suspect that in the 80s, most households had one car. In 2011, most households have 4 cars. So the traffic study that was done does not accurately reflect what is happening in that neighborhood. It was done during the time when the schools closed, the business was closed, and as Diane said, not during the weekend, and when more people were on vacation, because August is the time when everybody goes away. So it's not accurate for that reason. It was compared to, as I understand from the meeting, a study done in 2001. The problem with that is that 2001, that study was done when Vandenberg was open and when Harvard Plaza was in its full occupancy, and there was plenty of traffic. So to say from the survey that Edwards can pick up and handle the additional volume because the volume of traffic has decreased in 2001 is inaccurate. So that study was flawed. So what we have here is a situation where I think that Golden Corral would be a great financial asset to the city of Southfield. And there are other locations in Southfield where it could go. There's a spot right across the street here, if I'm pointing towards Evergreen, corner of Evergreen and Civic Center Drive, just north. Big plot of open land that could be used for that. And it's already, I suspect, zoned because there are already businesses all along that area. And oh, by the way, where this restaurant would go, and I know that the folks have said that they're going to control the odor and control the rodents, but the flow for air is northeast, probably 80 to 90% of the time. So it flows right through the residential area. One of the ladies that was here and had to leave has a daycare that she does and has lots of small kids that play in the backyard. that's gonna affect them because there's no way you can knock out all that odor.
Okay,
But
I've given you more than your 5 minutes.
I'm doing more than 5 minutes?
I've given you more than your 5 minutes because you were introducing other people and all that, so.
Okay.
But you're,
How much
you
more
don't
do I
have your 5 minutes.
So
You're done.
I'm done.
But you'll have another opportunity because we're having another public hearing.
All right. I did want to say one thing before I go. Can I, regarding every other Golden Corral that I've looked at is far away from residential areas, at least 600 feet or more. Big buffer zone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Lipke. I live at 184 Ponderosa Trail South, Belleville, Michigan, 41111. I work at Golden Corral. I've been there for about 6 years. I've just been hearing a lot of bad news, about not wanting it there or whatever. I feel that it would be a benefit for them, the job opportunities. This is my second income. My husband's retired from GM. It's helped me purchase my home, my cars. I've gotten opportunities to learn different things in my job. I'm a server right now. I work as a baker on part-time, and I just feel like it'd be benefiting them. I really do. That's really all I have to say. I'm getting tired. I just want to go home. But I wanted to make sure you guys know it's a positive thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Tom Jones. I live in Detroit. I'm 035 Stanton Arrow. And I'm a customer client. I tell you, I go there, my wife and I, we go there 2 or 3 times a week, Northland, or Westland. And I think it'd be a great asset to have a Golden Corral closer. And I thought Southfield was a good place for me. And one reason I drive about 45 miles there and back about 3 or 4 times a week. And I'll tell you why. There's no place, all your restaurants you're talking about here and there, there's no place in the world my wife and I can eat as cheap as we do. Any day. And there's nice food. I mean, good food, clean, and tasty, and variety. You just can't get it no place else. So Golden Corral would be a great asset to anyone. I'll tell you something else. I do a lot of traveling too. And I always look for a Golden Corral because I know their food is good. And every place you go, their food is good and tasty, and you have all varieties, whatever you want, they have it for you. So that's why I'm talking here today for you. And I own an apartment building. Well, in relation to people, I'm just telling you this. I own an apartment building, and I also have a pastor church. And I know a lot of people who would like to see Golden Corral in Southfield. So that's why I'm here. And I go to Westland. That's the best, cleanest place there is to eat. I've eaten all the restaurants. I know about the different restaurants. I know about the prices and everything. That is the best place to eat. So if you find time, go to the Golden Corral.
Traffic, if I want to go for a bike ride, I want to walk my dog, and I want to walk up and down the streets, I've got to compete
you wouldn't believe the speed they come through there. So now here I am competing with those people. There's gonna be more people like that I'm gonna have to compete with this. I don't have any sidewalks to even run down and get away from. I gotta walk down the street with it. Guys, they come through there. And, but also the other point, is I like the diversity of restaurants that we have there. This is going to drive them out of business, there's no doubt in my mind. It's very clear. In fact, I believe we have Farmington with real estate made that very point. It sells the letters to you guys from the various businesses around there, the bank, I don't know, two of the others. What did he say? My employees are going to go to the Golden Corral and eat for lunch. Where were they going before? Maybe they just didn't eat much before, and now the Golden Corral will be hungry. So it's one of the other businesses that's going to suffer, along with the residents. Some are going to be a lot more impacted than I am, but
I've worked at Ryan's and Golden Corral, so that's what I've ever worked for. The managers work with you, it's clean. I don't know, I've never seen dirty silverware or plates. So it's a good place to work.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. And Golden Corral, you've heard of Old Country Buffet? Golden Corral is upscale.
Hello, my name is Lance Riedel. I come from Taylor, Michigan, 15309 Wynn. I have here a couple letters from employees that couldn't make it. They were either working or had to study for school. I've got, my name is Catherine, and I have been and still am an employee at the Golden Corral in West Michigan for 3 years, 3.5 years. I'm a waitress, so that means I meet different types of people every day. I always have customers ask me if they are ever going to build a Golden Corral near them, because it's a long trip. But until then, still continue to make the drive here because they love the atmosphere, and most importantly, the food. I believe being Golden Corral to the city of Southfield would not only give numerous jobs to the unemployed, but would bring a lot of money to the city. I'm a manager, and I take great pride in employing people. When the auto company shut down, I had the auto workers come to me for jobs, taking just a portion of the pay that they were making just to put money on the table. We employ people that aren't necessarily educated. We employ people that can't get the high-paying jobs. Traffic flow, I don't know much about it. All I can say is I know not everybody comes in at one time. Not everybody leaves at one time. It's, a progressional thing. Noise, it's a restaurant. We don't have bands, what's the other one? Smells, I don't know. I smell food. It smells good. But that's all I got. Thank you.
We are one of your neighbors in Warren, Michigan. In the last month alone, we went to Golden Corral 28 times. However, the closest one to us is 32 miles. Westland is 70 miles, and our Fort Branch one is 120 miles round trip. If anybody wants to see it, they're welcome to the 28 times we went to the Golden Corral. It's such a wonderful place. It's unbelievable. It's clean, it's wonderful. And really senior citizens really enjoy it. And it's a very reasonable for senior citizens. Senior citizens, it's $7, and dinner prices around $10, and get all the steaks you want, all the hand-dipped ice cream, and everything they can. It's a wonderful place to have it in Southfield, Michigan. And we could buy 6 orders.
the people at home, if they're still awake.
Can you all hear me now?
Sure.
My name is Chris Ruzin. I live at 17011 Edwards, here in Southfield. I'm not opposed to new restaurants coming into the city of Southfield. However, as you all can see that I'm in a wheelchair, at my home I have a power wheelchair that I use when I'm home alone during the day when my wife is at work, who is behind me, her name is Diana. As it was also mentioned on Edwards, from Vandenberg School west all the way to Lake Road, there are no sidewalks whatsoever on that portion of the street. Every morning, starting on 7:30 and throughout the day till late afternoon, there's various times when the traffic is high and low, and there's people that even pass on a residential street. I do not feel safe as a resident going out on the street that I love to live on with my wife, for the fear of someone not paying attention that there's someone in a wheelchair on the street as a pedestrian. And I just don't feel safe. And there's other areas in the near vicinity, around in the shopping center, around where Big Boys is. There's a big open vacant piece of land, as an example, right outside the door of Marshall's department store that could still be developed. There's also a piece of property that on 12 Mile, just west of Telegraph, that used to be a car dealership that is vacant, as well as near 12 Mile and Evergreen that used to be the Mr. B's restaurant. It could also be considered for this location in addition. Thank you.
My name is Diana Ruzin. I live at 17011 Edwards in Southfield, and I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments. I appreciate Golden Corral wanting to come to Southfield. I'm not against economic development at all in Southfield. We have lived here for 3 years, and we thoroughly enjoyed the city, and we're glad that we came here. I was laid off and been out of work for 2 years before I fortunately was blessed to get a job just 2 months ago. And I can totally appreciate them saying that they're bringing 175 jobs. That's wonderful. I'm all for that. But put it somewhere else. It's too close to the residential area. I'm afraid that there's going to be trash. There's going to be smells. There's going to be problems. Years ago, I lived behind an Olive Garden, and there was all kinds of odors every day during their operations there. And also a friend of ours lives near the Golden Corral in Clinton Township, and they have a big buffer between the residential and the restaurant. And he said that there has been a lot of trash flowing through the neighborhood. There has been a lot of traffic. They've even encountered a few fights in the parking lot, and that's up in Clinton Township off of Hall Road. So please consider that we're not against it, we're just against it where we live at. And there's plenty of land elsewhere in Southfield where it could go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matthew Seeley. I work at 29580 Northwestern Highway. I work with Ludwig and Seeley. I'm here on behalf of a client of mine, Keith Butler, the manager of Butler Properties, owns a property just 2 parcels north of the subject property.
Erica Iraqi. I'm writing this letter of support. I don't live in Southfield, but I frequent the area several times a month to dine and shop with my friends and colleagues who work in the area. I support local businesses, and I believe that Golden Corral will have a positive impact. And my last comment is just, if I can respond to people who have a lot of suggestions for places to put it. And I've worked over 2 years to find the appropriate location. And many of the locations that were suggested, we considered. And we wrote proposals to actually some of those owners, and we're not able to reach that agreement. So this location was a result of exhaustive effort in a thorough professional manner, and this was really the only best viable good location we were able to work with. So I'm just going to share with you that little bit of background. And for the minute, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm James Remar. I reside at, it's been so long I forgot my address. 3326 East Charmwood Drive, Port Huron, Michigan. I originally grew up and worked in the Ohio market. In fact, I worked for the Precious Big Boy Group prior to coming with Corinth Hotel. I've been with Golden Corral now for 10 years. I'm the general manager over at Fort Gratiot, and I brought a whole file full of letters that we know we don't want me to read. I can honestly tell you, I built 8, this would be, if this one happens, the 8th one that I've helped open up. And I have never in all my years heard anybody say anything negative about Golden Corral after we're there. They are all welcome, and we are happy to be into their neighborhood. We spend an awful lot of time getting involved in the communities. You've already heard about the Children's Miracle Network. We also do military appreciation. I'm a veteran myself, and I participate in all the veterans organizations in our community to help promote the community environment there. I understand that there's concerns about possible odors coming out of the restaurant. I can honestly tell you, it does not really happen. We have an indoor dumpster system. It's not outside. There's nothing outside the building. We never take any trash out of the building. It's all contained in an indoor dumpster system and removed and a clean one brought in. So the concerns over odor are kind of senseless. And I just wish you would deeply consider making the move. Again, like I said, I can't emphasize enough how much I love Golden Corral. And I've been with them a long time. I've now been with Corinth for the last 4.5 years. And obviously, as we stated earlier, he's not an overnight kind of guy. He is here to stay, and he does get involved in the community. And I think he'd really have an asset to Southfield. And that's it. Thank you.
Prakash Patel. I work at 16155 West 12 Mile Road in Southfield, right there by 12 and Greenfield.
Your name again, please?
Sorry, Prakash Patel, P-R-A-K-A-S-H.
Okay, thank you.
I actually work at a collection law firm, so I hear about the economy all the time. I hear lots of bad things. People lost their jobs, they can't pay anything. So I think it's wonderful that Golden Corral is coming in the community and bringing 175 jobs to this area. I'm actually Garrett's brother, and I was with Jim when we opened up the Fort Gratiot location, and that area was also affected by lots of loss of jobs because of the economy. I remember going for about a month and a half, 2 months, before that location opened up, reviewing literally hundreds and hundreds of applications. If I didn't review over 1,000, I think I was just missing everything. Going early morning, coming back late at night. We hired, I want to say about 150, 200 people right off the bat. It was just phenomenal, just the response that we got in the applications. I mean, we didn't even have a mailbox set up, and people were just, while we were just visiting the site while it was getting built, they were just coming out to us and giving us the applications. It was phenomenal. Like the previous presenters have said, they're investing $4.5 million to $5 million into the city of Southfield.
right when we walk in, what's for lunch? Because it really takes that long to decide what we want, because we really don't know what we want. They're fast food restaurants. We want to go sit inside one sometimes. We want to have just something, something different. And the concept of Golden Corral is really new to this area. There's one in Westland, one in Fort Gratiot. The Clinton Township one opened up a few years ago, I believe. But besides that, there's nothing like that in this area, and I think it'd be a great establishment for the city of Southfield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. I'm Dave Duncar, 7421 Wilderness Park, Westland, Michigan. I represent the Golden Corral Westland branch. I'm a manager over there. I've been with the company for almost about 6 years now, and I manage almost about 175 co-workers. And this idea of bringing Golden Corral to Southfield, I think is a very good idea. There's a lot of folks out there looking for a job where they cannot even get a job. So,
could you move your hand for there? You're creating a static, so people can't hear what we're doing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. There's a lot of folks out there looking for a job, they cannot even get a job. So I think this idea of bringing Golden Corral to Southfield is a very good idea. Because that's going to help create almost about 175 jobs. And what we need right now, what the economy needs right now is just to put people back to work. So I think this idea of bringing Golden Corral to the Western is a very good idea. That's what I have to say.
Thank you.
My name is Siddharth Babar. I'm actually a resident of Detroit. I'm an industrial engineer with GM. And I'm another consumer of Golden Corral. I often go to Westland to go to the Golden Corral over there. And this would be a great restaurant for Southfield. I'm going to keep my comments short, so I don't think it's going to take me 5 minutes. Just a couple of points. I know 44 residents seem to have signed this petition, but I'd just like to remind the council they actually represent 200,000 people, above 200,000 people of Southfield. And the Golden Corral will serve all those people. And it was really sad to hear, there was a lady who spoke who said she lost her house in 2008 because she didn't have a job. Or she had a job, but she couldn't afford it. There's people like that. It seems like there's people saying, oh, there's going to be order, there's problems, this, that. These are minor problems compared to people who can't find jobs. Coming from the city of Detroit, I know that's a real issue, and I know it is so for Southfield as well. And also, another point that was raised seems counterintuitive. Someone said, oh, the quality is not that high, and these restaurants are not doing it how they should be. And on the other end, someone's saying, oh, they're going to be so powerful, we're not going to be able to get business. So which one is it? Are they going to be so effective that other businesses are going to shut down, or if the quality is so low that they won't be able to survive? And at the end of the day, the consumer should have the choice of what restaurant they want to go to. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Amelia Todd. I live at 17545 Edwards, Southfield, Michigan. And I lived there for 32
I've been there 8 years, and I've been parking my car, I'm a server, we park our cars next to the dumpster at Golden Corral, and there's not an odor. If there was, I'd say there was, there isn't. There was 4 or 5 of us that parked there, we've been parking there for 8 years. As hot as this summer was, never was there an odor coming out of there. And I've been there, like I said, 8 years. And as far as the noise, there's no noise in the parking lot. You don't have people fighting. It's a family restaurant. We hug out with people's babies. They call us grandma. It's not a loud and crowded restaurant. It's a family restaurant. And it would be an asset to Southfield. It really would. I've been there 8 years and I love it. I'd stay there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Curtis. I live at 3545 Pheasant Lane, Westlake, Michigan. I work at the Golden Corral also. I'm a crew leader for the servers, and I've been there about 4 years. My first job here in Michigan was four years ago. Was at the Big Boys, and I couldn't pay my bills. I couldn't sustain myself, so after about 2 or 3 months of that, I got a job at the Golden Corral, and I haven't looked back since. Initially, when I came to Michigan, I was a rehabilitation counselor in Florida. Up here, it's Michigan Rehab. They didn't have any jobs. They didn't have money for the people that they serve. I wanted to hire someone. So when I did get this job, like I said, I've been able to support myself. And I have a couple letters here. One's from Catherine Hamer. She's president of the AARP in Southfield chapter 3483, and she said she'd love to have a Golden Corral in Southfield. My husband and I travel quite a ways to eat at the Golden Corral. We're there quite often, twice a week. Everyone I speak with agrees with me. Alan's a great server, so much for that. Welcome to Southfield, she said, and her husband also signed this, Roosevelt. I also have another letter here, and these are just a few Vinny, but this is from, this is from Carol Gaza. She's from Livonia, and she says in reference to building Golden Corral 12 miles Southfield, she says the Golden Corral would be a great asset to the city of Southfield, as creating more jobs. I frequently attend the Golden Corral in Westland, have great food. Business is kept very clean and neat. There's never any garbage around the grounds or the parking lot. I support the building of the new Golden Corral Southfield. And I'd just like to say that, if someone's coming to offer to build and introduce millions of dollars into Southfield's economy, why not? Thank you.
Now, I hope that no one thinks that I'm trying to cut this off, because everyone that wants to speak can speak. But if we've heard pretty much the whole story, if someone has something new to say, you can come to the microphone, or if you just have something old to say, you can come to the microphone. I don't want to cut anybody off, but it is getting pretty early in the morning.
Are we going to have discussion of the second motion?
Absolutely, we're going to go through this all again.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Julie West, and I live at 32128 Palmer Road in Westland, Michigan. And I'm just going to say that I worked there for 9 months. I first worked at a Culver's that was actually next in the same parking lot, and I worked there for almost 4 years. They didn't give me any hours. I worked like the most 3 hours a day, and then when I go to Golden Corral, I'm getting like almost full time. The food is great. It's great for the families, like you said. I get a call almost every day asking to make reservations for a banquet room, because people always want to throw either an anniversary party or a bridal shower. Graduation season is always really busy. And the main point though I want to make is that being in Southfield, I get a call almost every day from someone asking that lives in Southfield
City of Southfield, 5 square miles. You can find it in another location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Diane Beal. I live at 17355 Edwards Avenue. I think we can all vote on one thing. Golden Corral is an excellent restaurant, is it not? Okay. Now, I think we could find a better location for it. It's definitely going to affect the flow of traffic. It was zoned for office building for a reason. It's definitely going to affect Big Boy. It's definitely going to affect me. But I can see from Circle Drive, I can see what's going on. Okay? Big fish, little fish. I sat here all night. Big fish, little fish. I know exactly what the outcome is going to come, and boy, am I going to start paying attention to my politicians. Thank you.
My name is David Robinson. My address is 36174 Dominion Circle, Sterling Heights, Michigan. And I am a 51-year Michigan resident, and I've been a restaurant manager for 34 years. I've worked for Golden Corral now for 3 years. And I'll bring a little bit of different perspective to what Golden Corral brings to the restaurant business. The training that they send us managers through is very intense. You know, and I've heard some talk about the way Golden Corral may have been back in the day. It's not like that anymore. It took me 1 year to be certified as a manager. And that's how long it takes between the time that they train us here, the time that they send us off to North Carolina, the time we come back, the testing, the inspecting. It's very intense. And it really does help bring the quality of our restaurant to the guests every day. You've heard a lot of our guests say how great things are, and this is true. How clean things are. This is true. We do not have trash floating around our parking lot. The insides of our restaurants are clean. The dumpsters are enclosed. Somebody before said that everything is enclosed. It is in-house. It's the first restaurant I've ever worked at that's been like that. Employees do not have to go outside to take trash out. Everything is inside. You know, and there's no smell from it. So I can assure the residents here that this is not a problem. And I can also put a face to it, that if there ever is any type of an issue, that they can come talk to me. Now, as far as Kirk Patel, the owner, he is a very hands-on owner. He is a certified manager. He went through training just like what I went through. He knows how to run this restaurant, and day to day, he does come into the restaurant. And he runs it. He is very involved. He's not somebody that's going to be going away, because he knows how to run this place, and he knows how to make it work. You know, and you've heard a lot of people talk about jobs. I don't believe that we are coming in to put other places out of business. We will enhance other businesses. We are a destination, and this is true, that people they will come to us, they will see some of the other businesses, and we will bring money into Southfield. Just one other little point about the military work that Golden Corral does. 1 day a year, Golden Corral allows anybody that's ever served in the military to eat free. It's right around Veterans Day, and it's a really big day. I've done it for 3 times now, and it's definitely the best I've ever, the most fun I've ever had in a restaurant this day, when you're able to give away 1,500 or 1,600 free meals with all the people having fun, coming in. It's a great time. I just really think that it would be very good for this city, and I'm somebody who knows what good restaurants are, and it's a high quality restaurant. It is not, your typical average buffet that you want to think of. It is very high quality. And the food that comes in the back door, to all the personnel that works for us, and to the guests that come. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a taxpayer. My name is English. I'm from Rochester Hills, Michigan. I have 3 businesses. I'm just here to talk a little bit about the federal government, the state government giving all this grants and helping businesses to grow and make new businesses. And Michigan is behind that. They have a website that you can open up the corporation within 1 day. You pay them $100, they can do it in 2 hours, so on. So we are trying to
25 miles an hour, but they come through sometimes up to 60 miles an hour. And I heard the gentleman say that they would be using Edwards to go to the restaurant. Well, I kind of have proof that that would be true because we'll go over to Wendy's and they grab their lunch and then they swing through Edwards. And the reason I know that is because about my properties where they're finished with their meal and they chuck it out the window on my property. So I know that, you know, they're going to be using the streets for the restaurant. And if you haven't been to that area, people walk in the evenings. There's a lot of children. And they're walking to the park over there on Lakeford. And then they walk down to the school, Vandenberg, to play ball and stuff like that. So there's a lot of kids walking on that street. And there, since I've only lived there about 10 years, that there's been one fatality. I've lived there at Pierce and Lakeford, Pierce and Edwards. And there's been numerous severe accidents. And I'm very concerned about the traffic. And in addition, there's a lot of bicyclists that come through there. On Map My Ride, people have posted rides for bicycle groups to come up through, across 12 Mile up through Pierce, and they ride there and they swing around Edwards. And unfortunately, it's in the evening, right when the people would be going to the restaurant. And I've seen one bicyclist get hit by someone who wasn't paying attention on the street. So I'm very concerned about the traffic issues. If you could shut off the traffic to Southfield, then maybe I'd be a little more amenable to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you spoken once already on this? Okay.
Thank you, President. My name is Sharon Schmidt, I'm from Township. As I listen to both sides here, I begin to question, and maybe I'll use an analogy. We, like gas stations, you can have 3 other homes, you can have a lot there, and then I'm wondering if traffic allows to come in. When you're a restaurant and you work during the day, you have an hour off the lunch and you want to go to that place. I haven't eaten there yet, but I'm curious, and I think I'm going to try the restaurant in Hall Road in Clinton Township, where I live, just to check it out and see how the food is. I'm a fair person here. What I'm interested in is seeing both sides come up with a plan. If the restaurant cannot get this place that they want, that they did so much research, do they have another plan for another place in mind, like second place or third place of choice? Or is that the only place they're going to pick? And if they do stay, will they stay in Southfield or move someplace else because they didn't get this place? What's interesting is I hope everybody can work together because business should help one another. So what I think they can do is go back to the drawing board and say, how can we come up with a solution to help the traffic, help restaurants so that they can benefit from it? Because where you eat is a choice. All Americans should have that choice. And if the place is right, it's going to do really good. And if traffic accidents happen because the restaurant comes in, if people are in a hurry because we only have so much time, it's like the expressway, we're riding on it, and there's certain times of the time for the expressway you shouldn't be on. You might get tied up, so you can take the long way or the short way. It's all about choice, and sometimes we have accidents that happen. So maybe Southfield can figure out a way to make it so that traffic or the design works out better, because I feel it's a freedom of choice to eat where you want. If you get good service and you like the food, you're going to go where it's at. That's what I think.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on this issue? And in case anybody's forgotten, we're talking about the rezoning request. Could you give your name and address for this?
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Hamer, and I'm a Southfield resident, 15801 Providence Drive. My husband and I have dined at this restaurant for quite some time, even though we have to drive quite a ways to savor their food. The food I really go for that. Being the president of the AARP Southfield chapter, a lot of the residents go out there. So I personally would welcome this restaurant into Southfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on this issue? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Council? Ms. Seymour?
This is the first time since I've been in this city that I have ever seen a petitioner come in with their own cheering squad. That took a lot of work to round up all these people from all these communities to come here and tell us what we, excuse me, what we need in our city. I mean, that's a lot of work. I think it's quite remarkable. Excuse me, I'm really having trouble here. I spent a couple of hours on Sunday visiting the area on Edwards, watching the traffic. I should have brought my front lozenges and really having much trouble. Watching the traffic, no. Thank you. Watching the traffic, I really wanted to see, hearing from the residents, how this would impact them and what they were talking about. And it totally changed my perception of what it could be and what it was. I saw the traffic coming through on Edwards. I drove on Edwards from Greenfield all the way over to Southfield Road. People do speed through there. There's no question that they do. They don't adhere to the speed limit. There's plenty of traffic, and it will be a cut through. It will be a cut through street. People don't like to drive. People who live in Southfield don't like to drive on 12-mile roads. So if they can cut through an Edwards, they will. There's no question about it. I think there's no question in my mind, having spent a couple of hours in the neighborhood, that the noise from the restaurant, from the parking lot, this was on Sunday, when you expect it to be the quiet time. And they're talking about soccer teams coming in, they're talking about busloads, tour buses, and busloads of people coming in on Sunday night when you want peace in your neighborhood, on the evenings when you want peace in your neighborhood. You're not going to have peace in your neighborhood. You're not. It's going to change the way of life for that people. And I will tell you this, anyone that has a house next to a restaurant like this, the value of their property is going to be reduced by at least 25%. Any realtor will tell you that. And the people that live right next to the first house, Mr. Parrish, I believe, his house, he won't be able to sell his house. And people in that immediate area are going to have real problems with the value of the house going down. That's not fantasy, that's true. I'm really, let me go back to the site, can I talk about the site plan committee? Sure. I guess I can. I'm chairman of the site plan committee. Last Monday, we had a site plan committee on this site, before the study meeting, in which we had a bigger presentation. They talked about the traffic study, they talked about all of the benefits. We spoke about the traffic study and the traffic on Southfield Road, and we were, generally speaking, the site plan committee, which is 3 people, had a lot of problems with traffic issues. I probably had the most problems because I said, I live in the area, I know what Southfield Road is like, I drive it, I'm in all those places on a regular basis, and really, they were quite unhappy with my comments about the traffic. They didn't agree at all. So when they came shortly thereafter to the following meeting, which was our study meeting, it was hard sell, and that's what I've heard tonight. I've never heard such hard sell. We all know what soft sell is. I've never heard a presentation of hard sell as I've heard tonight. It sounds to me like Golden Corral is going to save Southfield from itself. It's going to solve our problems. They're going to have all these jobs. They're going to pay all these taxes. I mean, really, folks, if we turn it down, Southfield's going to go down too. Now, I don't have any reason to object to the restaurant. I haven't heard anything bad about it. I have, however, on the internet, read stories about citations they've received in other communities. You know, they're very popular in probably the largest area of restaurants is in Texas. Then Alabama, North Carolina, Florida is very big with all the senior citizens. But I've read, and if this information is current, I believe it is, that quite a few restaurants in more of the northern and northeast places, I think Ohio, Indiana, I don't have the state right, but quite a few of them have gone out of business. And they closed the restaurants because they were losing so much business. So it's not a raving success in every community, and there's got to be a reason for it. My concern about the people that live in the whole Edwards area, in that whole, I don't know the name of the community, of the homeowners, what is it? Bedfordville. The quality of life for these people, and those of you that are still here, I think for us on the council and the people that have to make these decisions, I really think that's more important than anything. And if your quality of life is diminished because of decisions we make, then we're not doing our job. I disagree that we need this restaurant in Southfield, but I don't have any objection to it being in Southfield if it would be in the proper location. I think the suggestion of it being at Northland, maybe you need to renegotiate. I can't believe that they wouldn't welcome it. That's the area that could use some revitalization. Right. But here's the thing. This location on Southfield Road is great for Golden Corral. They've said that's why we have all these people here speaking for this. This is hard sell. They want to be here because it's going to be a great location for them, unquestionably. I don't think it's going to be great for the city of Southfield. And I want to tell you something about the traffic study. I knew, and I know that I was probably driving them crazy because I kept saying, I know what the traffic is here. And I went home and I said, this doesn't compute. There's something wrong with this picture. It just doesn't compute. Then I found out, and this one really got me. The traffic study was done in August, and it was done on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And oh, by the way, in May, Southfield Freeway was closed down. M39 was closed down. And oh, by the way, I don't know that the lane timing was changed. But anybody that lives in Southfield, what did you see with not, I don't know anything about the restaurant, but people have spoken well of it. I think this is the wrong location. Great for Golden Corral, their business, but harmful to the neighbors, harmful to the local restaurants. A traffic hazard is going to create more traffic hazards. I just think, the wisest thing we can do is say no, and if we can help you find another location in Southfield, I'm sure that there would be people that would be willing to do that. But I feel very strongly that this is not, the hard sell even troubles me. I mean, we're being, have people from other neighborhoods that don't know us here coming and tell us what's good for us, and they couldn't possibly know. That is hard sell beyond anything I've ever seen in my life. And I'm just letting you all know right now, I'm opposed to it. I think the quality of life for our Southfield residents has to be primary. I support businesses in Southfield, but I don't support them when I hurt the residents and hurt other businesses. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. On the traffic study, I had a couple people tell me, and they even, the Golden Corral people have said that our traffic engineer signed off on this. Well, what he did was verify the figures that came in from the traffic study, because those are all recorded. He verified that. He did not sign off on it. He didn't give his blessing. He just said the figures that they gave that were recorded on the traffic monitors were correct. So I talked to his boss, and I got this report directly from his boss. So don't buy this stuff, because he didn't sign off on it. He didn't give it his blessing. That's just not true.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Where do I start? This is really orchestrated pretty good tonight. I think the Westland bus leaves in 5 minutes. Let me just start by saying that a lot of things that were discussed, talked about the zoning, the traffic, the adverse effects of the neighborhood, I think is quite overlooked. And it's quite different than the previous public hearing that we had, in that it was a dormitory, it was next to a university, and it was very large lots, and quite a distance between the facility and the individual's residence. But I said on the site plan committee, and I guess I just thought about this for a minute, and then I said to myself, having been around here for a long time, you know, what is the big rush on this? Because we had site plan meeting last Monday before the council study, and then it's on tonight. But when you have something of this density and this magnitude of usage in the neighborhood, you know, sometimes I, in particular, like to have time to sleep on it and see what effect it does have, not only in the neighborhood, but in this community. And it seems like, you know, between, you know, all the pressure that has come from wherever for this request and hurriedness of this thing before this body gives me the idea that you can't live within your reputation. You've got to push this thing through, irregardless of some of the negatives that are going to be existing. When you talk about Walmart, yes, you would get a sucking effect and all these other businesses for sure. And anybody who's been in the restaurant business, which I have, they know that any business that opens, you're going to have some disparity in groups and changes in your clientele. In this particular case, when you have you know, $10 all you can eat, it's a far cry from the restaurants and business that we've had in the city. We had Country Buffet over there at 12 Town Mall at one time, and those kinds of places. But when somebody talks about 30 restaurants in that area, you know, I was thinking about not only the ones that are there, but how many have gone by the wayside. And you know, we've had restaurants of all kinds between between 12 and 13 Mile Road, that, Cece's just left. That was a type of a buffet, all you can eat. You had the two restaurants across the street, Mario's and Kinsey, is it? The Japanese house. You know, you have Arby's over there, and we had a restaurant down close to 13 Mile Road. So then in the shopping center, you had a whole row. The Big Boy is here, and I don't want to get in the middle between Big Boy and this restaurant. I don't believe in being parochial to any particular business. I just want to be able to say that I look at all the restaurants in the area and how they would be affected if something came in and drained especially lunch hours and dinner hours, which the dinner hours probably don't even exist to that extent, but lunch hours would be a disaster to all those restaurants that live with the lunch hour. And that's the way Southfield is in the restaurant business. You have a few places that have breakfast, but the main course here is when we have the 150-some thousand people come in to the city to work at 30 million square feet of office space, they're looking for a place to eat at lunchtime. They go home outside the city. We're some 6,000 people less than we were 10 years ago. So we don't have the population that we had when the census was taken. And yet we still are trying to keep the restaurants alive, all restaurants. You know, we lost Morton's across the street. We've seen many, many restaurants go out in the city. And we have been really clamoring for restaurants of some kind to come in. Basically, they are restaurants that are of a different type. Meaning that you know, a place where you can sit down and do business, whatever, and maybe have a tablecloth, maybe not. But we don't have, for the businessmen that are going out, the CEOs, we do not have any more restaurants in the city. We have the Golden Mushroom left. Like I said, Morton's is gone. You may have Skylight Club. But I don't think we need another fast food, and I kind of underline that because it's more than fast food. It's like we're going to suck everybody in, $10 down, all you can eat, goodbye. And I guess I just don't see that being an advantage to the city. Now, talking about the zoning, and that came before us, and looking at the resolution, it says about the comprehensive master plan, local mixed use. Well, the office building to the north of this, I won't mention the name, but he said that it may have an effect on this office building. And then you have, number 2, is that the proposed B2 plan businesses will allow the petitioner to develop the property with new land use is compatible with the abutting existing developments. And really the abutting zones are really residential. And OS, which it presently is designed so that it is a buffer between major development or highways and residential. And so this does not even meet the criteria when you put something like a D2 into the area which is next to residential. The third item that states in favor of this is that the rezoning will not have an adverse effect on the neighborhoods and the adjoining property. Well, you know, that could be said both ways. To me, the impact of that neighborhood would be tremendous. I've been in that neighborhood probably about 50 years. My son still lives at Pearson 12 Mile Road. So I know what happens over there. They open an encore, and people cut through the veterinarian alley, getting Southfield Road already. They cut down Pierce to Edwards to take the shortcut. People from Greenfield come down Edwards Street to get over to Southfield. And so when I see that traffic study, I was wondering how that was done. Matter of fact, you have cars that are waiting for the light going west on 12 Mile Road will take Lathrop Street and cut through. just to avoid the signal. So you have a lot of different turns that take place. In talking about turns, you look at Southfield Road itself, between, you might say, Home Depot where you have a light, and all the different driveways that you have that come into Southfield Road, just in that half mile, are tremendous. And each one is trying to get out, and the only light you really have is Edward Street. You have the one at Home Depot, you have the one at Webster, you have the one at 13 Mile Road. And that is supposed to break traffic, but it doesn't, because the computers at 12 Mile and Southfield, they push traffic depending on the length of traffic, so that sometimes you never get a break to get across the street. Now you're going to have left-hand turns coming into this southerly driveway from the site plan, and that backs up into the shopping center that's across the street, that is not at the light. Then you're going to have McDonald's come in that was approved by council, and that has no signal light to it. And you have a Cracker Barrel that comes through there. And then you have all the stores that are where the trailer park was coming out. And you start looking at all these different businesses that come out on the Southfield Road, and that just becomes a tremendous thing to fight each and every day. And to put, I'm sure it's not an exaggeration of the amount of business you're going to have, because you're going to bring them in within 5 miles. So that is going to even create more density, more traffic, more impact on the neighborhood, and drain the businesses that we have. And we're going to have to deal with closed businesses instead of helping them out and encouraging to get and expand. We're going to have to say, sorry guys, but because you guys can't make it, goodbye. So you're talking about the amount of jobs. Well, what is the overall return on jobs when you go in? What is the value of the businesses that go out? What is the value of the payrolls and everything else that you mentioned here? I guess I don't know that much about this restaurant. I know there's one in Clinton Township mentioned, one at Westland. But I don't think any of them are placed, from what I hear, placed in a dense restaurant, busy street, like the one you're proposing. I think they're both out, either on Hall Road, out in a wide open space, where there are no residents. Westland, I'm not sure, it's near a shopping center, away from residential, but to come into this city, into that area, and impact it, as I really believe it will, and I'm sure you're looking at major traffic in your restaurant, is going to cause more adverse effect in that neighborhood. And council, I try to see through all these things, and I wish I had more time to really kind of get some idea of what we're talking about in movements off of Southfield Road into this restaurant, and how the left turns are going to work. And I'm sure that they have that right turn only going out on the site plan. But you look at the parking lot in itself. You take the parking lot and add those cars, and then if they bring in buses on top of that, you're talking about a lot of density. You're going to have, if it is buses, you're going to have buses cutting across, trying to get out. I just don't see how we can take an area that has been kind of rural and quiet, and has been buffered by an office building that maybe was 70% occupied, that you've been living with and you're used to, and now add the impact that is now before us. And I just have a real hard time, and I know that I'd like to have businesses come into the city, And it's important that we continue to grow. But I'm not ready to risk the future of this city on just anything. You know, the first thing that comes along and offers the big plum for me doesn't really have an effect on my thinking. I mean, I just want to know whether it's good for the neighborhoods, if it's good for the city, if it's good for the businesses that are presently existing, if the area contains those businesses it now contains, if it stays viable. I mean, I've seen Federal's department store all boarded up, Sears Roebuck all boarded up. I mean, I lived through these years when we had boarded up businesses all throughout that area. And now, you know, you have a piece of property, a real estate guy wants to sell it, and an owner wants to sell it, and I guess I have to think deeper than that. I have to say, is it going to be good for the city long term? And I really don't believe it. I will not vote for it.
In all my public service of 38 years, 30 on the council and 8 on the police and fire, I have never heard a more truthful presentation tonight from Joan Seymour and Don Picassi. That I can't say anything more than they say, or better than they said tonight. And I feel the same way.
That's right. Thank you.
Let me say one other thing. Every one of your people who work for you should be given a raise. Because they came to testify. Of course they have to, because they're working for you. You give them a paycheck. But anyway, they were wonderful tonight.
That's right.
I couldn't beat it if I tried in another 40 years.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. I agree with Mr. Lance, Ms. Seymour, and Mr. Picassi. I live in the area, and I am familiar with everything that's being said. I love the Golden Corral, don't get me wrong. I'm not opposed to the restaurant coming into Southfield. It's just the area, it would impact the residents greatly. And I have a concern for that, and I hear you when you come out and speak. I know that this is something that you don't want to have to live with every single day. So I hear you, and I agree with my colleagues. I think what they've said and how they've said it is very eloquent, and I appreciate that. And I can't add much more to that either, other than I live there and I know what you're saying. I'm on the west side of Southfield Road, but I shop on the east side all the time, so I'm very familiar with what's going on. So. Right, we agree. Well, my perspective is just a little bit different. I actually live on that side of town. I've talked to people here since we came up, and there has not been one person that I've talked to who was not excited
looked at the 30 restaurants located on the street, I don't think that a Golden Corral would have a great impact on most of those restaurants. It wouldn't have a real impact on our artists. Ours is the fast food we drive to. Golden Corral, seniors and families get out, you go inside, you can't take out. I didn't think it would have an impact on Jet's Pizza because it's a totally different kind of food. I don't think it would have an impact on Baskin's, Robinson's, totally different types of restaurants. But Big Boy, I think that would have an impact on Big Boy. Now, I don't know if the people should have the choice as to where they eat at the success of the restaurant, but I think that Big Boy would be the loser here long term. So I did have a concern about Big Boy, but more so, I think that there's a problem at Edward Street. I think that that's something that we can, that we need to address, that we shouldn't ignore, period. And Golden Corral, which doesn't look like this is going to pass, since we had 4 people just now speak against it, were to be approved, we need to address that street anyway. The only thing that I haven't heard is about other areas in the city. We have a lot of spots in the city. I haven't heard about, okay, that lot there may be running, I don't know what it's costing the investor to purchase it. Maybe it's such a good price. It's probably the ideal location because it's halfway, it's close to Beverly Hills, it's close to Birmingham, it's close to Berkeley, it's close to Detroit, it's close to Oak Park. It's pulling in a very mixed demographic. I think a little bit more mixed than it would pull in if it was sitting on 8 Mile. And I think the demographics of an 8 Mile Northland would change. I think that the clientele would change somewhat. I don't know that we would pull as many from the north. I think we would pull more from the south, Wayne County, as well as Southfield or Oak Park. But I don't know if we would pull from the north. I don't know if that's been our experience. I don't know if Northland is the place for the restaurant. I don't know if it's Telegraph. If Telegraph is a mess. Someone said, put over there by the vehicle, the car dealership. I'm like, are you kidding me? Have we not been talking about the last year and a half, 2 years, about the mess on Telegraph? I don't know that that's the place for it. I don't think it should go off Telegraph. I think Telegraph is harder to maneuver than Southfield Road. But I think there's a spot here in Southfield for the Golden Corral, because everybody that I've talked to, a few people besides Joan that I've heard of said, no, I've never been there, I don't know anything about it. I haven't been to one in Michigan, but when I go to Florida, I've gone to Florida, clean, good food, variety, balanced meal. So, to summarize, it doesn't look like this is going to pass. I think we need to address the issue of Edward Street, period. And if we had approved this, I think that we still could have addressed the issue of the traffic at Edward Street. So that's not stopping me. I'm concerned about Big Boy, not about the other businesses. But I'm not opposed to looking at some other locations in Southfield that might still be in that 5 mile radius that may still have a good bargain, a good deal. I will close with, I didn't really appreciate today people who don't live in Southfield telling the council, and me in particular, about we should be ashamed of ourselves, and I didn't appreciate that. So if you weren't even here for this issue, you were here for another reason, and I was a little annoyed by it. I was not annoyed by the workers of Golden Corral. Actually, I applaud you. I applaud that you would come in to speak on behalf of your company. It tells me that there's good management going on, and it's a company that we, can look at and say, hey, their workers are willing to stay help us find you another spot in Southfield. If it's the demographics and 5-mile radius, hopefully we can find something that's at a good price, that's not based on a neighborhood street. And keep it away from Big Boy, because you know Big Boy has been true to Southfield residents. You hung in there with us. We had hard times. I wasn't thinking about seeing Big Boy go out of business, although I've only been there maybe one time in the last 2 years. That's about it. I think I could have gone either way with this. I think I could have fixed Edward Street. And I think that I still can. I think I still can go. If mine was a tiny break, I think I would vote for it because I think we could fix Edward. But Big Boy would be an issue. I would have a hard time with that one. A hard time. Well, I'm finished.
Okay.
Mr. Freya.
Mayor?
If you like.
I'm not going to repeat a lot of things that have been said, but just a couple of observations. I really don't believe that it is the council's responsibility to regulate competition. People have a business plan, and I don't want to see anybody hurt. And I also think that the Golden Corral offers something very different. When you think of restaurants that I like in the area, Big Boy is great. Taste of Ethiopia is very different. Leo's Coney Island, great family atmosphere there, and so on. So we have the choice, and people make choices, and this is a little different. I'm excited about the prospect of Golden Corral coming to Southfield. I also, one of the things that when you serve for a while on council, every time there's something comes along that's new, then people a lot of times automatically go to not in my backyard. Yeah, it's a great idea. We've had other complaints about traffic on Southfield Road, whether it was Home Depot, whether it was the condos, the trailer park site, whether it was Target, and really a lot of that is not panned out. The police department tells us that when they do enforcement, set up traffic enforcement in neighborhoods because of complaints of speeding, running stop signs, disobeying one-ways, 70% of the violators live in the neighborhood. I would encourage the Bedford Woods Association to make this an issue in your neighborhood with your neighbors, whether Golden Corral or something else goes on that corner. This is a fact. I would love to see Golden Corral come to Southfield. My first responsibility, and again, this is a little bit like Mr. Percassi was mentioning, the site plan that we had before us earlier this evening with Lawrence Tech, that's a transitioning neighborhood. That is a neighborhood that has gone, the tipping point towards LTU is tipped in LTU's favor. When the majority of the property in that neighborhood are now owned by LTU. But I always feel, and I said it about LTU, people deserve, and I start with my own neighborhood in Southfield, Magnolia neighborhood. We all want quiet enjoyment of our neighborhood, of our property. And so I will always defer to the residents when it comes to imposition on their neighborhood. I think the city, and I agree with Ms. Garrison, that the city does need to do another look at what's going on with Edwards and the cut-through traffic and the people that disobey the one-way. The other thing about Edwards is it's a fairly narrow street, and it does not have sidewalks. So those are real concerns, and I do think that some people would go from Greenfield one way appropriately all the way to Southfield Road to get to the Golden Corral or whatever happens on Southfield Road. So I'm not in favor of the rezoning at this time, but I hope that we get something there that's compatible. And I also hope that we can work with Golden Corral to find another location in Southfield. I'd really like to have you here, and you're telling us that Golden Corral would work in Southfield.
Yes, I wanted to go along with Councilwoman Garrison. The issues that we're hearing on Edwards Street or Road has nothing to do with Golden Corral. One of the things that we heard is that the street was blocked off in the 80s. We have a number of streets that are blocked off that the fire department has breakaway chains or other things that would allow the emergency trucks to enter an area. If the concern is that strong, and there were abilities to get petition signs against a restaurant, I would think this street would be, these residents would be as proactive as blocking off that street. And I know for a fact we have a number of streets that abut to 8 Mile to Service Drive who have blocked their street off, but it still have access for emergency personnel and trucks. And I really, something is going to go into that location. And it can be something different from a Golden Corral, and you would have to get everybody together again and start talking about your traffic. If it's seriously a concern of yours, I would say block it off again. It is a narrow street. There are no sidewalks. These issues are there. There is nothing to prohibit anyone from taking that as a shortcut if they so choose. It's a public open street. But if that is seriously a concern, I would think the same passion to get your street blocked off so that no one can go there and you only can go one way would be something that this community would work just as hard for, so that you would block the traffic off of. The other thing I want to say is that all we hear consistently is that we need new restaurants. We want national chains in our city. And we've just gone through a process where we picked apart a restaurant. There's a number of restaurants that are national chains I don't particularly care for, but it adds value to a community. I will give you an example of the Melting Pot, which is in Novi. It's a very unique restaurant. It's considered a desirable one. Restaurants, if you notice, communities that have restaurants, they cluster. You'll see one and then you'll see another one, and it develops this cluster. In the city of Southfield, we don't have a cluster area. Now, we've named a number of restaurants that are on Southfield Road. Very few of them are sit-down dining. They're mostly all take-out restaurants. And that is one of the issues that I hear repeated in the city of Southfield, is that we do not have enough sit-down restaurants. Now, the fact if I go into a restaurant or not does not mean that as an elected official I should say that restaurant shouldn't come to this city. And as we heard, Southfield restaurants, people drive all over to go to this Golden Corral. That's where they want to eat. That has nothing to do with my personal palate. I hear the vote of this council. However, if this Golden Corral, just like Darden Corporation, they own Red Box, they own the Humphreys, they own Capitol Grill. I mean, all these restaurants. If corporations hear that the city of Southfield is not open for business, they're not going to bring their other chains here. And I think that you should be very clear on embracing
so we don't have this process of bring restaurants here and go through all of this, and then get them here to the spot and say no. We need to really, if we truly want restaurants, and we truly want to sit down in some variety, then where do we want them? Have the city planner or have the site plan committee, whoever you want, to go through the exercise. Because that's one of the complaints I hear all the time. We don't have enough restaurants. You know what? The citizens in Southfield are going to drive to wherever if they put it in Troy, they're going to leave Southfield and they're going to go to Troy to go to that restaurant. They leave here and they go to the Olive Garden. They leave and go to these other restaurants. So are we open for business, or are we going to close you down? And it's not the point of me saying this is not to criticize your decision. That is not what I'm doing. But we're going to find a better process, because I don't want the word to get out that Southfield is not open to restaurants. When I know you talk to your constituents, and that's what you hear. All of you said we need more restaurants in Southfield, more sit-down restaurants, because we don't have that many. And we've got to find a way to get there. This is not the way to have a company go through all of this and then get them right to the door and then shut them down. But that issue of that street, if it's no other way, because you cannot stop people from driving down the street if it's a public, open street. You can't do it. There's a school there, and it's nothing you can do to stop people from driving down the street. However, if you want to close it off so it deters people from cutting through, you have that right. You did it before. And if it was for emergency vehicles, we have a model we can use. We've used it all over the city, where your emergency vehicles can get through. But I've heard some pushback. We don't want to shut our street off because it shuts us off from going through. Well, we got to come to some consensus. We can police it, make sure people don't speed, but you can't stop people from driving down a public street. You just can't do it. There's nothing to stop from doing it. But I know every time I mention to someone that Golden Corral was looking at Southfield, they were very excited. And I'm not like one of these people who came to the mic and drive to Golden Corral 36 times. I'm not the one. But the fact that our constituents were excited, they were excited about a Golden Corral. It wasn't Olive Garden, it wasn't it. It was a Golden Corral, and they got excited. And now the decision is being made. And I really, really want to push the council to consider a way that we can be very clear on recruiting restaurants. Because right now this process isn't good. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. McCarthy?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to answer you. I think it's very clear where restaurants are located. They're in a B2 zone. They're not in an OS zone. And so when you go into a neighborhood and you put a density that's adverse to the neighborhood, you're going to get that reaction every single time. And it doesn't send a message out there to the restaurant people that we don't want restaurants. They look at the demographics. They mentioned it. They look at the census tract. They know what the earning is. They know what their houses are worth. They know everything when they find location, how many cars are down the street. There's a whole scenario of things that they look for. And that's what restaurants look for. In this particular case, they have a certain little model that they have, and it kind of fit within that census tract. But at the same time, at Edward Street, those are wide lots. If you put in sidewalks, they can't afford it. And then we went through this process a long time ago. Tried to put sidewalks in. It's an assessment district. They can't afford it. And why that alternative one way was placed there is because that took away some of the traffic that was cutting through. When 12 Mile Road was blocked, they would come down Edward Street both ways to cut off the intersection. And I think it served a purpose. I think the only problem is that sidewalks in that area do not exist. And you have kids at Vandenberg that can't walk down the sidewalk, they walk in the street. The bicyclists, they go down the street. You get down there in the morning and we got people who are running down the street. And so, it becomes not just a street for cars, it becomes actually a place where people go out and exercise and and do whatever they're doing in that piece of ground. And so, you know, I guess I don't believe that we have cooled our goal to get restaurants. I just think that they have to come in and be at the right place, and I'm not willing to sacrifice the neighborhood for restaurants.
And Mr. McCarthy, Councilman McCarthy, you and I agree that street is not conducive for walking, driving, and everything else because the street is too narrow. And so we are agreeing that that street should be blocked off because people want to walk, there's children walking, and it deters people from cutting through.
But it's worked.
So we agree.
It's worked ever since we changed it. It's worked. I mean,
They
they
said
get
it's
some
not.
traffic.
They said it's not.
They get some traffic, but it's not anywhere near the traffic where it once was.
That's not what we heard tonight.
Well,
but the other thing, we went through, and this council, and I sat on it, what we went through with Target, what we went through with the Home Depot was amazing. What we went through with, and you know what? You got a big one coming because you've got the Archdiocese. They're going to sell that development. We went through a couple of people already who are trying to develop that corner. They're going to sell it to someone, and we're going to be right back to this point. And it is Southfield Road, and there's developments that have come and gone. It's America, and we can't dictate
that
where a
project was
restaurant
turned
goes.
down. There was a McDonald's for the corner, and there was storage in the plan that came in on that piece.
And we just did a McDonald's.
And people didn't want storage in their backyard. They didn't want McDonald's on the corner.
Look at what we just did with that McDonald's we just approved, and you were debating about the light shining into the residential area there.
And I voted against it.
I know. I said you were opposed to it, but we're gonna, because we're not a green open space city. We're gonna have this debate on every development that we have. And I'm just saying, I want restaurants in this city, and I just want us to find a way to get there.
We spent an awful lot of time this evening talking about a couple sensitive issues, and I'd like to weigh in on this one. I agree with Ms. Garrison about the whether or not the restaurant goes in. We need to do something about the traffic on Edwards. In fact, I agree with everyone, but she started it, so I'll give her credit for bringing the subject up. I also agree with Mr. Cyber that it is not our role to referee competition in this between businesses. One of the things that goes through my mind when I'm trying to make a decision is first rule of business is location, location, location. And when a developer or a petitioner comes before us and they feel that they have the right location for their business, then it behooves us to take a look at all the requirements that we think as a city that are needed in order to make that business fit with our ordinances. Once that's satisfied, if that petitioner thinks that's the best place for their business, then I think we should try to honor that whenever we can. Today we heard a whole series of people that came to the microphone and talked about, gee, I really like Golden Corral, but I want it in my neighborhood. Move it to somebody else's neighborhood. Well, again, I don't think the city council's responsibility is to select a site for a restaurant because if location is the key to success, then we don't have the skills to pick another site that might be successful. Plus, if we picked another site, it's very likely that you would all be home sleeping, but another group of people would be in here doing the same thing that you're talking about. We want Golden Corral in our city, but not in my neighborhood. So we are caught with the dilemma of trying to do the thing that is best The other piece is, of all the people that sat at this table, I'm probably more aware of what's going on in this location than most other people, and I'm probably overhanging my knowledge about how much everybody else knows. And the reason I say that, though, is because the church I attend was in that building that burned. We had leased space in that building, so I was at that building several times a week, and I saw the traffic on Edwards, I saw the traffic on Southfield Road. And frankly, I didn't see that much traffic coming out of Edwards, going west on Edwards towards Southfield Road. Now, I'm going to also say I wasn't there every day, and I wasn't there at every time during the day. So I can only say of the times that I was there, I didn't see that much traffic coming out of Edwards, and it was controlled by the light. But with that said, we still have an issue on the table that we have to act on tonight, and if there's no one else that wants to say anything, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the rezoning for ZR 1311.
For the sake of argument, or just a vote, I will move the rezoning request for the Golden Corral, or I probably should say from office service to B2 for ZR 1311.
Do I have a second? It's been moved and seconded that we approve the rezoning request from OS to B2 for the Golden Corral location. Madam Clerk, I want to make this a roll call vote.
Thank you. Ms. Garrison? You know, I'm going to have to say yes, because I think that we could address the problems there. And I think this is not what determines the businesses that would survive. So I'm going to say yes. I think that we could do it. Mr. Lance?
Wait. What are we?
Rezoning.
Don't approve.
Only talk about rezoning. Rezoning.
Say no.
The piece of property from OS to B2.
No. Right. You're not approving it. No.
We have to vote.
No.
No.
Mr. Lance votes no.
Mr. Steinberg?
No.
Ms. Taylor? No. Mr. Fracassi? No. Ms. Seymour?
No.
And Mr. Frazier?
I'm going to vote no. By defeating this motion, then the special use and site plan is canceled. So I'm going to call a recess before we go into our next. We don't have a public hearing because we had the public hearing on July the 18th. All we have is
Can I make one comment?
Oh, yes.
For the sake of the city, and I know it doesn't really.
Could I have to fly it into place, please?
For the sake of the city and listening to the mayor and looking at this whole thing, I've been at Golden Corral 34 years. To get to this point, and the franchisee spent probably close to $200,000 on this deal. You know, I've been in business for myself. Maybe some of you have, maybe some of you haven't, but I don't like to write a check. We should have never been approved by your city planners 6-1 to do this project, to come here tonight and get a vote 5-1. Something is wrong with that system, and it is telling America. I am not sure today if the city of Southfield is open for business. Mayor, I respect what you said, and think hard about what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is, if
if we were told, if we went through the process, when I went to that meeting on the site approval with the 3 site people in the site plan, everything was new news. And we've been through this. We've fought this product. We talked about the concerns, but yet we got approved. And now we come tonight at 3 o'clock in the morning, $200,000 in investment to get this thing done, and we get a vote 5-1. Like I said, it doesn't matter. I'm here to help get a Golden Corral in the market. We have been up and down these roads. People talk about Northland, Southland, all these areas. These people in some of these markets, they don't want to sell. They want a ground lease. You can't borrow money on a ground lease. That's a whole other story, another conversation. I'm just saying, as a business person, as a professional, which we tried to be through this whole process, everything you wanted, we did. Make a wall taller, 2 more feet, you got it. More trees, you got it. Pond over here, you got it. Whatever you wanted, we did. And to vote 6-1 yes, and go through all these meetings and all this process, because you start off 3 no's, 4 no's, 5 no's, 1 person that thinks maybe it's a good idea, something in the system there is wrong. I'm just telling you, ma'am, I respect what you said. I respect everyone in this committee. This is your job to vote. But something in the system is wrong. That's all I'm saying. I hope, who knows what the future will bring, because I think this is a great town, a great market, and maybe to shoot myself in the foot right now, just being honest, like I've been through the whole process. I've been an honest guy telling me honest facts. That's all I'm saying, Mr. President.
I'm sorry it didn't work out, and I understand your frustration of having gone through this, and maybe we need to review our process. But one of the things about the Planning Commission is, the Planning Commission, when they vote, it's only a recommendation. They aren't making a final decision. They make a recommendation to the City Council, and pardon me?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, the site plan committee, no, let's straighten this out. No, the site plan committee did not give approval. There were 3 no's, site plan.
So, but I'm sorry that it worked out the way it worked out.
I just want to address what Mayor Lawrence said, and it goes directly to his point. He has been through a very long process, and the residents also have been through a long process. One of the key components missing early in the process was engaging the residents. There you go. We were never told about him engaged in that property location. About a handful of residents got notification, and they quickly spread the word through the neighborhood. That's how we found out. We were not engaged in this very, expensive process that he had to go through until the very end when they got to the Planning Commission and they were near the vote. So we need to be engaged. When you're talking about rezoning an area from a very docile environment into a restaurant, that's going to bring your residents to these meetings. And I think they need to be engaged very early in the process. Golden Corral never engaged any residents.
As I said, we may need to review our process of how it takes steps through the process.
Just, you know that I go through this process on a regular basis, and it's been mentioned quite often, and including by your planning director, to provide a site plan first with rezoning puts bias on your decision. If you have never known that there was going to be the site plan that we had, would you change the zoning to B2? No. I see no's there. When you consider all of the different, and the neighbors did, the neighbors knew all of the possibilities. The local residents, the ones close by, knew all of the possibilities. It was read to them one at a time for B2 and for office service. The work that we end up going through to provide a decent site plan and go through your entire process and have your decision friendly.
You know, Mr. Dorchin, your point is well taken. If I didn't know this was the Golden Corral, or the size of the project, I probably would have voted for a B2. Given that we don't need more office service, that we need to more variety or options for other kinds of businesses. So your point's well taken, and I think that we need to take that back.
As I say, we need to.
Well, your master plan indicates, at least that I could see, uses like this.
Mixed use, yes.
Which is why we have sufficient, I think, impetus to go ahead. Going through, having people sit around here cheering as if this was a football game is embarrassing. It's embarrassing for them. It's really embarrassing for me. I don't know how you feel about it, but I've gone through this with your planning commission and your city council for so many years, with Don being, Councilman Fracassi, even commenting on the materials I should use on my own office building. And, it's something that I remember for a long time. And not that I was opposed to it, I appreciated his comments, but that was his only bad comment at that time, and I'm happy with being in Southfield, and I'd like to see more people come into it, but you've got more and more open space, and it may stay like that. This is difficult.
Since you called my name, Mr. Dorchin, let me just say this to you.
Yes, sir.
If you're keeping score, you're doing real well in the city.
Yes, I have.
All right, so don't complain.
I'm not complaining.
Well, I kind of feel like, if I asked you to put something on to make the community a little nicer, that's my feeling. There's 7 members here. If they don't like what I say, they can vote overturn it. But I'm just saying to you that I think you've been treated very fair in the city.
I didn't say that I didn't, and I said that I appreciated your comment. And I think the whole process should be reviewed.
Yeah, there will be. I don't know how in the world this thing got this quick shot through, to be honest with you. I don't know how it got. The first time we seen it was last Monday. Last Monday was the last thing. We never even got the planning minutes. Okay?
Yes.
I'm telling you the way it is.
Oh, I'm not saying that that's
We had a
right
site
or
plan
wrong.
committee at 4 o'clock. You guys were on at 7 o'clock, and this is on 7 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning tonight.
Well,
how could you expedite anything faster than if it was, if the message was clear that, hey, this was a good deal and it's going to fly through?
No, I agree. Then we should have just brought it to you directly and skipped the 5 or 6 meetings that we had with the planning commission.
Okay, it's late at night or early in the morning. I'm a little mixed up on which is which. But I'm gonna call a break. We've been here for another half day.
Just take a second. Public hearing, I'll just approve the public GP.
But we've got to do the council, the council stuff, and
Well, that's it. The other one we did. Probably that's what we did.
Okay, does everybody want to take a break or not? No. I'm done. Council. You want to get done? We have more items on our agenda to finish. We can either take a break, come back and finish them, or we can stay here and finish them, and then all go home.
Let me make a motion, see where it goes. And I'll move item E, GP 1224, 1225, 1226, 1227. Public hearing was held on July 18, 2011. I move that these items be approved.
I support. Mr. President, if I might, just as a point of order, Mr. Crowd, I'm sure would support me. His recommendation tonight is that you only act on 2 of the 4 items. And Mr. Fracassi, if I could suggest then, if you just amend your motion, Mr. Crowd, correct me if I'm wrong, you want items 12, 26, and 12,
to just be on 1226 and 1227.
Support.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Attorney. It's been moved and supported that we approve item GP 1226P and 1227P. Is there any discussion? Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? It is carried.
And that's an ordinance, so we'll need an ordinance.
We need, okay, we need an ordinance number.
1857?
What happened here? 1587.
15 what?
1587, we need to.
I move that ordinance 1587 be introduced.
It's been moved by Mr. Percassi, supported by Mr. Cybert, that we introduce ordinance number 1587. Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? It is carried. We have,
Appointment to delegate?
Yes.
I'm not going.
Are you going?
I know they just approved this
Would
stuff.
you like to be the delegate?
Wait, excuse me for a moment, please. What are we doing with, the first two, GP 1224?
Still withdrawn.
They were both withdrawn?
They were withdrawn by the plan.
In this ordinance for GP
1226 and
1227?
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Just for clarification. 1224P and 1225P were requested a postponement to a date certain in your October meeting so that the new building official can give us their comments on this item.
Okay. So it's postponed to our October meeting, whatever the date of our October meeting is.
And you didn't let people comment on 26 or 27?
Because it's not a public hearing. We already held a public hearing. We have council items. Council item A is a point.
Well, who did we vote for delegate? Cyber? Tim Cyber.
Will you accept that as?
Yes.
Okay. And we need to have alternate.
You going?
I am going.
You be the alternate.
I'll accept that. So item A is completed. The expense report. Pardon? We will accept it by acclamation. Item B is an expense report for Donald Percassi for the Detroit Economic Club in Detroit.
So moved.
Been moved by Mr. Cyber, supported by Ms. Taylor, that we approve the expense report for Mr. Percassi for the Detroit Economic Club. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Yes,
I move the expense report for Donald Percassi to the Salute to Diversity in Detroit on August 30th.
It's been moved by Mr. Cyber, supported by Ms. Taylor, that we approve the expense report of Mr. Percassi for the Salute to Diversity. Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
I abstain.
It's carried. Let the record show that Mr. Percassi abstained on both B and C. We need a motion to
Approve a move to approve the expense report of Donald Percassi to the SEMCOG Transportation Advisory Council in Detroit, Michigan.
It's been moved by Mr. Cybers, supported by Ms. Taylor, that we approve the expense report for Mr. Percassi for SEMCOG Transportation Advisory Council. Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? It's carried. And item E.
I move the expense report of Donald Percassi for the MML Michigan Municipal League Municipal Finance Subcommittee meeting in Lansing on August 23rd.
It's been moved by Mr. Cybers, supported by Ms. Taylor, that we approve the expense report for Mr. Percassi for the MML Municipal Finance Subcommittee in Lansing. Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? It is carried. We have completed our agenda, and with no more new business, the meeting is adjourned.
So Terry Crowe, what's going on with you?